After 10 days of play, it's time for day 11 in this ECS Cyprus Encore. And after day, we have to make the cruelest cut, and only 6 teams from this group can go into the elimination day tomorrow, where it's all knockout from there. Get ready, get set, it's hot, I'm ready. This is the European Cricket Series Cyprus Encore, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Kalimera, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket with 5 matches here on day 11 to finish Group B. Of course, 8 teams in each group, 6 from each group go through to the knockout stages. 2 from each group get to go straight to the quarterfinals on Thursday. So from here, it's pretty simple with this ECS. We have the final day of Group B today. Tomorrow is elimination day, the team finishing between 3rd and 6th. The next day, quarterfinals day. The next day is finals day. We'll give away the trophy, but don't forget after that, 2 days of T10 internationals and 3 days of T20 internationals here in Cyprus. So really looking forward to going through the action today. We're going to start with match number 52. In this one, we'll see Telugu 11 taking on the Cyprus Knight Riders. Let's see what happens at the toss. Tyrone Peters is over there with the 2 captains.
The Cyprus Knight Riders to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's heads, buddy.
Yeah, we're going to bat first.
They're going to have a bat.
So it is Telugu 11 that have won the toss, and they've elected to bat first. I don't mind that. I think that they're hoping to lead with their strength, I suppose. Hasn't really been a problem for them putting runs on the board, but defending has been another story. And unfortunately, they're without a win in their campaign so far. Still mathematically a chance to kind of break their way in, but this does seem like a must-win game for them, ideally. They'd want to have a big win. Cyprus Knight Riders, though, last time out, they had a heartbreaking defeat in Golden Ball 63 yesterday. Yes, it was a golden return to Cyprus for me, along with Nish, as we saw that incredible game, 144 apiece. So CKR going down to Cyprus Tigers Limassol in the Golden Ball. They've kind of swung the axe a little bit, slightly different looking lineup today, but they have 3 matches today to kind of press their case for the postseason campaign, which should start tomorrow for them, all things being equal today. Let's talk conditions. I can tell you, I haven't seen a cloud since I've been here in Cyprus at all. It's going to be hot, it's going to be dusty. Sometimes it's like playing cricket on Mars, but we're going to enjoy it while we're here. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 36 degrees, and currently with the 8 a.m. start, it's already about 26. So expect another hot and spicy one here in Cyprus. Let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is that Telugu 11 still searching for their first ECN win, winning the toss and batting in match 52.
Once again, good morning from the commentary box as we get ready for the start of day 11, the final day of the group stage here in Group B out at the Ipsonas Cricket Ground. You get a great view of it from the air there. Oh, look, let's just say, not too many grounds in world cricket like this, and it does provide a unique spectacle. I do think as well that the kind of transition away from this ground, they don't have it for too much longer, so we'll enjoy it while we're here. This is what happened last time out. This was in day 10, starting the Monday morning with a win for the Cyprus Knight Riders, 152 to 93. And we'll see Cyprus Knight Riders finishing their campaign today, starting this morning. I know that they're fielding first. Nicosia Tigers is never in the race there. In fact, didn't pick up a point in match number 47, so it wasn't the start today. Nicosia Tigers wanted a good start for CKR. Their day would take a turn. More about that in a moment. Nicosia Tigers had back-to-back losses, posting only 97 against Encore. Encore chasing it down with 8 balls to go. Bit of a thriller in the end, actually. Zishan Ahmed helped Encore get across the line with 33 not out to go with his 3 for 14. He was the player of the match. And Mohammed Bilal was pretty good for the Tigers, but it wasn't enough for them to be able to defend double digits in the second match of the day. Then there was this Golden Ball 63 live from Cyprus. And it was the Knight Riders that scored 144. Cyprus Tigers Limassol, they matched it with a 6 off the last ball thanks to Mohammed Arif Akash. His 37 not out of 10. Dragged the game into overtime. And he sent the Golden Ball to the boundary. It was an incredible game. Shuvo was really good for the Knight Riders there. We'll see him first up this morning as well. But that was an incredible game. And Kipro Tigers Limassol continued their dream run on day number 10 with a 121 chase that they executed against the luckless Encore. Despite the efforts of Shazad Ahmed, 80 off 31, he carried his team on his back to 120. But the Kipro Tigers able to chase it down. Hardeep Singh with 57 not out. Pretty important there. Wasim Abbas with 4 wickets and a losing cause. And then last game of the day, Telugu 11, 123. They put on the board. It looked defendable at one stage. Chata Shah with his second ever ECN 50. 86 not out of 39. But Markor, they were able to get there in the end. Kind of many hands effort, wasn't it? No one was able to reach 30, but they were able to reach the target with 4 balls to spare. And we thought we could be looking at a double golden ball day. So this is how Group B is looking at the moment. Final day of Group B matches today. So by the end of the day, everyone will have played 7 matches. See that CKR have 3 matches then. Limassol Zalmi have 3 matches. Al Fatah, we'll see them a little bit later, and they'll be gunning for that top spot, I'm sure. Telugu 11, well, mathematically, they could still make the 6. And that's basically where you need to be if you want to play in the elimination stages, which start tomorrow. I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Birdie. Early one for you, I'm sure it is. Must be talking kind of pre-6 a.m. in the UK. Hello to Terry Richmond and Rob Thompson watching from the Southern Hemisphere, where I'm sure it's a little bit later in the evening. Well, actually not too late here, I suppose. I'm in Perth. It's about 1 p.m. right now. I'm guessing it's about 3 p.m. in the eastern states, and I'm guessing about 5 p.m. in New Zealand. Tell me if I'm right. So let's have a look at this game with the Telugu 11 winning the toss batting. And you can see Chata Shah was really important yesterday, but just can't get that win to break out of the doldrums, can they? Thought that Alavala captained the team pretty well yesterday. Kanduri's an important player. Tadani has also been useful for Telugu, but they just can't break that duck at the moment. CKR, well, they had a winner loss and a golden ball loss yesterday in day 10 action, but they've got a lot of games at the back end of the schedule. Watch out for the captain, Anwar Hussain, up there. Got to say also, John Mia had an important contribution with the bat yesterday. Mohamed Russell's always a pretty key player for them as well. Viraj Padige comes in for the first time, along with Ajith Kumara. Not surprisingly, CKR big favourites in this against the luckless Telugu, who are yet to open their account on ECN. But, I mean, they haven't been easy beats. We saw them score 150. Hasn't really been a problem getting runs on the board, but just defending them has been a bit of an issue. So I think they lead with their strength here. Nish has the day off, and Rico's still on vacation, so I'll be taking through the action today. And it's going to start with the captain, Anwar Hussain. Around the wicket, starts a bit wide, which is partly smothered by the keeper, Hridoy Hussain. And Nish hopefully enjoying his day off. Now, Nish is a Cyprus local, if you didn't realise that, although he's part of our ECN team, and I think you'll hear him a little bit more now that he's finished with his other commitments. But yeah, not a cloud in the sky for this 8 o'clock start. Oh, straight back at him, and it's going to end up just going for a single down the ground, but Hussain just didn't react quick enough. It wasn't actually smashed as hard as I think he thought it was hit. He was already kind of thinking evasive action was hit well enough to get past him on the follow-through. It was a bit naughty, actually, where he's following through, but almost created an opportunity there. Drops and runs, and well judged in the end. I would describe this field as rocket fast because, yeah, just with the climate here in Cyprus, don't think it's seen a drop of H2O in a while, as you can probably tell. Wayne was seeing green patches yesterday, but I think it might have been the heat exhaustion. Zippy, that's going to be called another wide. But it does make for some pretty interesting fielding attempts. Just seeing firsthand how fast this ball's getting hit down to long on, long off, for example. It's like trying to stop bullets at a firing range. Michael watching from New Zealand saying, yep, it is 5 p.m. in New Zealand right now. Hello to all of our viewers. All right, well, this is a chance. Keeper's catch. Calls it and doesn't quite get there. Gets hands to it, but that's an opportunity. Hridoy Hussain did the right thing. I think he knows it's his, but can't organise a dive. And it just kind of bursts between the gloves. And one thing we learned about Anwar Hussain yesterday, can get cranky when catches are dropped off his bowling. They had one dropped in the short third position by Mohamed Jalmia, and then Anwar Hussain himself dropped one the next over. But makes a good comeback. Yeah, so a BG watching from Mount Gambier in South Australia. Now that's a beautiful part of the world. Currently 2:30 in the afternoon, around 16 degrees. Yeah, well, I suppose it's what we call winter in Australia. It's very much like the summer in the UK. Style ball, well executed. Hussain can't believe that doesn't take out the stumps. It's Patti who's facing up. A lot of people have mentioned as well, it's a bit of an Indian flavour to the uniforms of the Telugu 11. Don't really know what to make of the CKR uniform, but I do like it. It's like a rainbow type number. Pretty heavy on the green. Not too heavy on the runs though on the first over. Catch goes down, but CKR haven't really been hurt yet. Telugu 11 winning the toss batting, and they're 5 without loss after 1. Yeah, let us know where you're watching from. ECN European Cricket Network. I always love that interaction. And I can tell you that with those 5 runs, we're now 2 runs short of 13,000 here in Cyprus. Also, the next wicket will be the 450th. Interesting here, more 4s than 6s. I'll tell you my theory on that in a moment, but an average innings has almost 12 4s, has 9 6s. Run rate is 13.3 and over, so 133 per 10 overs. Wicket rate a little bit under what it might be sometimes. I have a theory on these fields that are unpredictable that you do get more 4s than 6s. In other fields, for example, in the ECS England, you have more 6s than 4s. And probably most places it's around even. But if you look at the 4 rate compared to the Maximo rate, it's a really good indicator of how true an outfield is. And here, you do get tough bounces. Anyway, here's over number 2. And it's going to be Padige into the side. Starts pretty well with a Yorker.
Good ball.
Yeah, Padige. He's bowled him. Oh, how about that? Well, Padige comes in and just slings one in. And he's thrilled about the result. Why shouldn't he be? He has his first ECN wicket. And it's a really good one. He's got a good old-fashioned in-sling action. And he's just blasted through the defence there, if you want to call it that, from Siva Patti. Maybe took a bit of the back pad on the way through. Padige, bit of a tearaway here. Didn't know how to react. He said, okay, I guess this is good. Yeah, it is good. That just turns around. Like, yeah, I was expecting that to happen.
Come on, Malle.
CKR, I mentioned they swung the axe a little bit with their selections here. So down leg side, that's probably going to be a bit of a risk for him. But that was a sensational bit of bowling. It wouldn't be easy to face, especially early in your innings. Ball goes out. He's a handy bowler, Patige. This one probably a bit too full, but yeah, didn't get ball a chance to move. So you've already seen the guy swing it both ways. You've seen him castle, opener. Chilakuri comes out at number 3. Hello to Choco Taco. Where are you watching from? Let us know. Just loses his run there. I love Padige's style as well. It's kind of like a meta celebration. He just kind of turned around and looked around and said, okay, now what? Full. Has him on the hop a little bit. It's a brilliant first over. Let's talk about the uniforms. Kind of Indian-inspired Telugu 11. The CKR uniform reminds me of kind of like a box of, or maybe an ice cream that's not very good for you with a lot of artificial colours. Great bowling. Love the length. And just love what he's doing with the ball. That's a brilliant first over. I want to see more of him. 7 for 1 after 2. I think with the ball swinging around, he's a no-brainer to bowl again in the 4th over. The question is, who are you going to bowl before that? Yeah, I always love when people get a bit interactive with us. This time zone, probably still quite early in the Americas. Let's have a look at the table. Telugu 11, you know, if they could pull out a couple of wins here, a couple of big wins, then you never know. But Zalmi and Knight Riders, it's a big day for them with 3 matches to kind of try and push their way into the 6. Top 2 straight to the quarterfinals. So, yeah, from here, essentially it's all knockout cricket from tomorrow. Pratana gets the ball in the 3rd over. Not a bad one first up. Well negotiated by Chata Shah, coming off his highest ever ECS score of 86 not out yesterday. Yeah, so it's not a difficult format to understand, really. Top 2 qualified from each group straight to the quarters, but tomorrow, the 3rd to 6th will all play off for the right to continue. So we basically have 12 teams involved from tomorrow, and then you'll have 4 teams knocked out in the 4 matches tomorrow. We'll have 8 teams left. We'll have 4 teams knocked out again. So we basically have 8 knockout games in a row, and that gives you your top 4. And then 2 more knockout semi-finals. So you essentially have 10. 12 becomes 2. Too short, and well smashed by Chata Shah. They need him to step up. He was instrumental in them putting a defendable total on the board yesterday. It's a fraction short. It's a front foot pull shot, really. Slammed over the leg side. The first Maximo of day 11. Yeah, so 12 teams in the action from tomorrow morning. And then over the next 10 matches, we lose a team every single match until we're left with the last 2. Will be a 3rd place playoff bronze final before the ECS final. Last game on Friday. Down the leg side. Will be called wide. Pratana. This is a little bit short. It's a really good shot by Chata Shah. Uppercut for 6. Maximo. Once again, just a fraction too short. Pratana stands, delivers, doesn't try and keep it down, happy to go up, and it turns out to be a good decision. Just have a look at that ball race away.
Come on, guys, come on.
Sharp, you can really see how important he is to the cause. Yeah, drawn forward, slightly different look. Lost his shape there. A few talking points in world cricket as well. They've got their World Cup qualifiers, sub-regionals going on at the moment in Rome. And Romania had a really good win over Portugal yesterday. Interesting, Adrian Lascu, guy I played a lot of indoor cricket against. Plays for Queensland. I played for Western Australia and also a little bit for Australia. As this is pull shot, not really time, but he runs away. Oh, it's actually a really good bit of foot fielding. Could get 3 here if they wanted. They're going to turn it down in the end. Brilliant bit of foot fielding, though it is a dangerous way to field the ball, something we've mentioned several times. Yep, clean. And then, yeah, Italy over France with Joe Burns getting a first baller. What do you think of that? It's 24 for 1 after 3 right here, right now. Yeah, and then, of course, last night, a few of us went and had a watch of the Bangladesh versus South Africa. South Africa just creeping over the line in the end, but a few talking points. The ghost 4 runs, or the 4-leg buys, that was because it was given out. The runs don't count. kind of got us talking a little bit about how he might solve that situation.
ভাই রাসেল ভাই এটা সব লেগ সাইডে আর এই সাইডে ফিরিং না
Yeah, I think the answer with the LBW thing is, I think the umpires, honestly, they probably shouldn't give a decision until the ball's dead. I know it's not really the way things are done in cricket on LBWs, but you know, it's no different to if, say, might be a run-out opportunity, but the ball bounces off and they take an overthrow. The umpire just kind of holds. Doesn't really happen that often. More bowled here by Russell, who comes on. I'm a bit surprised they didn't go back to Padige straight away, considering what he was doing with the new ball. Russell's someone you can always keep in your back pocket. We'll come back to that in a second. There, kind of the LBW controversies in that Bangla versus SA game. Okay, it's good length though. You can see Chilukuri doesn't look too comfortable coming forward. Yeah, so I honestly think the answer is you don't give an LBW decision until the ball's dead. You wait. If they want to run a leg by or two, or if it goes to 4, you can just say, okay, now I'm going to give it out. I think it's out. And no matter how plumb it is, because they've always got the opportunity to review it. And who knows, you might be wrong. You might have missed something like a little inside edge. Excellent bowling here. It all starts with the ball. Chilukuri is probably in a tough place where he's probably hitched his wagon to this swing hard strategy and probably doesn't want to knock a one now so late in the over. And he's bowled. All right. He gets worked over and he gets moved along. Chilukuri, again, trying an expansive shot over the leg side. This is full as well, but this time it's straighter. You can see he's a long way through that shot, so he's going to have to go. Russell continues the attack for CKR, and he's going to get ready. Chilukuri for 1 off 9. Stumps get rearranged for the second time this morning, and the score 24 for 2. Yeah, Birdie saying it was a bit of a surprise. Romania losing to Portugal. Obviously, Jalpesh Vijay of Hornchurch is actually playing for Portugal in that series. Unfortunately, he missed out with the bat. And Romania, a pretty well-drilled side these days. You bring in a guy like Lascu, who's a guy who's played a lot of cricket in Australia. I mentioned I have played against him a little bit, so I actually know him pretty well. A bit of a shock when I saw him in the lineup. He qualifies on citizenship. And yeah, Romania, just slowly they've been building over the last few years. Portugal, I mean, there's a lot in common actually between those two countries. So I think they could have some good tussles if they would play a few times. I think they'd probably split the matches. Tadani is the new batter coming in at number 4. Russell on a maiden at the moment. And there goes the maiden. Tadani angles it away and gets single. Yeah, with the other headline, as I mentioned, Joe Burns. First baller. Zahir Zahiri, who we saw in the ECS. And of course the ECI's over there in France in April. Gets the big wicket of Test cricketer Joe Burns. What a great opportunity for him, great moment. LBW with one that swung down the line. It's been a good length that Russell's bowled here. He's only gone for the 2 runs. He does get a breakthrough. Sharp retains the strike at the end of 4 overs. Telugu 11 are 26 for 2. Yeah, so what do you think about that? The ghost 4 runs for Bangladesh. Would have helped in a low-scoring game. Ended up needing, what was it? They needed 6 off the last ball. To be honest, it was there to hit, wasn't it? No overnight game in Europe time, so that was the only game I think overnight. Today, Pakistan, Canada. Well, interesting game coming up there. Pakistan in a winning position against India. Couldn't finish it off, of course. They famously lost to USA in a super over before that. Well, almost overcommits, but was able to get back in time. Tadani. Pakistan, Canada is the kind of morning game in the World Cup, and yeah, then later on, which is probably tomorrow in most places, Sri Lanka, Nepal. That's going to be a huge game. And Australia, Namibia. US-India match tomorrow is pretty interesting as well. Zalmi coming on. I think the Cyprus Knight Riders, a lot of it has just been bowling accurately so far. Haven't bowled too many bad balls. It all starts with the ball. You're in control of the game. You're the one that decides where the ball is. Everything else is reacting to that. This is pitched up, hacks away at it. Won't quite carry. Fielded out there. Padiga's been excellent so far for CKR. Yeah, how do we feel about the World Cup and the games with something like, you know, run a ball being enough to win games? I don't know. I kind of feel, my personal opinion, I don't mind pitches being a bit more bowler friendly, but then you've got to bring boundaries in to try and encourage risk taking. Very late cut, and he gets it past the fielder. Smart batting by Tadani. There's one thing about the accurate bowling is it's also quite predictable, you know, the kind of zone that he's looking for. That was a beautifully executed late cut. Yeah, something we talk about a lot on ECN, you know, the dynamics of the game. I mean, you love close games, that's the other thing. But yeah, it's taking a bit of adjustment. I've loved the fact there's been so many close games. Another late cut, but they've put the fielder there, so that's pretty smart. 4-1 to Tadani. Yeah, also I've loved the fact that some of those kind of next tier nations have been stepping up, and obviously USA beating Pakistan. He's bowled him, and so sharp. Again, drawn forward. It's a little bit lazy with the shot, tries to drag it leg side. So Zalmi takes a wicket with the last ball of his over. It's the end of 5 now. Telugu 11, 32 for 5. Came in a bit, but you can see that where he's trying to hit that. His feet staying leg side of the ball. Has been hitting him pretty well, but yeah, misses out on that one. As we get to the halfway point of this innings, let's have a look at some of the numbers over the first 51 matches, which is the first 10 days. Interesting, wins batting first, 31-20. And the average score batting first is 142. That's a bit higher than the actual average of 133 per 10 overs. We have seen a 150-plus chase, and we have seen double digits defended, so it just kind of shows you that there's quite a big variation in what you might expect here in Cyprus. 16 teams. It's one of the bigger European cricket series we've had as far as the amount of teams involved over this 14-day tournament. Russell comes back over number 6. Good looking cut shot. That'll beat the fielder, and that's 4. Nice shot by Tadani. Well, he's got even more responsibility now. He's been joined by the captain, Superetti Alavala. I mentioned there's a bit of an Amdocs flavour to this Telugu 11. Amdocs are kind of one of the most loved teams here in Cyprus with our ECN viewers. I think they went at one stage 2 years without a win, but then they started playing some good cricket. It's never that far away. Seem to find it hard to put a whole game together. We've seen that a couple of times so far from Telugu. Pitched up, nice looking drive, and well handled out there. They're going to take on the 2. They're going to get there. It's good running. Had to be a perfect throw from Padige, who was rightly concentrating on stopping the 4 as his first responsibility. No ball called, and that's going to be... well, I think it might have gone for 4 as well. I think it must be a no ball for outside the circle. The fine leg was outside the circle. It was called at square leg. So it's going to be no ball plus 4. This is the last bit of the play where he does get a hand to it, but I think the ball ends up rolling into the rope. So, yeah, there's a no ball for too many outfielders. A bit of a bonus. Tadani hits the 4. He's got the free hit. The umpire's obviously looking at a lot of things every ball. Sometimes we don't really appreciate what the umpires are doing every single ball, the stuff you don't notice. There's a free hit, pins the ears back, and hacks it away towards backward point. It'll just be a long single. Yeah, every single ball, the umpires, remember they're having to remember, okay, has there been a bouncer in this over or not? That's in the back of their mind. They're also thinking, okay, are there more than 5 outfielders? I've got to check for that. Are there more than 5 on the leg side? You've got to check for that. Are there more than 2 behind square leg? I've got to check for that. This is a thick edge. Almost flies all the way, but not quite to the boundary. They're also having to worry about, for example, if the keeper's up to the stumps, is he encroaching? Is the ball too high, if it's, whether that be on the bounce or without bouncing? They're also having to keep an eye on the bowler's 2 feet. All of these things all at once. It's quite amazing. Takes this off the stumps and knocks it out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to beat the fielder. Ryan Sarkar out there went with the foot. It wasn't a very good strategy. Yeah, that was reachable. Just didn't get down to the ball. I mean, even if you don't dive there, you can kind of bend down with a hand. I think it's just a lot more reliable. Russell won't be impressed. I'm hoping for a better result. Last ball of his spell coming up. Gets him quite high, and he'll just skew away off the pad for no run. So Mohammad Rasul is going to finish 1 for 19, and it's 49 for 3 after 6. Terry, doesn't look like it's going to be a big run chase. I think the computer's predicting about 93 or something like that at the moment. Kanduri listed as the next in. You never know though, especially here in Cyprus. Looks like they're going to go back to Padige. I liked his first over. He's new to the European Cricket Network. They brought in a few changes. But he's kind of got a traditional load up, but then he's got a proper sling action. You'll see what I mean here. If you missed his first over, he bowled in the second. Got a wicket second ball. He absolutely cleaned up Siva Patti. Just misses down leg side. And I would have been keen to see him get another over quicker because he did actually swing the ball both ways as well. So I don't think this ball's going to swing as much now. It's been roughed up a fair bit. You might say, oh, it's a 6 over ball, but I think on this outfield, it's probably more like a 36 over ball at this stage. Down leg side, but it doesn't pick it up. If he picked it up, maybe had a shot at a run out, be a leg by. You can see he's quite rapid off a short run, Padige, compared to what you expect.
Good bowling, bro.
Funny, you know he's going to be full, so I'm trying to think what my tactics would be. They've got the fine leg back, so I'm probably looking to get under something. But it's pretty hard, that kind of length. Just gets a bat on it. That's well fielded there by Anwar Hussain, leading the way. And getting down and making sure it doesn't get past him. Yeah, he's not... I mean, that kind of ball there, okay, you might be able to drive it through the offside for 4, but again, not really in control of where it's going. I like this commitment from the captain. Sounds wild. It's actually going to pretty much go straight to the fielder, but it's going to go straight through him as well. It's the dreaded Minimo, and it was always risk, wasn't it, with Padige. That sling going wrong. And just have a look. Fielder's there for this. That shows you how quick this field is. Telugu will take the runs. I think with this slightly older ball, he's more likely to swing it in than out. So he needs to make that adjustment, Padige. Just misses the leg stump. It's well bowled. He's kind of, I'll tell you, he's a halfway between Malinga, but halfway between Malinga and Waka Yunus with his kind of pre-deliveries, more Waka Yunus, but then the actual arm slot's a bit more Malinga. It does swing out. This guy's a magician with the ball when he gets it right. He's a fun bowler to watch. And CKR, we'll get to see plenty of them today with 3 matches to complete their campaign. They play this one, of course. They'll play Limassol Zalmi in the 2nd match of the day. They'll play Fatah in the 4th match of the day. Bowled. I really like the length he's bowled here. Far too often we've seen guys bowling short and it hasn't ended too well for them. At least, full, you can kind of set a field to this. They got the fine leg back, which I think makes sense. Okay, no deep cover, but because he's slinging in, it's not easy to kind of take through that direction. Pity about the Minimo. That was a pretty good spell. And the numbers show it. He'll finish with 1 for 11 on debut. And it's 59 for 3 after 7. Around about 8.5 and over at the moment. This is the run rate. I mentioned it's 13.3 and over now. Yesterday wasn't a very high scoring day. In the 12s, 12.5. Came after the highest scoring date, 14.5 now. Yeah, century on century watch. I don't think we had a century yesterday. So I suppose we're due. Does look like the first year that we'll get to 100 hundreds on ECS. I think we had 58 last year. It's quite amazing. In fact, I could probably go even further and have a look. The year before. Yes, we're on 7600s this year. Just going back and I'm looking. Last year we had 58, yep. And you can see here the wins batting first versus second in both groups as favoured teams that have set targets rather than chase targets. Interesting. Similar kind of proportions there as well. Maybe that's one reason you choose to bat. Maybe it's coincidence. That's not a huge sample size. It averages to about 50-50, maybe slightly in favour of the teams batting first in all ECN matches. Jomia gets it right first up, gets it past Tadani. Yeah, at my fingertips. Yeah, 58 centuries last year. The year before, it was a lot less than that. It goes after this, but skews it straight back to Mohamed Jomia, who takes the catch. So it's the end of Tadani. And CKR, well, new day, new feelings, and yeah, they just put yesterday behind them. They still got a win yesterday. Don't forget they started with a 4-pointer, but that golden ball loss kind of just completely threw them for a loop. The year before we had 41 centuries. Yeah, okay, the year before we had 13 centuries. 13 centuries and 41 hat-tricks. And this year we've had 76 centuries and I think 17 hat-tricks. Shows you how the balance of power has shifted. That's a remarkable stat. This one's going to be a wide. It just misses the stumps. Remember, it's pretty simple. If it misses leg stump, this is between the batter and the stumps. It's going to be a wide. But that was pretty close to castling him. But hey, a run's a run. Kanduri shapes to ramp again. Changes his mind. We'll get a run off of the bat this time. Hello to Shohag, saying have a good morning, everyone. Oh, have a good morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you're watching from.
Razel, relax, relax. Ek lo boy.
Next one beats him outside the off stump. John Mears has been really tight with his lines here.
Chap sara ball kar, chap sara ball kar. Era 8 over. 2 ball baki ache.
Steps, hits, and finds the boundary. Well, badly needed. Alavala. It's been there for a while, but hasn't actually faced very much. Well, that's a nice shot. Sabu on the charge. Gets 4 runs for his team. They find that ball in the end, so we'll continue. Hamajami just getting a little bit short in that time. Alavala on the charge. Once again, and he would have been stumped. He actually fell over. He actually had so much time here, did Rito Hussain. Look at this. And then he's like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble here. He would have been stumped by about 2 metres. But it wasn't his time. Oh, Mia probably should have had a 3rd wicket there, but instead he'll finish with 2 for 12. And a 65 for 4 after 8. Sadu was saying, how's that a wide? But yeah, that's the ECN rules, and I gotta say I like, in this form of the game at least, just the clarity of what's a wide and what's not. So yeah, if the ball misses the leg stump, that's wide, and everyone knows it, so it's kind of, there's less complaints, less arguments, I suppose, over wides. Now he does execute it very, very well. Kanduri's tried that a couple of times. And not only is that 4, that's a goal. Tell you what, that is a fantastically executed shot, and he ends up putting it in the back of the net. I feel like you should get some extra points for a goal here. I'm going to miss this ground. It's probably the last time we'll have European Cricket Series here. Things are moving onwards in Cyprus. Still looking for it. They're going to put the fine leg back. Still a tough one to stop. Wow, yeah, it goes to reverse, and I think he's knocked his own wickets over. Well, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't, and it's the classic 4 in the back of the net, and the next one's an own goal. Yeah, goes on the reverse, and that's all she wrote. Another hit wicket. He couldn't believe it, either, Kanduri. Well, he's a bit of a magician, but that time he makes the bails disappear. And that'll be 69 for 5. We have to cut those 2 balls together, I think. He had no idea. Have a look at the bowler here. He just turns around thinking, it's dot ball, Pratana. And he's like, what do you mean it's out? Yeah, we'll go to him. All right, Kazi, the new batter. He'll get a French cut first up. Telugu 11, certainly very good at bringing the entertainment. Oh, yeah, gets a piece of this. Fielder comes in, can't quite turn into a catch, does well to block it. Thinking of 2, we're into the 9th, so you start to think about more of these slightly risky runs. Yeah, the goal in the own goal. We'll be able to get one as it's not handled by the keeper. It'll be a bye. Yeah, so I wonder how our Bangla fans are feeling today. And we're just talking a little bit about the World Cup and that South Africa game. Wild swing here by Alavala. That'll be the end of the over. So Telugu, 72 for 5 after 9. Still predicting 83, but it's been slowly kind of creeping down, hasn't it? Prathana ends up with a wicket, thanks to the hit wicket. Second one we've seen in 2 days, actually. 2 for 12, Jalmia has the figures, but I say Padiga was brilliant on debut, 1 for 11. We get to Russell as well, and Amar Hussain, I imagine, he's going to come back to bowl this last over. He was very tight early. Kazi trying to advance the score. 10th overtime. Slower ball. He's been pretty good at just trying to take the pace off there and kind of banking on the fact that the batter's kind of itchy and probably will be early in the shot. It's exactly how it works out that time. You've got to wait. Wait. Against Hussain. Then he puts the pace back on. Can't get this one away. And I think maybe he should go for the run out. Probably not at this stage. You just have a look at the strike rates of these two, both under a run of ball. So not too bothered about them being there based on what they've shown so far. We'll get past the bowler, but it'll only be a single. So they've done a really good restricting job here, Cyprus Knight Riders. Been a good team effort from them with the ball this morning. They're looking better than a 2-2 side, aren't they? They probably are when you consider that one of those losses was a golden ball. They're batted on the wrong side. now he's going to go across. You don't often see this, but yeah, the batter's actually on the same side as the guy bowling the ball. No harm. Now he moves across. Wide call, that'll be rebowled. That's going to be a no ball. Geez, he hits it pretty well as well. That's going to disappear. It is a no ball and 4 runs. Gee, didn't miss a beat there, did he? Halavala likes to get forward and kind of premeditates. He gets on that front foot pretty early most of the time. Free hit to come. Hussain gets it wrong. Sound the free hit horn. Hits this pretty well. Doesn't matter if it's caught or not. It is caught. And probably still the best way to save the boundary is to make sure you get it on the full. Nice bit of fielding by Shuvo. Didn't he bat well yesterday for Cyprus Knight Riders. Over to Kazi. Oh, that's pretty well hit into the gap as well and over. That's Maximo. Says Carreras. So a bit of kick in the tail here for Telugu 11. Nice bit of ball striking by Abbas Kazi. The Maximos have been hard to come by. That's just the 3rd of this 10 overs. Remember, the average is about 9. Can they get a 4th? Last ball, the 10th. Well, it's in the air, and it's going to be caught. So it'll be 6 and out to finish off. Hussain ends up taking a wicket. So all 5 bowlers end up with at least a wicket. And Telugu 11 are going to finish 86 for 6 off the 10 overs. What's something? We still haven't seen a score in the 80s or less defended in this European cricket series. Telugu have had their issues with the ball. Still, Kazi will probably take the trade-off of the 6 and out. It's been a reasonably high-scoring series for the most part. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights. And it was a fantastic debut, wasn't it, for Viraj Padige, as he was able to blast one through Sivapati early on. And then we saw Mehdi Chilukuri come out, have a bit of a tough time before he lost his wicket. He finished 1 off 9. Let's get Chaita Shah in there as well, who was able to get to 20. But he ended up losing his wicket, just trying to go across the line as well, trying to force the issue. So it wasn't necessarily a convincing batting effort, to say the least. But yeah, I'm going to say they were thankful when they were able to get a few runs. That was courtesy of Minimo, but we did see 3 Maximos in the end in the innings. But yeah, 7 4s, 3 6s. Dadani tried hard, 23 or 14. See there. But pretty lucky to not be stumped. Then we saw this. It was the goal, then the own goal. When he knocked his own wickets over, trying the reverse. But the reverse result was news to the bowler. Prathana walks away with the wicket. The batter just walks off. And then a bit of a bonus in the end here with the non-standard minimo, the no ball +4. And that was a pretty good strike, just carried the rope for 6. But a nice catch by Zalmi to finish the innings at Telugu 11, 86 for 6. Looking at the scorecard, Hidesh Tadani top scores with 23 or 14 for Telugu with 4 boundaries in there. Chaita Shah followed up his 86 not out yesterday with 20 off 13 ball. He was bowled by Mohammad Zalmi. Alavala battled for 12 not out towards the end. Kazi with the maximum on the last over to drag them into the grady 80s. And well, whether it's enough or not, we will see. 16 extras in there, maybe inflating the score slightly. Everyone contributed with the ball, so had 5 separate wicket takers. Got to say, I had a soft spot for Viraj Padige on debut. Kind of Waka Yunus, Lasith Malinga hybrid. He finished 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. Zalmi with 2 wickets. All the other bowlers, in fact, taking 1. But team effort from the bowlers is how I would put it, as they're only about 86 runs off the 10 overs. We'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes with the response. 87 will be the target for CKR, maybe eyeing off a 4-pointer. 12.5 and over will do that. It's about an average run rate on this field. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo from Cyprus here on day 11. We're just getting started. Join us after the break for the second innings of match 52 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to Cyprus. Great to have your company on a beautiful looking Tuesday morning here in the island nation. Not quite 9 o'clock, but already well underway here. And in match number 52, Telugu 11 taking on Cyprus Knight Riders. Telugu scoring 86 for 6 off their 10 overs after winning the toss and electing to bat. So CKR coming out, and I've got a feeling they've got 4 points on their mind. They can chase this 87 in 7 overs. That's about 12.5 an over. They'll take all the points out of this one. Of course, theoretically, Telugu, if they could restrict to 60 or less, they could take all the points, which would be a little bit of a miracle. No other way to say it, really. Telugu without a win so far on the European Cricket Network. Would love to get going here. And they will get going with the bowling of Harish Kakita. Let's see how CKR go about this. Starting with Hussain, the captain. This one into his pad. Just kind of skews away for a leg bite to get this inning started. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network. And great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And watching this match live from the Ipsonas Cricket Ground. This is Chami Kumara, who is going to face up for the first time. What a pleasant day. That's the thing, the heat, it'll get you here. Luckily, we haven't had the worst of it this week. Expected to be 36 or so today. Currently, it's 28. Like I said, it's not quite 9 a.m. Not a cloud in the sky. Not a bad area from Kakita there. Yeah, Telugu have actually been able to put some decent runs on the board, but they have had an issue with restricting their opposition. So they're averaging 116.4, which to us is not the worst, really, including a high score of 151 against Kipro Tigers. But they're conceding on average 169 per 10 overs. This one goes across. I'll say that the umpires still, I think they're being a little bit harsh on the wides. That to me, felt like it might have got some of the line there. If they're not sure, they will call it a wide. That's true. Yeah, ball's on the line now. Should be good balls. This is going to probably end up in the back of the net. It's cut away up and over the top of the infield. And there's the first runs off the bat in this chase. Yeah, so when you're averaging 169 against, the idea of kind of defending 86 probably does seem a little far-fetched, but hey, you never know. We've seen some pretty surprising things, not just on ECM, particularly here in Cyprus. Mara tries to line this up over the leg side. And that shows you the attacking intent. They're not looking to kind of eat their way to these 87. They want to get it into 7 overs. Also presents opportunities, though, for Telugu 11. Played away off the back foot, but that side of the field's pretty well protected. Just a single. I want to say hello to everyone who's in the chat as well. Looks like Paul said he's had a little bit of a break, but he's back with us now. Hello, Paul. Hopefully you're well. Saying interesting to see Joe Burns playing for Italy. Yeah, well, he got a golden duck yesterday, didn't he? Started with a half century in his first game. Italy still doing the business, despite I think they were 3 out for 2 early on. Pretty well bowled by Kakita. Good first over, so far so good for Telugu. 7 without loss after 1. One of the other issues for Telugu, just the depth in their bowling. Kind of fighting 5 reliable bowlers. Obviously, Kakita does a pretty good job. Just 2 matches since our last golden ball. That's because we had one yesterday, and I probably shouldn't say it too loud in front of the Cyprus Knight Riders because they were on the wrong end of that one. It was an incredible game, really. As Mohammed Arif Akash was able to strike a 6 to tie the game for Kipro Tigers Limassol, and then was able to strike a 4 to win the game in Golden Ball 63. Will there be another golden moment in Cyprus? I'm not sure. Well, Nish, the golden ball magnet's not here today, but Tyrone's a bit of a golden ball magnet. He is here today. So I guess time will tell. This is the captain, super ready Alavala in the second over. Yeah, bowling's been decent so far, although this comes off the leg and runs most of the way to the boundary. They'll just get a leg by, one leg by in particular. We were talking earlier about that situation last night with the Bangladesh versus South Africa. It would have been yesterday morning US time about a call being overturned, but because it was given out by the umpire on the field, that kills the play. So maybe the answer is just not giving anything out until the ball's dead. Yeah, that probably goes for almost all decisions, but in particular LBWs. It's a bit not what we would think of in cricket. To think something's LBW, but then to kind of get in position and let them run or let the ball go to the boundary, then to give it out. It would be dramatic. Kind of in line with the modern day DRS though, isn't it? Sometimes having to wait to see. So in this case, it'd be a big appeal and the umpire will just say, probably give a little pre-signal, get in position, and then after the ball's gone to the boundary, after they've run one or two leg bys, and then the umpire shoots their finger up, giving it out LBW. Which, to be honest, I think that's just a simple answer to that problem, if it is a problem. But I think it is a problem. If they would have had 4 runs otherwise. I think a low-scoring game was pretty important. Hello to Raj again. Hopefully you're well, Raj Vachbra, in the chat. I know it's great to see so many of my friends in Cyprus again. I'm only here for a short time. The schedule's pretty busy on ECN right now. I've come from Portugal, where I was doing the night series. Punjab CC Amadora lifting their first ECN trophy on Friday nights at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo, just outside Coimbra in Portugal. So might have hit something on the way through. I think probably hit the trousers. I don't think it was a drop catch. That's why there's no wide, and that's the end of the second over. And that's so far, Telugu 11. Keeping it very quiet. It's 10 without loss after 2. Yeah, so I spent Saturday travelling back and find myself here for 3 days. Cyprus Knight Riders 9 points after 4 matches. They play 3 times today, same with Zalmi. And then Fatah will play twice and Telugu 11 play twice as well. Top 6 going through to Elimination Day tomorrow, which is basically a playoff for the right to make the quarterfinals. So, yeah, I explained this earlier, but we have 12 teams involved from tomorrow. Then 10 matches in a row will eliminate one team. 4 eliminators, 4 quarterfinals, 2 semi-finals. And we'll be left with our finalists to battle on Friday afternoon. Here's Kakita coming back. I think it's smart. I know that they're a bit thin on bowling, but I think you've got to at least bowl your top bowlers and bowl them out even. I would go back to Alavala and then just trust that you can just keep this game alive as long as possible. And, yeah, you might have problems at the end, but you just hope there is an end to have problems to solve. That's good bowling so far. Yeah, there are 10 runs off 14 balls in this innings. Yes, I was just going to say, I spent Sunday in Prague and left most of my stuff there because I'll be back there later in the week to bring you the CE Cup, which is a 3-way women's tournament. I'll be keeping an eye on Cyprus, of course. I was taking a keen interest in it. Ish will be back tomorrow. Rico will be back on Thursday. It's probably a bit too wide and cold, but it's not a bad spot to miss for Kakita. I think it's okay. Does step away a bit, doesn't he, Kumaro? He's in a bit of a tough spot at the moment, isn't he? 6 off 10. And that's certainly fine. If you look at where it passes the line, it's well inside the tram line. Now beats him again outside the off stump. So, I mean, to be honest, all the bowlers we've seen in this game so far have been pretty accurate. Let's see if he can continue this excellent over. Just one wide in it. We've had 4 dots. On the walk and hits it well. So, Maximo. Yeah, Kumara's been troubled with the kind of short of length bowling. So, yeah, he changes the length of the ball and gets quite proactive there. Still, it's only one hit. Hopefully, from a Telugu supporter's point of view, let that rattle him. Last ball for Kakita. Let's see if he can get back on top of this battle. Well, it's up in the air, but it's going to fly. And it's going to go over the circle. It's going to go for 4. So 6 and 4 to finish, but still a decent spell from Kakita. I think he'll finish none for 17 of his 2 overs. That is the going rate, 8.5 and over. The score is 21 without loss after 3, but still a very good power play for Telugu. This is where you got to kind of make the choice. Do you bowl out Alavala, or do you trust a third bowler at this stage? You can see Telugu, a couple of decent overs in there, but also a couple of really low ones. 14 off the last, kind of dragged them up into the 80s, but we haven't seen anything in the 80s or less defended in this series. Remember, we're 51 games in now. The best defence actually was by the Limassol Qalandars. They were able to defend 94 against Phillips Warrior. That was in match 20 on day 4 of competition. All right, so they're going to go to Tadani in this over, so they're going to make a change. Tadani top scored for Telugu in the first half of this game. Guy we know pretty well on the network. First one just going to miss the mark. Tyrone Peters has sent through a stat for me. Of course, Tyrone, originally from South Africa, saying that South Africa's win-loss record against Bangladesh in men's T20 internationals is 9-0. Second most for any team against one opponent. Portugal's 10-0 against Gibraltar is the most. It's interesting, did you know? Yeah, Portugal got the wood on Gibraltar. I suppose you have to play that many times. That's the thing. And normally, I suppose you play that many times, it's because you're close in standard. So it's an interesting strat. This is going to get through the field. This is what you can't really afford. That's Gopal already, Ray. He took a pretty good catch yesterday, but I mean, that's poor fielding, really. No other way to say it. Needed to get down and at least offer the hands at it. I know you might be a bit concerned it might bounce up, but when you're only defending 86 and you've made a decent start, that's the last thing you need. In the air and gone. Well, there you go. It's funny how the world works sometimes. I mean, if Ray stops that, it's 1, and he's probably not on strike anymore, but he gets a bit cute here, doesn't he? Almost like he's giving catching practice because it hit him high up on the bat, and so it will be a 4-and-out situation. Tadani is going to get the breakthrough, and the score is 27 for 1. Pretty nice catch there by Siva Prasad as well. Bit too close to cut, and that's why it wasn't in control of where it went. Oh, well, they removed one threat. Okay, remember that 20 of the 27 runs so far, 20 of the 22 off the bat were off the bat of Kumara. Anyway, this is well fielded. That is how to do it. Nice work by Siva. Come around to his right. In the air, straight to the fielder. Gone. Oh no, he stepped out of bounds. Oh, Maximo. Did he even need to take that step? Probably not. Oh, well. Thought he had. This will be an interesting replay. Just needed to not take another step there. I think he's fine. But he steps back, probably didn't realize. And then, yeah, knows it straight away. So from 0 to 0. Oh, jeez. Oh, ball's following him as well now, Ray. At least get down to that one. And that's the end of the fourth over. The score is 35 for 1. And Toslim talking about that. The Bangladesh South Africa. We've talked about it a fair bit this morning. I'll just tell you my personal thoughts. I would remove umpire's call. I would say, let's be consistent for both teams. Let's not make a human being responsible for that. And people will then say, oh, but, you know, Vinny, the ball tracking's not 100%. That's true, but it's a lot more accurate than the human eye. And it's not subjective. So, okay, that one that was given out against Bangladesh, I've got no problem with that being out. Because let's say he gave it not out. But then if the ball tracking shows it's hitting, I've got no problem with it being given out. That's my personal opinion. The ball tracking is yeah, it's a machine, but it's an accurate machine. It's more accurate than the human eye, right? What I do have a problem with is, obviously, Bangladesh not being able to score the 4 runs off one that was given out, but then was overturned on review. So, I'll tell you how to handle that situation. As Kanduri comes and slides one past the outside edge. But I would just say the umpire shouldn't give a decision until the ball's dead. So even if it's LBW, okay, no, you're going to give it out if that's what you want to do, but wait. Squeezed out towards leg side. That's running away for 4 as well. This outfield is so fast. And Cyprus Knight Riders just slowly but surely chipping away at this total. Yeah, so I suppose the answer is wait till the ball's dead, then give a decision. And then you would have had this situation with, okay, 4 runs, and if the umpire wants to give it out, fine, then you can review it and not out. But what's the result of the play? 4 leg byes. But yeah, I know there's a pretty good video. Nasser Hussain explains how there's a margin of error in the ball tracking, and that's why we need to keep umpire's call. But I don't think that those two things are the same. In the air, and caught. This time he looks down and sees that he's got room to move. So Kanduri will get the breakthrough with Chaita Shah, who is now in that position. They've pushed Ray around a little bit more towards square leg. Well held. Has had a little glance down to make sure that he was inside the field of play. So Hussain will have to go for 13. It's 40 for 2. Just hanging in there, aren't they, Telugu 11? You actually look at the rate. If they can avoid a boundary here last couple of balls, they've actually got themselves in a decent position. Kanduri's pretty reliable as well. Remember, I think one of the issues they've got, Telugu, is that 5th bowler. Who are they going to go to? Pretty nice looking cut shot. This will be tough to catch. It finds the gap and finds the boundary. Prathana comes in and is able to get a 4. Batted really well in the first game yesterday. And Prathana put up a half century. Yeah, so let's go back to that umpire's call. I just believe if we trust the ball tracking, trust the ball tracking. He'll just take the one here. It'll take us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 45 for 2. Yeah, some people say, oh, but Vinny, are we sure that ball was hitting? Like, for example, the one that hits the top corner of the stumps. Look, we're humans. We have to admit we're not as good as the ball tracking now. Now, the ball tracking, is it perfect? No, it's not perfect, but it's a lot closer to perfect than our eyes and our biases that we have as human beings. These are some of the upcoming events, and I mentioned already, I'll be in Czechia by the end of the week to take you through the CE Cup, a three-way women's tournament. Czechia, Croatia, and Gibraltar are going to be taking part in that one. And then we'll have an ECS. But still heaps of action to come here from Cyprus. Still over a week of action with 3 more days of ECS after this, but then 2 days of ECIs and 3 days of T20 Internationals, both men's and women's. Looking forward to that. And then Romania, the next stop to start July. Anyway, start of a new over. They brought in Avinash Rane here and to try and give that extra bowling option. In the air, running away. That's going to be 4. So just giving Pradhana something to work with. And the result's a boundary. Yeah, so just going back to what I was saying. I would accept, okay, we're going to use ball tracking. And even ones that, okay, they don't look out, but maybe they are. Okay, they are. Just don't seem out because in cricket we're not used to that being given out. But it fulfills the criteria of an LBW. If it says it's hitting the stumps at all, doesn't it have to hit the middle of the stumps? Uh-oh, this is going to be trouble. Minimo time, it's going to be 5. I'll tell you what, if a couple of overs get out of hand, they could still get all 4 points here. Cyprus Knight Riders. And just kept swinging away from the keeper. He couldn't get off his feet there, Chilukuri. Yeah, Zursarai saying, but Vinny, ball tracking is 100%. Yeah, but okay, let's say it's 99%. What do you think a human is? That's my question to you, Suraj. I don't know if you're being facetious or not. It's better than an eye. No one can tell me that you're human. Any human's better than the ball tracking. Even the best umpire in the world. So that's why I would be consistent and just choose what is the best, which is the ball tracking. Right? And if it means occasionally a bat is given out when they shouldn't be, it's still happening less than if you just use a human. Right? Uh-oh, one runs, one doesn't. And still going to be out. Well, it's like he's running up a treadmill there. Pretty sure this is out. He doesn't even ground his bat. Let's have a look at it from side on. Oh, he's running. Oh, I think, well, he doesn't catch the ball, does he? So that's one problem. And the other problem is I think his foot's in. Yeah, his foot's down. Probably some of the worst running between the wickets I've ever seen, but also botched by the fielding team in several ways. Rane fumbled it and then kind of threw up a lob. So, yeah, not out will be the decision. Just for fun, does he actually take this? Wouldn't have mattered. Jesus, what are you planning to do with that bat? I don't think the ball hits the stumps. I think that the glove hits the stumps and the ball's out of it by then. Anyway, kind of sums it up, doesn't it, unfortunately, for Telugu. Rane bowling an over that seems to have been going for quite a while, but he's only bowled two balls. That's another wide. So just missing his spots at the moment. This is dragged off the inside half of the bat, but this outfield is grease lightning. Saka will get his first boundary. Yeah, and suddenly it's looking possible. Yeah, so I suppose I have a bit of a problem with, say, the same ball being given out for one team and not being given out for the other team. That's my ultimate thing, from a sense of fairness. And in the beginning, the technology was kind of used, okay, we only want to overturn the real shockers. Wow, they've taken on a 2 here, and they're going to get it as well. I'm amazed they could steal 2, a ball that barely leaves the infield. It was almost like, are you serious? We're going for that? But yeah, trying to rush the take. Chilukuri, I don't think would have mattered anyway. They get back for a 2. See what they need for the bonus point there. 23 off 8. It's not out of the question. This is where Telugu just need to make sure they have their best bowling option ready to bowl the next over. Lifted up in the air and 6. Maximo. This over goes magical. And Telugu held on for so long, but it's all falling apart now. Yeah, if Telugu just want to take this point, that's pretty important, I suppose, to take something away out of the game. I know probably not enough to keep them in the hunt for finals, but you always want to pick up every point you can. Don't want to walk away with nothing. This one picks out the fielder, who makes a good stop, and that'll take us to the end of the 6th over, 71 for 2. Oh, now they're going to get an extra. Sneaks past the keeper, and just after I announced the score, so make that 72 for 2. And they'll need 15 off this over to take all 4 points. It probably matters a bit to the Cyprus Knight Riders as well, especially after they had that heartbreaking golden ball loss. Yeah, so originally when ball tracking was brought in, it was kind of, okay, let's make sure we're putting a lot of onus on the umpire's decision, because that's what we were used to for hundreds of years in cricket. But then let's just try and fix the shocker, quote unquote. But I think now we're demanding close to perfection. So, yeah, it doesn't really feel right that the same ball, say that one that clips the top corner of the stumps, if it's out for one team, it should be out for the other. And just because the umpire feels a certain way, to me, actually doesn't have much relevance in this day and age. Just what my personal feelings anyway. So 15 required, Kanduri. Probably a good choice to bowl the 7th. To at least see if... Oh, geez, they was almost run out there. See if they can push this to an 8th over. Cyprus Knight Riders need 14 off 5 to take all the points in this contest. And this is hit, and it's hit pretty well. Up and over the top, Maximo! Saka delivers. Is this the blow that takes them closer to the 4 points? 8 off 4 now. Remember, they had a really tight start as well. He gets a piece of it. Well, it's partially blocked there by Rane. Does pretty well to get back on it and keep it to 1. A bit of a BP thriller. 76 centuries, but I don't think we'll see a century here. As this is going to be beautifully hit through the offside for 4. That makes it 3 off 2 to take all the points. BP thriller here. Can Telugu hold on? 2 singles, they're fine. Just can't go for more than that. Not out, he's on the charge. All right, so well, this is where you got to know the situation. So if you're the batter here, if the batters, you need to know you need to go for 2 no matter what here. Telugu need to stop at 2 to get a point. So if you're a batter, you got to know this. 2 for the bonus point. And it's going to get through. No, it's not. They'll go 1, and they're not going to try. They're not going to be able to get the second. So, hey, well done to Telugu in the end. They will survive to an 8th over. You see it there on your screen. Telugu 11 have achieved a point, but they're once again so close yet so far. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day, with TKR going back-to-back take on Limassol Zalmi. I know there's a little bit of a situation with Zalmi, but yeah, potentially they might have to play short-handed. But that's because it was a sudden situation. It might have even been that one of the Zalmi players has had their partner go into labour, so that's going to be something that's going to take priority. Anyway, this could be it. It will be it. So, look, credit to Telugu 11. They do push the game to an 8th over, and they'll end up with 1 point. Cyprus Knight Riders finish with 3, but they'll feel they've missed a golden opportunity there to take all 4. And we'll have to see how that affects things. Hello to Stephen Kelk. Good to see you watching from the Netherlands. Hello to Christopher Ward as well. Anyway, Well, I will say, yeah, it's interesting, just to finish that discussion, Chris Ward saying, remember the balls never hit the stumps, it's a prediction. But it's a prediction even if the umpire makes the decision, right? So, yeah, I'm just saying, I'm for consistency over human human judgments, I guess. Anyway, the next game is starting in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Limassol Zalmi winning the toss and electing to bowl first in that one. Stay tuned. That'll be an interesting game. Zalmi hoping to climb the ladder. Let's have a look. And it was a pretty tight start, I've got to say. As Telugu were able to keep things quiet in the first 2 overs, 7 off the first, 3 off the second. But I mean, you start looking at these things, just certain things they can improve on. Ground fielding was one of them. Unfortunately, Ray took that catch, didn't realise he had no room to move. This one was taken though by Chanta Shah. Rane was pretty wild and woolly. This is just something that's plagued them, hasn't it? The depth of their bowling. I think, top 3-4 bowlers have been able to do a job, but yeah, suddenly the race was on for all 4 points. I want to say that Saka hit the ball pretty well, hit a couple of maximos. Dana, he's in good form. This was the winning run, but it came in the 8th over. That meant that CKR had to settle for 3 points in this one. So, look at the aerials of Limassol cricket ground. Saka 24 off 9, tops the scoring. 20 for Kumara earlier in the piece, 15 right out for Patana, and 13 for Anwar. 15 extras getting across the line in the end. 87 for 2. A win by CKR with 17 balls to spare. Once again, they win the first game of the day, but this time they have to settle for the 3 points. Bowling wise, Kakita held a tight spell. 1 for 17 of his 2 overs. And Nalavala was also very tight, but didn't get too far through his 2nd over. Say also, it was a reasonable effort from Telugu to at least pick up the point. It does seem they're out of the picture now for qualification. CKR, we'll see them on the rack next against Limassol Zalmi. We'll be back in around about half an hour with that one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we get ready for the second match of the day. And this one will see Limassol Zalmi on the park for the first time today. They're taking on Cyprus Knight Riders fresh from their 3-point win against the Telugu 11 in match 51. A little while ago we had the coin toss with Tyrone Peters and the two captains. Let's see what happened there.
Limassol Zalmi to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
Balls first.
They can have a ball.
Zalmi winning the toss and electing to bowl in this one. Two teams have kind of been on the bubble of the six for a lot of this tournament, but as it stands, Zalmi, they are in 7th place and would be keen, obviously, to climb up into that 6 today. They do play 3 matches. They've got a bit of ground to make up. Right now, they're actually 8 points behind. So, yeah, every game's a big one for them. It's going to be a tough one, also having to play shorthanded, some unexpected circumstances creeping in. Cyprus Night Riders, well, they got the job done. They've got themselves to a 2-2 record now. Actually, 3-2, actually, if you include that win. Of course, this gets done before the finish of the previous game. So they're 3-2 with 12 points. There's actually 8 points between these two teams. So, yeah, it's some catching up to do for Limassol Zalmi. Like I said, they're 8 points off 6th place in qualification. And they have 3 matches today, so potential 12. Going to have to play well. It's a pretty big game as a result. Cyprus Night Riders 74% favourites in this one against Limassol Zalmi. Yeah, just having a look at that table. We'll see it in a few moments' time as well. But now you've got 6th place on 12 and 7th and 8th both on 4 points. And Limassol Zalmi, one of those teams on 4 points with a 1-3 record. And yeah, just a lot of ground to make up, but they certainly are still potential qualifiers for me because they take on the Night Riders here. They take on Telugu 11. And then they've got a tough finish against Fatah, who are searching for top spot. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And yeah, great to have you with us. And I can see that Ivan is in the chat now. Hopefully you're well, Ivan. Hello to Rob Thompson, still watching from New Zealand. Jeffrey Mobbs is in there. Stephen Kelp came in. And he said he's listening in the background while grading exams. We had a bit of a talk about the umpire's call. And yeah, I know people always go back to that Nasser Hussain video, which I'm a huge fan of Nasser. And he explains how, you know, it's only a prediction. But there's a lot of this that just doesn't hold water with me anymore. Because when the umpire makes a call, they're also just making a prediction. So for me, my opinion is that in the current day and age, especially with everything else so batting heavy, if the ball predictor has it hitting the stumps, then say it's hitting the stumps, whether it's even only just flicking the stumps. Just because it doesn't feel right to have one team, the same ball, let's say, for one team might be given out, the other team's not given out, and it should be the same for both teams, is what I'm saying. Anyway, we'll leave that one in the past for now. Here we go with the start of the game, and it's going to be a thick outside edge from the captain, Umar Hussain. It's going to go to the boundary. So we're straight into the action. So Zishan Khan, who's opening the bowling for Zalmi. Not the worst delivery first up, but doesn't get the desired result. Good delivery, following up, beats the outside edge. The second of 5 matches today. In a way, it's a little bit strange that we've gone back to only 5 matches after having a crazy May Madness period we were calling it, weren't we? Well, this is skied. Keeper's catch. Got a bit of ground to go, but he will take it. Well held by Mohammed Huzaifa behind the stumps. Had a bit to do there, didn't he? But he tracked it well. We've seen a lot of those kind of catches going down. Keeper had to reach at the last moment. And disappointment for Hussain. Essentially goes 4 and out in this one as the first wicket falls. Hits 4 for 1. Huzaifa, he's a guy we have seen a fair bit of on the network. Saw him playing last year for the first time in ECL cricket, or ECN cricket. Made up some good ground. Rahan Sarkar comes to the crease at number 3. Interesting also, they've opened with Pratana in this game. They hasn't faced a ball yet. Both these two at the crease scored half centuries in the first game of the day yesterday. As umpire Tracy Pascal on the field for the first time. You can always tell by the mane of hair coming out the back of the umpire's cap. Well, this is hit pretty hard. Up and over, wide long on. That's Maximo. 6 carreras in the first one. Flipped away, and that one is going to disappear. Maximal, Seis Mas. Yeah, well hit. We'll take this to the end of the first over, and Cyprus Knight Riders are 16 for 1. Let's have a look at the ECC groups, and yeah, very excited about the first ever ECC that will actually have 2 divisions. That means 2 finals days. That means 2 trophies. Well, I say 2 finals days. Technically, it will be 8 finals days because we'll have finals days in each of the groups as well. Cyprus have been drawn with Greece, so they're neighbours here. Then also Czechia. We'll see Czechia later in the week on ECN. Luxembourg and Serbia. Luxembourg involved in the qualifiers in Italy at the moment. First one of the over, knocked away for a single. Played away, but not going too far. Wow, hit straight, hit hard, and hit out of the ground. Saka looks on a heater here. Yeah, go and find that one. It's gone over the fence. Into the olive trees. Bang. It holds his weight. Yeah, some great landscapes here. I'm going to miss this crowd. I know they're not going to have this crowd for much longer. It's also a brilliant ground in Happy Valley that we'll be bringing the internationals from. Off the end of the bat this time, and that's going to be 4. So Zaka gets that back foot a long way across, just kind of leans on it. Smart, just using the pace that time. This one gets through. So that'll be the end of the second over, and the score is 28 for 1. There's the table. You can see the kind of gap that has now developed between 6th and 7th. So Limassol Zalmi, it's really on them today to bridge that gap. They have 3 matches, so potential 12 points. But this is where, you know, if they can get a 4-pointer somewhere, that could be huge. Because they've got Fatah in their last game. So, yeah, at the moment, 12 points is 6th. But also, for example, you've got some of those teams in play. Start of a new over. And this is Naveed Ahmed bowling. And so you've got this situation with Kipro Tigers, Limassol. They're basically in 6th, and they're not going anywhere because they've finished their games. So basically, Limassol Zalmi need to find a way to get 8 points out of the day. Slow ball. It's a big appeal. Very well disguised change of pace there. I think he's on the walk. Looks to me it's heading down the leg side. Yeah. By a long way, actually, in the end. Don't know if you don't ask. Nudged away, and it's going to get past the field. That's going to be 4 more. Prathana getting in on the action now. And that one heads in to the back of the net for another goal here at the Ipsonis Cricket Ground. Very clever batting there by Prathana. These two said they do look in pretty good form. Yeah, Jeffrey asking, do they have a new ground to move to? Yeah, well, there's a couple floating around in Cyprus. The one you're going to see this weekend is actually the British Forces ground. I think you're going to like it. I haven't seen it myself, but I have heard it's pretty well developed. But it's on a military base, so that's one of the reasons, for example, we can't take drone footage of the ground. But you will see it on the camera on Friday. I think you'll enjoy it. Fortunately, I'll be back in Prague by then because I've got another set of internationals to do. Hello, Emmanuel Robbins as well. Good to see you with us. Slow ball with the classic grunt as well, but it's timed away and it's going to get all the way to the boundary. 4 more. It's turned into a pretty bright power play, this. Good chase from Zishan Khan, but you're not winning too many races with the Grizzly on this surface. Stephen Kelt with a comment saying, lovely, gentle shot, but shouldn't you be grading papers, Stephen? It's okay. Goes after this in the air. It's just going to get over the field. It's going to plug. Can he keep this inside? He can. It's pretty well done. In fact, they'd probably get 3 if they'd hustled. Well, they kind of got a bit lazy on the second run. Otherwise, there was a 3. They've got to say it's a great bit of work from Melissa Shah. This has to kind of basketball it back in. This is where if you're hustling, definitely a 3rd run there. You don't get too many 3s in this form of the game. We know that. That'll be the end of the over. 39 for 1. Temperature's still pretty pleasant at the moment. Up to 27. I'm getting conflicting reports about what it might get up to. It's certainly a lot milder than it has been. It's got about 33 as the expected maximum. But I know after last week got really hot, coming up to 43, 44 degrees. I think everyone's enjoying it. It's a little bit more manageable. It's not great with electronics either. When you put things in the cauldron, it gets a lot of stuff stops working. So this looks like Sadiq Khan is going to bowl or not. No. Instead, I think we're going to make a change. Zaka 24 off 9. He's been very good so far. Madassa Shah, straight after that, very good stop, is going to grab the ball and bowl over number 4. There are allowances, obviously, with the time. For these extra drinks breaks because of the heat here in Cyprus. Okay, well, still taking a bit of time to set the field. Anyway, good to go with over number 4 and the resumption. That's pretty much on the money first up. Ground fielding super important. I think I mentioned earlier in the day, we've had more 4s than 6s. And often that can be used to kind of determine how quick the outfield is. How quick and, I suppose, how bumpy the outfield is. In slower fields or on more predictable fields, you don't see as many 4s, just more balls get stopped. 6s are normally fairly consistent because the ground size is consistent. Sometimes the wind has a bit of a say in that as well. Yeah, so those internationals T10 and T20 internationals coming up. T10 internationals on Saturday, Sunday. T20s Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tries a ramp here. Gets it horribly wrong. I think Prathana's going to an option like that. Probably spotting there's no fine leg at all. Remember, they are short-handed here, so we've decided no fine leg and tempting time to pay that shot. This time he goes a bit more regulation, punches it in front of point and gets 4 runs. Nice shot. You hit the ball hard, he hit it correctly, you're going to have good results. You can hit 4s and 6s all over the field. And the other thing is you can still hit balls straight at fielders. You get more boundaries than you realise if you hit the ball hard. I think sometimes I'd like to see the best fielders in world cricket taking on a surface like this. Certainly makes for entertaining viewing. Hit down the ground. It's a good example. I mean, it's not too far from the fielder. He's got no hope of stopping that. Nice on drive. It's one of the more difficult shots in cricket. It doesn't really have to leave the surface. Really short straight boundaries here as well because of just the shape of the playing area. So I don't think it's quite the 50 straight. It's probably more like 45 from the centre of the pitch. Takes this up in the air. Well, fielder took forever to try and move in. Okay, fighting the sun a little bit, but yeah, I think he probably gets there on the full in the end, but if he'd moved a bit quicker, this is a lot more catchable. You can see despite the world's biggest sunglasses, wasn't able to pick it out over the background. So that'll be the end of the spell for Mudassir Shah. And it's 49 for 1 at the end of 4. Stephen Kelk saying, unfortunately, the paper grading deadline doesn't respect the sport of cricket. Stephen Kelk saying, talking of internationals, hasn't seen any media coverage of it, but doesn't the Bangladesh crazy defeat against SA really help Netherlands? Well, yes, but I think Netherlands, they need to help themselves, don't they? Obviously didn't help them last time out. Zishan coming back to bowl. Nice looking cut shot, but picks out the field here just a single. Yeah, well, in that group D, I suppose it does help from the point of view of keeping things even for that second spot. South Africa, I think, are a shoe-in now. That's very well done to knock that down. Loses the hat, eventually loses the sunglasses, gets the ball. Netherlands, Nepal, from memory, I think, is the next game for the Dutch, if I'm not mistaken. Sri Lanka play Nepal first. Well, Netherlands play Bangladesh, actually. It's on Thursday. All right, this is up. It's in the air. And it's going to go all the way. Maximal for Prathana. Up and out of here. I don't know what I'm thinking, because Nepal, I know they've already played Netherlands. Netherlands able to bring up the win back in match 7. But yeah, pretty interesting stages in the World Cup at the moment. Wildly swings. Now they're thinking of a bye. They'll probably get it. They probably, because that would have been out as well. Yeah, keep saying. They're saying, hey, what are you doing? And he's saying, well, I almost got him out twice. Let's have a look. I think he's back here. At least he knows to get back. Ball, he's got to keep it grounded. Then he bounced. Hey, looks good, looks good. Here comes the ball. Dunk. Yep. And from there, they're able to scamper and overthrow off the stumps. But yeah, this second one would have been out as well. Steps away. It's good keeping, actually. Get down and block that. Takes it in the chest, but does what he needs to do. So Bangladesh take on Netherlands on Thursday, and then Sunday, US time, Sri Lanka against Netherlands. Sliced up in the air. Again, it's just going to fall out of the grasp of Madassa Shah. He'll get a single. And speaking of those internationals here, though, in Cyprus, Rico will be back. He'll actually be back a bit before that for quarterfinals day on Thursday. This will be back tomorrow with me as well. 59 for 1 after 5 overs. Really excited about the women's ECC, ECCW, which again has been broken into 2 divisions, Challenger Division and the Premier Division. That will take place from the 9th to the 20th of December. New additions to this year's ECCW, Austria, Germany, as well as Jersey and Czechia. And in the Premier Division, Ireland 11 and Scotland 11 in for the first time. Epic year for women's cricket, obviously expanding to 10 teams. Ideally, we'd like to expand to even more than that if conditions allow next year. Also our first ever Melton Shield, which will see the British and Irish Roses go against Team Europe. Down leg side, big wide, first up here in over number 6. Yeah, so all the groups are kind of interesting in the World Cup in their own way. Thing is, it's not straight into quarterfinals, which I think makes sense. They go to 2 groups of 4. So there'll be 3 additional matches for each of the top 2 teams in the group, and then we'll go into semi-finals. Another one down leg side. Another one will have to be bowled again. And yeah, if you do have any questions or comments, please throw them in. ECN European Cricket Network, always great to get that interaction with all the fans out there. Nish is having a day off, and yeah, thoroughly deserving it considering some of the heat he's had to deal with. I think he did 7 days in a row, I think, Nish. We'll do another 8 from tomorrow. But how are we feeling about Nish? Let's talk about Nish. He's been doing a good job. Do you agree? Let us know in the comments. ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to Simo. Good to see you. It's a slower ball. This one floats wide the other way. Looking forward to seeing Fatah a little bit later on as well. I haven't seen them live before, though. Pretty familiar with some of their players. Marcus Akhtar, one of the few guys to take a 6 for on the network. Happy Bakar Siddiqui with a couple of huge scores for them as well. A swing and a miss. Saka won't be able to get a run there with these batters on 27 now. This will be a wide as well, so they're having some real control problems here. That's 6 balls delivered in the over, 2 dots but 4 wides. He gets one a bit straighter. That's not a good result. And it's going to go for 4. Golski, but no fine leg at all. This is frustration from Huzaifa behind the stumps. And the keeper frustrated that that one that does go straight ends up going to the boundary, kicks the dirt like a washed up country music star. Now lifted up over the leg side. I think it's going to be 4. Bounces just inside, but Saka will move to 35 with that shot. Just clipped away. This is the thing when the bowler hasn't really got too much confidence in his accuracy, then I feel like the batter can own the game a bit. See that one pitching just inside. Watches this one again. It's not a slower ball. But yeah, it's turning to a really long over. Now you got to start worrying about the clock. Which at the moment they're travelling okay, but yeah, this over's gone off the rails a bit from Naveed. Yeah, Krim saying Nish back after his military service, done a great job. Sure has. Nish is a real up and come up. It's funny, he's actually been working with us for quite a while. As this is up in the air, catchable. Oh, he's got it right in the end of the fingers as Murtaza Khan takes the catch. Wow, this is a proper finger tipper from Murtaza. This will be a great replay. I hope you got this. As he went back and pretty much loses sight of the ball over his head. He's also in the best hat competition. And well, we'll see what we see. There was the celebration at least. But describe it for you. He had to go back and his arm was lurching back over his head. Just lodged in the fingers. And so that'll be the end of Saka for 35. This brings Said Shuvo to the crease. He scored very well yesterday for Cyprus Knight Riders. Here's another up-and-coming player. He scored a half-century against KTL yesterday, 57. Yeah, I think that one's fine for me. Just sneaks inside. Shuva wants a wide. Not going to get one. End of the 6th over. The score is 72 for 2. Pratana has been there a while. Hasn't had a lot of the strike. Let's see if they can keep this kind of pace up, maybe even accelerate it. 12 and over. Probably slight touch behind the average score here, although I do think you can win some games with 120. I've even seen, I think, 94 defended. Sadiq Khan to bowl. And first one's up in the air, and guess who? It's Murtaza. He's going to take another catch. So this time he has to go forward, not back. And the man with the zebra hat has taken another good catch. He wipes off the dust. But yeah, that's a nice take. And Sadiq is able to get Pratana for 27. Gotta say, it's one of the better hats I've seen in all of my years here doing the European Cricket Series. Score now 72 for 3. 2 good catches to Murtaza. Showing keeping that mid-off up in the circle. It's catching position. I suppose everything's a catching position. Sadiq showing the value of just having that variety in the attack. And he's pretty accurate, although this is worked off middle stump by Muhammad Joel Mia. Brilliant shot, really. Risky shot. Bit of a risky shot, but he just taps the ball at the right moment. Look how it takes this. Probably he was going over the stumps, actually, to take a closer look, but yeah, rather than charging at it, uses the pace, and even off the spinner, that little dab flies to the boundary. Similar shot again, but this time find the man in the circle. That's well bowled. Really well bowled. Lures Shuvo forward. And kind of uses the maximum width allowed as well. Driven. Oh, almost a third catch. So this was a real stinger from Rutanza. Really get out the way of it. Saves 4. That one. Oh, when he hits the kind of heel of his hand. Ouch. Down it goes. Up in the air again. It's going to take a friendly hop for the batters. That's going to run away, and Shubo's off the mark finally. He gives up a chance, but then catches him with the boundary. First bounce just hopped away from Furqan Mohammed, who was in pursuit. End of the 7th over, and the score is 81 for 3. Plenty of action coming up on the network as well. I already mentioned that I'll be back in Prague, travelling on Thursday. I'll be starting there Friday. Danny Hudacek will be with me for the T20s. Rico will be joining me once he's finished here in Cyprus. Romania, the next one after that. The beautiful Moira Vlasia cricket ground just outside Bucharest. And Hungary, Budapest, the GB ground, or GB Oval in Sudliget, just north of the capital there. In Bulgaria, the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground will be our home for the next 2 weeks. And we have a weekend in Croatia. We have another ECS in Italy, this time at the Roma Cricket Club. Also the first ever Melton Shield, as mentioned. Here we go with over number 8. And the first one is worked away off the back foot. Nice fielding out there. They're only able to get a single run. Driven up in the air momentarily, but it'll run away to the rope. It's going to be the placement here more than anything. Look how fast this field is. It's the closest you can get to playing on the surface of Mars, I think, for our generation. It does make for pretty interesting viewing. Lifted up in the air and out of here, Maximo. That is slammed up and out of the ground. Lifted up in the air. This should be gone, and it is. That's a nice catch by the keeper. And so, unfortunately for Shuvo, he's going to have to go. Stuck around for a little bit. 2 4s and a 6 in there, but he goes for 14. The score's 92 for 4. That's going to sneak through and almost take out the stumps. So, that'll take us to the end of the 8th over. The score's 93 for 4. Have a look at the run rate here. It's going to be kind of hovering around that 12 for a while, ever since the 4th over or so. He's bowled him once again, right on the money, Sadiq Khan. Kamara, the lefty, just gets cramped for room here, and the ball sneaks through Sadiq. He always brings the stumps into play, doesn't he? Kind of slides on with the arm between bat and pad. Push and run this time. New batter out there. There's Rido Hussain, the keeper. Gets off the mark with one. So that all happens in the ninth. John Mia had a good cameo yesterday with the bat. Goes across in front of the off stump and attempts a huge heave over the leg side. Pretty good running. We'll get back for two. Kind of deeks the keeper there. Well, unhit couple of runs. Well fielded by Murtaza. He's been brilliant actually in the field. I know he put that real tough one down, but he still made the stop. Once again, gets down for his team. Hit up in the air and hit well by Hridoi, who gets 6 Maximo and brings up the 100 for the Knight Riders. Maybe a big game for both these teams, I think. Knight Riders playing their second last game. Keen to get as many points as possible. Last ball here for Sadiq. Push it through a bit quicker. And that'll take us to the end of the ninth over. The score's 103 for 5. This one is hit pretty well up and one bounce. That'll be 4. John Mia is really good in this situation. Slight change of pace here, clever one. John Mia doesn't really pick it or account for it. Knocked away to the leg side. Just a single this time. Trying to get this score up by any means necessary at the moment. Just a single this time. "50-50 game right now." Shows you how close it is. Don't forget Cyprus Knight Riders. They did have a golden ball yesterday. Golden ball 63. That's going to be 6. On him in the slot. John Meir does get that one. And he gets it out of the ground by some distance. Maximo. 6 very handy runs. That's the top edge, and that's going to fly. And with no fine leg in action, that's going to be 4. So 6 and 4. They'll finish on 119, setting exactly 120. Feels like about a 50-50 game to me. Limassol Zalmi, okay, he's a bit short-handed there. But now they've got the chase on, and to be honest, if they weren't to win this game, I think it kind of spells the end of their hopes to crack the top 6. I suppose time will tell. The Cyprus Knight Riders sent in here in match number 53. And you can see the highlights here. I say I was pretty impressed with some of the fielding here. Limassol Zalmi. I think for the most part, they were pretty accurate. Didn't have too many hit me balls. Gotta say, I liked a couple of catches there from Mutaza. That was a really nice shot. I like that. It was pretty much on the middle stump, but he just timed it away. And, that little knack of attacking the stump, didn't he? Sadiq Khan. Some good late hitting from Mohamed Jalmir once again with a bit of a cameo of 22 off just 10 balls, 3 4s and a 6. Finishing with a 6 and a 4 to get his team up to 119 runs off the 10 overs. $35 for Ryan Saka, 27 for Pratana, 22 not out for Mohamed Jalmir, as the score ends up 119. So an even 2 ball required for Limassol Zalmi in the second half this innings. I mentioned they were pretty accurate. Just the 5 wides and the 10 overs I think is pretty good. 2 for 17, Sadiq. I think was the pick of the bowlers. Mentioned that he was devastatingly accurate. Wickets also for Zishan Khan. Navid Ahmed, he had his control issues at times. Mutaza was 1 for 28 as well in amongst the wickets. But that's a sharp, bad effort from me either. As the other bowler didn't take a wicket though. None for 22 was his analysis. So we'll take a break. 120 will be the target when we return. Limassol Zalmi with the bat. This is Cyprus Day 11, last day of the group matches before we head into the knockout stuff tomorrow. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we roll through to the second half of match number 53. Contest between the Cyprus Knight Riders and Limassol Zalmi. The story so far in this one is that Limassol Zalmi, they won the toss. They decided to bowl first. That meant that CKR have set a target of 120 for Zalmi. Cyprus Knight Riders 119 off the 10 overs. Seems a kind of middle of the road score, doesn't it? 7 over chase or less would see Zalmi get all the points. Conversely, CKR could restrict the batting side, Limassol Zalmi, to 83 or less, take all the 4 points. But yeah, look, feels like it's a must-win game for Limassol Zalmi here, especially when you look at their draw. They'll play kind of bottom of the ladder and the top of the ladder to come. So these two are imagining that they're pretty evenly matched. Anwar Hussain to get going. And it's going to be a bit of foot fielding start. Oh, it throws off balance and almost creates a run-out opportunity, but they do get back for a couple. Yeah, I mentioned the fact that we know that one way or another they need at least 8 points out of the day. Limassol Zalmi out of their 3 matches to be in the frame for qualification for Elimination Day tomorrow. Oh, this one gets completely wrong, but gets away with it. Short down the leg side. There's Anwar Hussain bowling for Cyprus Knight Riders, taking on Huzaifa, the keeper, who's opening up. 50-50 game right now. Through shot a bit early there, hits the body. This one's pretty close. Let's see what the signal is here. It's been called a bite. Remember, if it gets any part of that line, it's not a wide. So let's have a look at it. Yeah, I mean, look, hard to say where it is at the exact moment it passes the batter. That one looked pretty tight. Again, querying this one for the width. But yeah, that one for me, it's pretty comfortably in. I think that one for sure is at least on the line, maybe even slightly inside. Wow, this one jumps on him and it's going to be out. Well, Salman Khan just gets surprised here by a bit of extra bounce and it pops up in the air. That's a big blow to Zalmi. I don't think it's that high. Yeah, he's trying to say, what, isn't that too high? There's no way it's over his shoulder. Let's have a look. Unless I'm mistaken. Jumps a bit. Oh, no, it's not over his shoulder. Look how high that is. It just makes it look high. So there's no question there. He's got a real muddle there, didn't he, Salman? Not a great start for this chase, though. That's the end of the first over. It's 3 for 1. Well, speaking of 3, that's how many games since we had our last golden ball. And well, Cyprus Knight Riders know that all too well. Do look like they'll qualify despite the issue not being able to defend that golden ball. Sadiq Khan comes to the crease at number 3. That's the non-strikers in because this is the change of the over. Here's a guy I really like looking at him earlier, Viraj Padigate. Whistles the first one past the outside edge. Got to say, what impressed me about him, he can swing the ball both ways. And he's got that real kind of low slingy action. I mentioned the first part of his action is Waka Yunus and the second part's Malinga. Two pretty good bowlers to emulate. This is hit pretty well. That'll be one bounce four. Zaifa able to get in the front foot and drive. Has to reach for this. Takes off the tram line, no run. Defending pretty well so far. Cyprus Knight Riders, today's a new day. Swing and a miss once again. Zaifa not having an easy time out there at the moment. Pedigate. Well bowled. End of the second over, 7 for 1. Another very good over from Viraj, who's been brought in. Eight-point gap to make up. And if they don't get a win here, it becomes real tough. Prathana getting over number 3. Leto Manuel looking good there. Down under right now. This is down towards the end of the bat. Will be fielded, but Limassol Zalmi is really struggling to get going. Lifted up in the air, and that's going to be 4 runs. Just gets away from the fielder, Zaifa, trying to bat himself out of a tight spot. In the air, not quite out of the middle, but it's good enough. It's going to be 4. Zaifa does get a couple of boundaries, tries to get this back on track. I mean, the chasing 120, it's not like the chasing kind of 160, 170. They can recover from a fairly quiet start. This is up in the air, and that's going to be 4. As that'll be the end of the over. It's 21 for 1.
আমি কইছি ভাই এটা বাইরে নেন তবে এটা বাইরে নেটের ভিতরে ভাই পানি বোতল সরকে যাও মিডিয়া দেখতেছে না ভাই ফাইলে পাক ভাই সমস্যা নাই বল আছে নতুন বল দেখো ই কাম ইনসাইড তিনটা বল আসলে আমি এবারে নাই এতটা গান আসলে বিলিং দি দেখলাম পাঁচটা বাইরে নেই সবাই আসেন কাম অন ইয়া আলমগীর ভাই বাইরে কি লিগা শ্রীলঙ্কা রোডের বাইরে কি তো
What the fuck's wrong with these guys?
बैठे ना क्यों ना रासेल भाई बोलता दें तुम रासेल भाई बैठो ना रिलैक्स से बॉल करें रासेल भाई रिलैक्स से हम विकेट दरकार ना विकेट आपने দিব আমি তো রেডি ভাই হেতে এমনি নি আমি তো ইন্ডিয়া পিছন দিয়ে গেছে
Back in business here. And so that'll be the end of the 4th over. Score's 40 for 1. Yeah, no one going down. They're time to kind of raffle that catch, didn't they?
এবার 3 ওভার চাপা ছিল 3 ওভার 21 আসছে মাত্র এবারে 19 40 গেছে গা মামা ডট দে
We'll get 3 for 4. Probably shouldn't have. As Limassol Zalmi trying to drag themselves up to the right.
Okay, you come, bro. You come. You stay inside the 30 yard. Okay.
Up in the air. And won't quite carry. It'll be a single. Get away leg side. That's going to be out of the ground. Maximal. Thanks for that. Zypher. Maybe he's a long way behind the 8 ball, wasn't he? Probably wide, I think. He's had to jump and try and hit over his head. I don't know. Look how high this is. Wait. That's almost off the screen. If he hasn't hit it, which I don't think he hit it, it's got to be a wide. Hold on, wait. Is that a wide? Where does he hit it? He must have hit it. Because he's about a metre over his head. Oh, boy. Oh, I can't work out what's going on anymore. It's a wide. Okay, good. I'm not going crazy.
এটা নুয়া না তো হ্যাঁ সুবা এটা নুয়া না এটা কাজ হয় এটা নুয়া এটা কি হাই নো আর তোর সামনে
Lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo, 6 to finish the 5th over. John Mears, over goes Magical, 62 for 1 after 5.
রাসেল ফিডে এই ছেড়ে ব্যাটের সামনে বল বলে ফিডে স্যার ফিডার তো না
62 off 5, double that, you get 124. So the fraction ahead after a bit of a slow start.
রাসেল ডট দিয়ে দাও রাসেল ডট দাও রাসেল উইকেট লাগছে না চান্স দিচ্ছে দিও মানে আলমগীর ভাই আলমগীর ভাই অ্যাকশন নিশান আছে না রাখছি এনিওয়ে
Lifted up, hanging in the air. That's a bit of an issue here. He can't see it. He's completely misjudged it. It's gone over his head. It's going to go for 4. Well, it said Sun's an issue straight away. Tried to pick it out of a real kind of hazy background. And that's it. He thinks he's in the right spot, but he's actually nowhere near it. It's bounced just inside. It's gone for 4. Hit up in the air, another catching opportunity, and this time it's held. I got to say, where's this guy come from? Viraj Padige is coming, he's playing a really good day at cricket. It wasn't an easy one either. Okay, didn't have to worry about the sun, but his background still, it's almost too clear. And an important blow taken there. Zalmi, Louis Sadiq for 15, 66 for 2. New batter is Murtaza Khan coming to the crease. Knocked away for a single first up. So keep an eye on that rate. It's 12 and over. That ball it was, which is exactly what it started at. To a ball.
डॉट बॉल दो भैया डॉट बॉल
Hit away, leg side, that's going to be 4. That'll be 50 for Huzaifa. He brings up off 23 balls, and he has recovered. He's got his team ahead of the pace at the moment. Hit straight and hit true. Maximo. As long as Huzaifa's there, I think they're ahead in this game. If they lose him, maybe it changes. That'll be the end of the over. So 77 for 2 walking sticks. Just the 3 extras, I think. Actually, it's a pretty good effort from CKR. They just have a bit of a knack for close games. I like the going back to Padige here. Padige, over number 7. Slings one in there. They bring him back now because they feel like they've just fallen a bit behind in the game. Patige's been a real standout with the ball. This one's a bit wide, but pretty well handled by the keeper. Ridoy at least knocks it down, make sure there's no extra runs. That would have really hurt. Padige, when he gets brought back in the second over, the ball a bit older, tends to lose a few more down the leg side. Seems to get quite a lot of outswing. This is surprising considering his action. That one always takes out the umpire, but luckily he's able to get out the way, and it'll just be a single handled there on the boundary. Checking that ball to make sure it hasn't had a bit of a chunk taken out of it, something like that. Next side. And we get through for a single. This is flicked away, and it's going to hit the post, and it'll be 4 more to Huzaifa. This game's on a knife's edge at the moment. Zalmi in control. I think, like I said, as long as Huzaifa's there. Skied. Big moment in the game. Shuvo takes catch. So needed to break that partnership, and sure, it's not Huzaifa, but they get a wicket. Opens up an end. Padige will take a wicket with his last delivery in this game. And the score's 86 for 3. What's coming up? Telugu 11, their last game against Limassol Zalmi. And Telugu break through for their first win. Zalmi, well, if they don't chase this down, I think that could be trouble as far as their campaign goes. Pretty much have to pull off a miraculous upset when they take on Al Fatah and win the other game well as well. That game's coming up in around about 40 minutes' time.
आलमगीर भाई 3 ओवर 130 लगे
...34 off 18. So if you think of it, this 12 and over, right now they're 2 ahead. And 12 and over off 7's 84. It's for 64 out of these 86 runs. That's a dot to start the over. Prathana being brought back here in the 8th. Hit in the air, and he gets it. He gets a second opportunity. Life doesn't always give you second chances, but he gets Huzaifa for 64. It was a flat batter. It was hit pretty hard, but didn't have elevation, and it kind of burst through the hands first time of Shuvo, but he recovers. And so, well, Huzaifa, there's a big fish gone. Batted really well for 64. They need someone else to help them get across this target. As he departs, it's 86 for 4. Good catch. You've got to have hard hands. A bit of the old foot to hand fielding, but yeah, effective in the end. And maybe this is the technique. And some people are able to do it. That's a French cut. That's going to run away for 4. No luck for Prathana. Goes down on his haunches. Zishan gets off the mark. Small sneak inside. Wants the wide, but we'll get a good look at this on the replay. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler, and that is pretty much right on the line. It's a good call. It's a really good call. And that's that application of the new playing condition where the bowler has a little bit more leeway. Hit hard, and that's very good fielding. Very good fielding. Just puts his body on the line, gets taken out by it, Shuvo, but it's a good example of courage and getting your body behind the ball. And so, sensational bit of defensive fielding to finish that over. 92 for 4 after 8. All right, all happens in the 9th. They need something to happen because I think with that over, only 6 off it, they've fallen behind now. In a pretty similar position to where Cyprus Knight Riders were, but they were able to lift themselves up. Remember that 6 and the 4. Off the last ball of the last 2 balls of the innings. Got them from 109 to 119, and that's seeming pretty important right now. Amajol Mia to bowl the 9th. Limassol Zalmi clinging on, but only just. Up in the air. Going back, 2 fielders converge and then collide, and that ball's going to get away for 4. Oh, well, I don't think there's a lot of communication there. It was Jailath who was kind of curving towards him, but then Jamie Kumara was after it, takes out his teammate, the ball gets away for 4. Hard landing as well. He seems okay. 24 off 11 required now.
Good ball, good ball.
Zishan, another streaky boundary, but he'll take the runs.
Mama, bad सामने सारा, bad सामने सारा. Do it nicely, ball. साफ दिशा ball, साफ सारा ball कर, साफ सारा ball कर. और चारटे ball मामा dot दिया जा, side ball 2 run, तो target. 2 run में बेची दिशा.
Big swing and a miss this time.
और 3 ball 2 run target. Dear बेची दिशा. Come on, you can do it, ball. Last effort, come on.
Down the ground. Oh, no, it gets through. Oh, it took a little bit of a talk here at the end. Saka knocks it away from the backup fielder. It'll bring up the 100, 20 off 8 now. Keeps the game a bit more alive. It probably is his, but just couldn't deal with that last bounce. Yeah, a few people remembering yesterday. That's the Knight Riders gave up 48 in the last 2 overs to push that game to a golden ball. Goes after this and gets it. Maximo! Well, game on here. Just step hit ball. Makes clean contact. Zishan Khan takes his team 6 closer. Last ball of the 9th. Wide, just missing the mark, make that 13 off 7. Another thriller in Cyprus. Oh, he's bowled him. It's a good comeback from Muhammad John Mia. He searches for the pull, can't connect. And that seems like a big one as well. Zishan was the one doing the damage, but he'll go off the last ball of the 9th. All happening in the 9th. 2 4s, a 6, a wide and a wicket to finish. And the score is 107 for 5. 1 over remaining. Oh, well. 12 off this over would force a golden ball. They need 13 for the win. Of course, the last golden ball we had was just yesterday. Kipro Tigers, Limassol against Cyprus Knight Riders, who are defending right now. And that one, the Knight Riders gambled with 8 infielders. New batter at the crease for Khan Mohammed, but he's not facing Naveed in the hot seat. 13 for the win. Game's pretty close to an even coin flip here. Pulled away. That's going to be 4. It's a great start. Captain's back on. Anwar Hussain, that's not the start he wanted. I think that'll flip the odds. Have a look. They were 45-55 behind before that ball. Zalmi, I think they need this to keep their tournament alive. 9 off 5 now, and they do go ahead. 59-41. And the ball comes back in a very indirect route. Pulled away. And this is going to run away for 4 more. It's not a great delivery from Hussein. Pitching outside leg and on the hook again. And surely now it's Limassol Zalmi's game to lose. 5 off 4 required. Night Riders, again, they're in a winning position. Anwar just needs to read the room and get it on the outside the off stump. He's going to try over the wicket now. Probably makes sense. It's more about where he puts it, though. Cannot get too straight. Got that channel outside off. No deep point. Oh, he goes again. He hits him on the head. He's hit wicket. If anyone notices, he's hit his own wickets. And, yeah, they have, so they're going to appeal, and he's going to be out. A bouncer is going to lid him. Watch this. And then this follow-through takes him all the way back onto his own stumps. Hits his head, then I think it's the bat or the hand or is his leg comes in, and dislodges the bails. And that's just the first bouncer of the over. So, yeah, he'll be out. Another hit wicket. Oh, wow. And so he'll be so disappointed. That's potentially match swing as well because the new batter's going to have to come in and face. It's a perfect bouncer, really. And I don't know if it was the option or even if it was on purpose. But it got up, attempting the hook. It could have potentially been the winning shot. Have a look at it one more time. Hits him right in the helmet. And thank goodness he's wearing the helmet as well, I should say. And then Naveed steps on his own stumps. So 5 off 3. They need 4 to tie. They need 5 to win. There's 3 balls left. But what a bit of luck. I didn't even see where that ball went. I don't think they were going to get a run. But it does bring the captain to the crease, Babar Ayub. It was the captain that did them in yesterday, the Cyprus Night Riders. All right, well, do you go for 2 here? It's kind of into the gap. Oh, they're just going to trot the 1. I don't know. I would have been running a bit harder there. You do have the wickets to play with. 4 off 2 required. And now Furkan Mohammed is going to face his first ball of this innings. Makes a huge difference. If you can force a dot here, then you basically make them hit a boundary. But anyway, 2 to come. He can win it with a 4. Oh, that's going to be away. Is it stopped? Now, I'll tell you what's interesting here, because that's pretty short. Is it above the shoulder or not? I think they're going to have, they will look at it. Let's have a look. It's short. It is. Oh, it's so close. I think it's a no ball. I think that if at the crease, that's going to go above the shoulder, and it is a no ball. He hit him in the head. That was the wicket. But now he's bowled another ball over the shoulder, and that's going to change the equation. It goes from 4 off 2 to 2 off 2 now. He's got the hands on hips, but it was pretty clear. And the umpires did the right thing. They said, well, we think it is, but we want to double check. We don't want to call it if it's not. But it was. You could just tell by the shot. Just got a fraction too short. The first one that actually dismissed him hit him in the helmet, remember? And he fell onto his stumps. So anyway, 2 off 2 and a free hit. So you can swing away at this one. 2 to win for Zalmi. And they miss. Missing the free hit. So now it's 1 to tie, 2 to win. Are we heading for 2 golden balls in 2 days and both featuring the Cyprus Night Riders? Oh, here we go. They'll be running no matter what. This is why you need to make sure you stop at 2, because if there's a 2, you lose the game. I like this. Outfielders might as well come up a bit. Maybe come up 5 metres off the boundary. And they're gambling here with bringing the cover in. They did this yesterday when they were trying to defend 2 on the golden ball. All right. Are we searching at the seams? Is it going to be golden ball 64? Here we go. 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win. Zalmi, tournament on the line. And might as well go for 2. They'll get 1. Sure, he's going to fumble it. Are they even going to try it? Oh, are they going to try it? Oh, they're going to potentially get it or not. They're going to get home. And somehow they've got the 2 runs they need to win to stay alive in the tournament. They're going to have a look at it. But I'm sure that he's gotten home and pretty comfortably. I was so surprised they didn't take off for it straight away. But Limassol Zalmi, we looked for sure like that was going to go golden ball. This is the end, just confirming he makes the run. But let's have a look at it. He's definitely home for me. He dives in, he's home. There you go. That's all you need to really see. He slides in. But, well, how did they... Well, number one, how do they not go for it straight away? Here's the whole last ball, just from the main camera, and you can see the running. He just trots and he says, oh, well, I guess this is just one. He never really wants to go. And then only on the fumble from the bowler, gets away from the first backup fielder, goes to the second, who then also fumbles it, and they get back for 2. And so your final score here, it's Zalmi that win by the barest of margins, 120 to 119, and Cyprus Knight Riders, another kind of blown save, to use a baseball term. And this is what's coming up next. Telugu 11 versus Limassol Zalmi, starting in 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Stay tuned for that one. Telugu winning the toss, batting first. Can they get their first win in their last game of the series? Well, let's have a look and roll the highlights. And he knows a bit about to this pitch. But Huzaifa fought the good fight while he was there, but even he was kind of behind in the rate. This one went down, don't forget. And, well, when you look at some of these fielding mishaps, you wonder, could they have saved one more run or a couple more runs? But, yeah, it was a crazy finish. Everyone reacting right now in the chat. But, Zalmi, they kind of needed that win, I think, to keep things alive for them. A couple more important games before the day's up as well. Taking on Telugu in the next game, and then they've got that tough one against Fatah later on. This was another one where they couldn't even keep the ball in the field of play. Kind of exciting conclusion, because Naveed, he started with a 4 and a 4, and it looked like they were going to get home. I said it was theirs to lose, and then he stepped on his own stumps. And this is the last ball. It's 1 to tie. There's the tying run. Just need to hold this. It goes off the bowler's fingertips, gets away, and by the time it comes back, they've been able to come through for a second run. Unbelievable finish. And that's classic ECN cricket for you. .64 for Huzaifa. Leads the scoring. Zishan Khan with 19, 15 for Sadiq. Naveed, a couple of boundaries in that last over, but before he got done by a bouncer. Don't forget, we also had that too high second bouncer, the free hit they couldn't cash in, but eventually they creep over the line by a single run. And another tight time here in Cyprus. Look at the bowling. Ahmed Hussain, 2 for 15, but he'll be heartbroken, and he couldn't prevent that winning run. Padika, I thought, was a standout, 1 for 13. Another good performance from him. Prathana with a wicket. Russell and Jalmia. Things getting more and more expensive as you go down that list. So 120 to 119. We said it was about a 50-50 game, and that's the kind of rate that it pans out. We'll take a break then. Back in about 20 minutes for the next one. Telugu against Zalmi, hoping to go back-to-back and put themselves in the frame for qualification. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Limassol Zalmi to call.
Head.
Head is the call. Wee. To tails.
Yes, back first.
They're going to have a bat first.
News from the toss here in match number 54 is that Telugu have won it, and they want to have a bat. Team that are without a win, but I suppose they can win their final match. That's the most they can do, really. Hoping to upset the apple cart. Limassol Zalmi did walk away with the win, but it was a pretty dramatic finish, wasn't it? Back in match 53. They got over the line by a single run. Let's have a look at the two lineups. Telugu, I think one of the biggest issues, they've struggled to contain and kind of find five bowlers that can all keep it quiet, but their up-front bowling's been pretty decent, to be fair. But, yeah, it has fallen away a bit after that. And Kakita has been pretty reliable opening up. Also think you've got, yeah, the captain's a steadying hand there, Alavala. But it's a big task, isn't it? Limassol Zalmi, they've been far from impressive either, to be honest, but they do get the opportunity here to edge towards qualification for Elimination Day tomorrow, 16%. The odds, Telugu, so it's at about 1 in 6 is what it's suggesting. As conditions here, still warm, 31 degrees at the Ipsonis Cricket Ground. Yeah, we'll see the table in a moment, but you know, those 3 points pretty valuable for Limassol Zalmi. They had to scramble the winning run off an overthrow. Very dramatic conclusion to that last game. This is the third match of the day. Still two more following this as these teams jostle for position and qualification. 12 teams will be alive tomorrow, and one by one they'll be eliminated. The next 10 matches essentially are all eliminators. Elimination Day, then quarterfinals day, and then the semi-finals.
Time start, show.
Here we go with the start. As Patti will open up with ready this time. It's a good seed from Shah. Getting the ball to talk a bit early. Patti swings and a miss, 3 in a row. Oh, this is going to get past the fielder. He's certainly been the action returns a card. He's actually been pretty reliable. Pathy off the mark at the fourth attempt. There's the ECC groups with Cyprus in Group 2. Yes, we're going to miss this time. Imani getting the job at the top of the order. Limassol Zalmi. I mentioned the fact that they're searching for that top six. Well, they're going to go on the fumble, and it almost cost him his wicket. Throw was wide, though, from Murtaza. Almost created the opportunity, but couldn't cash it in. Edged, and that's great clean hands there to save the run. This will be off the inside edge, run away for 4. There's the table. You can see they've crept up 7 points now. need to catch Kippo Tigers Limassol. And potentially a win here. A 4-point actually could really matter if they could get a 4-pointer here. Limassol Zalmi, because it would mean they could then lose but still potentially keep that 6th spot when they play Fatah. Of course, they won't want to lose, but Fatah haven't lost yet. This has worked around the corner, and this is going to be 4. No ball called. That's fair. They're finally being outside the circle. And he has a look around and says, oh, yeah, I am. So it's where you don't have the continuous line here. You've got the dots. I've seen this happen a few times where the outfielders or the infielders that haven't been aware that they're outside the circle. This is it, and it's going to skip away for 4. Imani is able to strike that boundary. And now next ball almost castles him from Shah. Telugu expected 104 at the moment. I mentioned that one of their issues has been their inability to restrict. And currently conceding an average of 163 runs against. Oh, it's going to be a wide, but it goes pretty close to flicking the leg stump. Look, I know a lot of people say that's very harsh wide, but at least it provides clarity. I'll say that again. At least it provides clarity. If you hit that leg stump, you're fine. If not, it will be called wide. This one just creeps past the bowler, but won't go far enough for them to get a run safely. Next side, this time. Imani will reach double figures with that shot. Blasted in the air and out of here. Nice shot by Patti. He's been waiting on that for a while. Disappears out of ground. Maximo 6 carreras. And that'll be the end of the power play. 31 without loss after 3. Decent over that 117. Over half the runs in the power play coming in that 3rd over. Cyprus Knight Riders still coming to terms with that last loss. Very entertaining game, that last one. 120 seems around about par for me, even though I know that the actual average run rate's in the 130s. But I just think with, there's a few scores inflating that. Of course, had a couple of 200 scores up there as well. off the back foot. Run away. Gets Tortuga. And once he went the foot, he couldn't handle a bad bounce. And Sadiq Khan out there. We've seen with the ball pretty shortly. And he couldn't deal with this one. It just shows you how fast this outfield is as well. That's sliced away, and it's going to fly. It's going to be 4 runs. Imani able to make the most of that. A little bit short, a little bit wide. This one hits my thing on the back leg. Not going too far. Oh, it's a thick edge. It flies quickly past the keeper. Just went a little bit too fast. Looks like Huzaifa has inherited the special hat. As we saw Mutaza wearing it earlier. Side sharp. Imani. Very front on action, doesn't he? Side sharp. Leg side, they must have heard something, but umpire didn't. We'll call it a wide. He's got a little bit of Malcolm Marshall about him, Syed Shah. Not quite the same, but that very front on action. Backed away, they'll get a single here. That'll be the end of the over. So 14 coming off that one. And Telugu 11 are 45 without loss after 4. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. As I encourage you to leave a message or throw a question in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Over number 5, ready to start. And we will get Sadiq now with his right arm spin. He's one guy. He does attack the stumps. Well, he's not happy with this field here. There's a very spirited discussion going on. I think about having the deep third back. Says doesn't need it. And anyway, at least the man knows what he wants. First one knocked down the ground for a single. Oh, it's going to get through everyone. And I think this could be bias. No, it's a little edge. So, yeah, maybe we'll be able to pick it up. So he's beside himself. Down on his haunches. It must have just been a little inside edge here. Watch this little deflection left to right. There. Yeah, you see it. And the keeper probably wasn't in position to take it anyway. But, yeah, 4 fortunate runs. That's a pretty well struck shot in front of point, in front of the fielder. And that's going to be 4. Nice shot by Patty. Yeah, Rob's saying he was at dinner and had guests, so he missed the potential golden ball. Well, go back and watch it, Rob. I'd say watch the whole last over. Yeah, it's worth a watch. Had a bit of everything. Now this is going to creep away. That'll be tough to catch as well. That's 4. If there's a quicker outfield in world cricket, I'd like to see it. Feels like everything's running downhill here. This one doesn't get too far. They won't try the run here. Sadiq. 13 off the over. I mean, that's okay. If he doesn't go to a boundary here, probably average kind of an over. He normally is able to keep things a little bit quieter. Full toss, takes it on. Leg side into the gap. That's going to be 4. Perfectly bisects the 2 fielders out there. Now it's going to be 4 runs to finish, and the score is 62 without loss after 5. You can see where we are on the calendar with Czechia. The next stop, before you know it, it'll be ECC time. The Euros of cricket from the Khartoum Oval. Men's in September, October, and the women's to finish the year. 9th to the 20th of December. It's been great to be able to get back to Cyprus as well. We were here in January, but I think you get the real summer feel here when you come in June or July. Ronnie Spragon saying he hopes that KLT qualify. Yeah, Kipro Tigers, Limassol, they've been in a lot of close matches. You're right there. Takes this on the next side, and they will get a single. Up hold there by Zishan. Nicked and gone. He searches the leg side there. Imani and Zishan. Well, he's fired up. Thick edge. And I think the ball tends to follow that zebra hat. Now it's being worn by his Zypher. Huge edge there. And Zishan punches the air with delight. Venkat Reddy played an okay innings there, I thought. Does what he can to move the score along, contributes 25 to the cause, and he's the first to go. The score is 64 for 1. Tadani, the new batter, experienced campaigner. Hit up in the air and taken. Well taken by Murtaza. Well, he might have lost his lucky hat, but he's still got the lucky touch, doesn't he? And it's going to be a first baller for Tadani. He gets a fair piece of this, but not quite enough to clear the fielder. And Murtaza, he's been a bit of a ball magnet today. That'll be the end of Tadani without scoring. There's golden Derek. Derek's had a pretty quiet day, actually. Not great conditions for Ducks. But Tadani has to go in the score, 64 for 2. Back-to-back wickets for Zishan Khan. Now he's on a hat-trick. I mentioned there's been a bit of a hat-trick drought this year. There's 17 hat-tricks. You compare that, in fact, we're already on 76 centuries. So anyway, let's see if Zishan can join the hat-trick club. Bowling to Alabala. Oh, and that's so close. Is he gone? Oh, it's a big appeal. I've got to admit, I didn't hear anything. It went pretty close to the stumps. Well, you know on the hat-trick, you're going to appeal no matter what. That's missed the bat for me. Oh, it's very close, though. Umpire had out. You got to factor in that on a hat-trick ball, you are pretty much appealing for everything. But anyway, end of the over at 64 for 2. $102 predicted at the moment. Just feel with Limassol Zalmi, obviously kind of got the staggers in that chase for a while. You could find a way. Okay, it's last 4 overs. Let's say you can go 115, something like that from here. And try and bowl and field well. Big over would be handy, but here's Murtaza Khan around the wicket in over number 7. Inside it into the ground and safely pouched there by Huzaifa. Huzaifa was really good in that earlier match with the bat. Scored 64 off 29. What would ultimately be a successful chase. Overthrow, settling the game. And Murtaza will occasionally hold one back a bit like that, and Patti was definitely early on that shot. That's going to be in a bit of space, and it's going to be winning the race to the boundary. Patti, I think clever shot here. I think he plays this late on purpose. Just out of the grasp of the fielder out there. 4 more to the total. Handy boundaries. Patti, 7 fours and a 6 in his 35. Now this is hit pretty well, and that's going to clear the ropes. Maximo! Actually put the scoring table in danger. But that's a pretty good uppercut there from Patti. Hits his second 6, moves to 41. Limassol Zalmi, part of the Zalmi organisation. We've had plenty of Zalmi teams on the network, haven't we? Joe Afridi, kind of the godfather of the Zalmi organisation, and we've had Albi Zalmi make the top 5 in Europe back in ECL 22. Obviously Gozo Zalmi in the ECL this year. Bucharest Zalmi took part in the last ECS in Romania. Plenty more as well. Paris Zalmi, pretty recently, is another one. This is going to test the fielder, and he's not going to pass the test. Ends up blasting through. Alavala gets off the mark. Never easy when you're on the run, and you have to deal with a slightly questionable bounce. So 7 overs down at 79 for 2. You can see the format here. So when we get to tomorrow, we're talking elimination day. And then quarterfinals the next day, and then finals day. So basically what we're talking, from tonight, there's 12 teams alive in the competition, and over the next 10 matches, one team will get knocked out every single game until we're left with 2. Top 2 teams in each group get to skip tomorrow, which I think is probably pretty useful, given some of the heat that the teams have played in. And then the top 4 teams will still be alive on Friday morning. Nish comes back tomorrow, Rico back the next day as well. Patti, 42. And he's going to be gone for no more than that. Just threw the bat at that one. Salman Khan bowls the ball outside the off stump. Patti hangs the bat out to dry, tries to cut. In the end, all he can get is a bottom edge on to middle and leg. Still, nice effort from Siva. Ends up with 42 at 2-runner ball pace. He's the third to go, 79 for 3. He's staying leg side of the ball. It's pretty close to his top score of 45 not out. It was against Fatah, so against pretty good opposition. But again, that half century eludes their Telugu 11 opener. And walks back for the final time in the series. Ray gets a bat at number 5. Salman steaming in. Also a pretty key batter, isn't he, for Limassol Zalmi. Getting into the heat of the day now, 32 degrees. I'll say, I've been a bit lucky since I've been here. Hasn't been quite as hot as some of the days that have preceded this week. Overextends this time, loses it down the leg side. It's pretty good length, this. Only the wide in the over, runs-wise. And, of course, he started with that wicket, Salman Khan. This one's a bit too close for that shot. It's another top ball. Wicket, dot, wide, dot, dot. Brilliant over this. But Limassol Zalmi, if they can win, especially if they can win with 4 points, then that's huge. Because if they can get 4 points out of this game, they would only need 1, I think, in the last game against Al Fatah. Nice looking drive here. And it's going to get to the boundary. It teased one fielder, and in the end, it was Syed Shah left to try and swipe it back into play. It's well, not for the first time, not for the last. The ball wins the race. Pretty nice looking shot that from Ray. Finally, they get a run off the bat in this 8th over. Just missing. That one leaving the batter a bit. Let's check it out in the replay. Thanks to Spring Media. See, for me, I think that's on the line. Maybe a little bit outside, but remember, if it hits any of the line, it should be okay. The umpires still are being a bit harsh on the wides. Turned off the hip. And they'll sneak through for a single. Takes us to the end of the 8th over, and the score is 86 for 3. 107 pace at the moment. And they pull out a big finish here. They're able to get 10 runs off the last 2 balls earlier on. Something like that would be pretty useful, I think, if they pursue this 100+ score. That it can't. Cut away. And the first ball is a single. And Sadiq likes to bowl straight. This time he throws it a bit wider. When he's over the wicket, probably bowls a bit more of that line. When he's round the wicket, he's normally kind of aiming that middle stump, trying to dare the batter to cut it off the stumps. Takes off a bit. Well handled, actually, by Huzaifa behind the stumps. Just a single down the ground, so Sadiq, he's been pretty reliable once again for Limassol Zalmi. Alavala's going to be after him here. And he launches him up and out of the ground. Good shot. Maximo. Wasn't really that bad of a ball from Sadiq. I suppose it was a step hit kind of length. Alavala, he likes the result. 6 runs to Telugu 11. Yeah, 1 ball disappears, 2 balls come back. I think multi-ball would be a pretty exciting version of the game. Not quite sure how it would work. Reaches this time. Well, run hard here. Well, maybe not. Alavala feels like he'd like to retain the strike, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And over remaining, and Telugu 96 for 3. Can they come up with something magical in the last? Remember, for Limassol Zalmi, like I said, they'll be eyeing off a 4-point win. They need 5 points from their last 2 games, I think, to qualify. So if they could get 4 here, that means they could just take a single point out of their last game against Fatah, as long as they don't get hammered by too much and their net run rate suffers too much. They could still make the 6. Whereas if they were only to win with 3 points here, then suddenly they need to beat Fatah. So they need to win here, I think, with a 4-pointer. So chasing in 7 overs to put themselves in the best position to qualify and be a part of the action tomorrow. Oh, steps, hits, and plays a really good shot. Alavala brings up the 100 with 4 runs to square leg. Kind of on the front foot with that pull. Makes good contact. Mutaza just getting a bit short, maybe because he saw him coming. Much better ball. Interesting, he doesn't want the run. Alavala saying, right, I'm going to take responsibility to hit a couple of boundaries. Well, it's bold. He's batting with the number 5 here, but Ray, 7 off 8, hasn't exactly set the world on fire. Now walks. Probably wants 2 here. He's going to run hard. Probably should get 2 as well. Yeah. Well, I actually think that's... I'll tell you what I think here. I think it's hit the stumps when he was out, but the bail takes so long to fall that I think he's actually in by the end. Regardless, Alavala will get back on strike, but I think it hits the base of the stumps. He kind of bowls it in. And we'll try and get it nice and slow for you here, but let's have a look here. See, look, hits the base. but then it takes forever for the bail to fall, see? So it won't be out. Nice throw, though. What it does do, more importantly, for Telugu supporters, as it gets the skipper back on strike on 18. Well, that one always takes out the umpire. It's going to be 4. That's why Alavala wanted the strike back. Finds himself about 8 inches away from a third-degree manslaughter charge there, as the umpire had to take evasive action. Sharp saying not too much in the wicket for the bowler here. In its own sense, probably true. Nice rolling cutter there. Alavala misses out outside the off. Gee, if we wanted to see a wicket with a bit of for the bowlers, just go to Miranda de Corvo in Portugal in the night series. That was an incredible pitch, where it is. Just kept the bowler in the game a bit more, but also saw plenty of balls disappearing over the keeper. Here's the last ball of the 10. And it's going to be stumped to finish. So, yeah, nice work from both the bowler and the keeper there. There's Huzaifa will finish with a dismissal, and Alavala will go off the last ball of the innings. It'll be 106 for 4 off the 10 overs. See the keeper there reacting to the bowler charging, saying, all right, I'm going to charge a bit as well and get close to these stumps. Really didn't matter. Let's go back in time and we can look at the first few overs as Siva Patti went out there with Venkatreddy Imani. 64 put on in the first wicket partnership to kind of set this up. And is it defendable? Yes. I think Telugu 11, they're going to have to put together a really good 10 overs. The other thing with this total being 106, obviously the 4-pointer is so advantageous. That's a big nick through the keeper, wasn't it? But yeah, so to chase this in 7 overs, they'll need to score at 15.3 and over. So 153 pace. As I said earlier, it's a big difference for Zalmi if they win with 3 points or 4, because they basically need 5 points out of their last 2 matches, and the last one is against Al Fatah. Another chop on down there. Tortuga's having a field day as usual here at Ipsonus. Not winning too many races with the ball. It's a stumping to finish off. It's Telugu. Yeah, slightly underwhelming with the bat again. But look, they've got the 100 plus on the board. And you never know, maybe they've saved their best effort for last. 106 for 4 off the 10 overs. 42 for Siva Patti. At the top, Imani with 25. Alavala with 22 in there. 10 extras, probably par for the course as well. As Telugu will be defending 106 in the second half of this game. Bowling-wise, well, some good forms in there, as you would expect. 2 for 12, Zishan Khan, I thought bowled really well. Salman bowled one pretty good over, but we didn't see him again. They started bringing back Murtaza in the last. Instead, he took a wicket as well. So you can throw the ball around pretty well. Murtaza early, didn't get hurt too much. 1 for 21. 106 looks achievable. Like I said, though, I think a 7 over win, if they could somehow go for it here, I think it's probably their best chance of staying alive in the tournament to the eliminators. And then, you know, obviously you want to win and upset Al Fatah, who are undefeated, but then at least you know a single point's enough to get you through. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break, and we'll see you shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the second half of match number 54. This one is Telugu 11 taking on Limassol Zalmi. Now Zalmi really chasing the 4 points, I think, here. We know they need 5 points out of their final 2 matches, including this one, if they're to qualify for Elimination Day tomorrow. Telugu 11, 106 for 4 off their 10 overs. Fatah with 42 led the scoring with 25 in there from Imani as well. But yeah, Zalmi feels like a bit of a do-or-die clash. I know that even a point here mathematically, they could still smash Fatah later on. But, I mean, as Corey would say, it's probably more likelihood the world to stop and spin the other way. Looks like Harish Kakita, as usual, will be opening the bowling for Telugu. There's the equation, and like I said, it feels important, I think, for me, that they try and have a dip at doing this in 7 overs. You'd never want to kind of get so close and think, oh, we left a point on the table there. We never even tried for it. Interesting as well just to see the approach of these openers. Almost ready to go. It's Hazaifa coming off a 50, who's on strike. He's out there with Salman Khan. He's going to start by whipping one away, and fielder gives it the old escort, and the ball wins the race. Well, kind of had a shot, I think, at least diving on that one, but once he let it run past him, almost alongside him, it was almost like it was on a piece of string, wasn't it? He just could never make up the ground. So it's a good start to this second innings for Zalmi fans. Huzaifa is away. Now gets one on the front foot. It's going, and it is gone. But tell you what, the fielder did not pick that up at all. Tadani, he wasn't the only one. I was searching for it in the air as well. Very hazy conditions here. This one's pretty much into the sun as well. Yeah, it flew away. It doesn't react to it. The 4 and 6 to start things off. Both teams with plenty to play for. Telugu searching for their first win. Limassol Zalmi searching for a good result, set them up for qualification tomorrow. Throws this one a bit wider, but good contact. That's going to be 4 more. Bit of a teaser for the fielder in the circle. Hello to Terry Richmond. Welcome back to you. Hello to Rob Thompson as well. His Haifa has made a solid start. If anything, he was a little bit slow early in his innings, but got better the longer he batted. He'll be thrilled that his team were able to drag themselves across the finish line that last game. Now he's hit the ground running in match 54. Next one gets away from the keeper. Will be called wide. Left arm around here, but you can see that one just got away from him. Never really came back towards the right-hander.
Come on, Harish, Harish.
Well, that's a thick edge. It's going to fly over the fielder. It's going to end up at the boundary as well. There's Haifa making a real impression in this first over. That would have been a wide, you know. Just creeps over the despairing hand of Siva Prasad. Hello to Helix. Good to have you with us, as usual. Now played away, and that's going to be 4. So this first over goes magical now. Just the start that they wanted. Telugu, if anything, they've been reasonably good at keeping the runs down the first couple of overs, but this isn't one of those occasions. What they need there to pick up the 4 points, 13.6 and over. Push and run. And they'll get one. That's probably not a bad result because Hazaifa is running hot. He'll keep the strike. And at the end of the first, it's 24 without loss. Yeah, 16 teams started this journey. 12 will make it to Elimination Day tomorrow. Now, we've got so close to having our second golden ball in a 24-hour period in the last game. Could this be another close one? At the moment, not really shaping up that way, but you never know. It's in that Goldilocks zone, I call it sometimes. 106 on the board. And from memory, we've actually had a golden ball on 106 on 4 different occasions. It's one of 3 totals that has 4 golden balls on it. Pretty well bowled here first up, Alavala, the captain, coming on the second over. Yeah, so out of the, what is it now, the 59 golden balls that have actually had, they've been in 10 over matches, because we've had 4 that have been reduced matches. There are 3 totals that have had 4 golden balls. It's a pretty good shot. Going, and gone. Maximo. Well, finally gets on strike, doesn't he, Salman Khan? He pounds a 6. Yeah, lowest golden ball in a 10 over match, 70, and the highest, 177. That was recently in Estonia, and it broke a record that had stood since 2020 in Cyprus, when there was a 167 golden ball round versus Cyprus Eagles. The walk here. He sticks his bat back, but did he get it back over the line? I feel like he almost stuck it back on the line. It's going to be an interesting one. Look here. Does he get it back? Oh, yeah, just slides it over in time. Salman, don't forget, scored that brilliant 138 not out against Encore. Right now it's Hazaifa who hits it straight to the field. A no run there. So Alavala bring his team back into it. Keep an eye on that required rate for the bonus point, because I said it matters for me, because they need to make 5 points up if they want to qualify, Zalmi. So they can either do that kind of 4 and a 1 or 2 threes, probably most likely. And interesting here, Hazaifa doesn't take the run. Nick Salman was pretty sure he wanted to be facing. So only 8 off that over from Alavala. It's 32 without loss after 2. Helix asking, is Nish in the house or not? Well, he is at his house today because he's got the day off. I'll come back to that in a second. But Zalmi, you can see what they have to do. They need to get to 12 points. I think with their net run rate, they'll be okay if they can at least tie the 12 points of Kipro Tigers Limassol. So how do you get 5? Well, one way they could do it is get 4 in this. And then they know they only need a single point out of the last game if they're to qualify. It also depends on the margin, but we can work that out. They don't get the 4-pointer here, they're going to have to win against Al Fatah. They haven't lost yet. This is dragged away leg side, and that's why Salman wanted the strike, I guess. Launches it up. Maximo. Padani comes on, but disappears just as quickly. Binge Watcher loves the style of Salman. A lot of bottom hand in that one. Covers the boundary by around about a metre or so. Yeah, so Nish having a well-deserved day off, but he'll be back with me tomorrow for Elimination Day, and then Rico will be back with Nish on Thursday. I'll be heading to Prague for the next set of tournaments, starting with the CE Cup, 3-way women's tournament on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then we'll have the ECS starting on Monday morning there at the Vinosh Cricket Ground in Czechia. That's well bowled. Good area by Tadani. Yeah, Oz Shark saying, thought this format was supposed to be simpler, but there's a lot of things going on. Well, that's the thing. It's like a lot of simple things at once sometimes. ECN cricket. Point system has been a really great addition, though, I think, in 2024. That's a pretty good shot, and he's just going to get it past Alavala at mid-on, so we're still in the power play. Wasn't that short, really. And he's able to rock on to the back foot there. Just drag it just wide of the field. Alavala couldn't get off his feet. 4 more.
Easy, come on, come on.
Yeah, Salman, he's still young. He's only 21 years of age. Seen him for a couple of years now in ECN cricket. Pitched up and hit beautifully out of the ground. Maximo! Someone didn't want the single last ball last over, and I think that's because he felt, hey, I want to have my say in this power play as well. Beautiful shot, though. You can see why so many of the viewers are enjoying the batting with Salman Khan. Don't forget, though, he did make a duck earlier on. He got surprised by a ball that bounced a bit more than he thought. He's out for a second baller. He's made a really good start here. Tadani in danger of going magical. Last ball of the over. Push down the ground. This will take some stopping as well. It'll be a beautifully timed shot to take the over magical. 20 coming off it. The 50 comes up for Zalmi as well. 52 without loss after 3. And for poor Telugu 11, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I bet that Kipro Tigers Limassol are watching this and probably a bit apprehensive the way things are going at the moment, because they are in 6th place. They finished their games, and basically if Zalmi qualify, they'll be the team that are going to drop out. And you see room for one of those Limassol teams, Kipro Tigers or Zalmi, in the eliminators tomorrow. Short and smashed. Maximo. Rai comes on. Again, they've been searching for some more bowling options, but this one's short down the leg side. A pretty easy put away for Mohammad Huzaifa. Vicky with a Maximo to get this over rolling. Never a great feeling as a bowler. When your first ball disappears out of the ground. Gets him inside the thigh and then boots it back. Just came in a little bit, I think. Good comeback from the bowler. I was speaking to Jack Hogarth of Forthshire. Actually, it might have been on a podcast. I heard Jack talking about whenever he gets hit for 6 first ball over, all he can think is 36. Never feels like that in any other form of the game. So it's going to be called wide. Again, they've been pretty harsh on those out there. Give us your call. Do you think this gets some of the line? I think it does, you know.
Come on, boy.
Bit of a harsh one. But the line belongs to the bowler now. That's well bowled by Ray. He's come back well, I think, after getting hit for 6 first ball.
Come on, easy, boy.
Down the leg side, bounces away.
Okay.
He actually loses his bat here, so that might actually discourage him from a second run. Bit wide plus an extra. Just trying to do that cool little thing where you can kind of throw your bat in your other hand, but pops away. No dramas though. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise for Zalmi, because it does get that big hitter. Someone back on strike, 27 off 8. It's this one top of the bounce. That'll get through for another boundary. Outfield helping him out. It's 4-8, kind of through the roof here, haven't we, in this tournament? About 12 fours per inning, so averaging 1.2 fours and over. I know the binge watcher and Shohag are enjoying these two. It's pretty well fielded out there as well. Now, straight to the fielder.
Feeling, boy.
Siva will make the stop. So they've got that rate down in the That's probably on 13 and over after that ball. Like I said, Zalmi, I think it's really important they take all the points out of this if they want to stay around. A little bit short, and that one will disappear. So he finishes it the way it started, short and down the leg side. Huzaifa puts it away, end of 4, and it's 72 without loss. So for Telugu, even if the game's slipping away, they can kind of play the role of party pooper here if they can just survive into an 8th over and pick up a point. I know they would have wanted more. They can still have their say. Miles above the required rate at the moment. Prasad. He's going to bowl now. Siva Prasad. That's a pretty good start. Pretty good area. Again, just trying to get that angle going across the right-hander. You can't stray too straight if you're going to bowl this angle. We know that. Someone misses out in the first one. This time goes up. Tries to go up. Doesn't really get it. Again, trying to fight that angle. Does get a single this time. I think this could be really close for that 7 over mark, the way things are going at the moment. It's actually pretty well bowled, stays well inside, maybe keeps down a little bit on Mohammad Huzaifa. Well handled down there by already Chilukuri behind the stumps. Shot on him a bit as well. Well, that's what happens when you get the line wrong from this angle. In fact, that's gone all the way. Maximal! Huzaifa searching for the back-to-back half centuries. Oh, that's a really good shot. Again, gets the length wrong this time and probably the line as well. Cypher times the absolute cover off that. Moves to 48. We know he loves to celebrate a half century. He's not quite there yet, but I think he's shot. And he'll lift this one up and out of the ground. Great shot. And there we go. This time it is his 50, 54 off 18 balls. Takes us to the end of the 5th over as well. 91 without loss. But, I mean, those two really put them in the box seat to take all the points here. Brings up the milestone with the Maximo. That's his 6th of the innings, 4 4s in there. Back-to-back half centuries. For Mohammad Huzaifa, who is having a bit of a purple patch in the black of Limassol Zalmi. And now just 16 off 12 required to take all the points out of this one. And now they're going to go to Avinash Rane, Telugu 11, but time's running out in their ECS campaign. Rane does have 14 ECN wickets. We have seen playing for Amdocs before. Anyway, here he is. He loves that round the wicket angle. And his first one's kind of helicoptered up and out of here. I mean, that's significant power then from Salman. Well, he might potentially bring up a half century with a couple more like that. And I think 10 off 11 now. Looks like Zalmi are going to get this job done. And essentially probably only need a point out of that last game to qualify. And Kipro Tigers, Limassol, they'll be hating this result. I'll be praying that somehow Telugu can hold on through this over and one more. Letter Dave B, great to see you as always. So this game might not be around too much longer. That's another one that is going, and gone. Maximo. Writing's on the wall now. And now there's probably only one storyline, and that's can someone bring up his 50? If he's going to do that, he needs to win with a 6 here. Probably won't want a single anymore. Probably could go single. He could still do it with a 4. That's another way he could bring up his 50. The most obvious way would be just to slam one more out of the ground. 103 plus this. And he hasn't quite got it. And I think it's going to run for 4. It's game over. Disappointment for Zalmi. He'll finish 49 not out. He won't get a clap. But in the end, they do bring up the win, and they'll do it in 5.5 overs. Got to say, Telugu 11, though, I know they didn't get the win, but they certainly were competitive at times in the tournament. Just couldn't quite put a whole game together in the end. But, I mean, yeah, Zalmi, that's a valuable 4 points for them, plus a great net run rate boost as well, of course. I'll do some numbers. I mean, if they get completely smashed in the last game by Fatah, maybe their net run rate could go down below. But if they were to do that, they probably wouldn't get the point anyway. So I think it will probably be the situation if they do get 1 point out of that last game. They will go through. For now, the openers will walk off. Zypher with 54 not out, and Salman Khan with 49 not out off just 15 balls. And an opening partnership of 107 ices this contest. And it's a win for Zalmi. So next game coming up in around about 50 minutes time. That's 5-0, and that will see Cyprus Knight Riders taking on Fatah, who will play back-to-back Fatah in the last 2 matches as the teams jostle for position. And so we'll have a bit of an extended break, chance to have a little bit of lunch. Let's go back and have a look. Well, it's the old classic Ford Escort, great car, not a great fielding strategy as he ran across that one. As 4 runs there and a couple of times. Salman didn't have too much of the strike early. Huzaifa was pressing the issue. Once Salman did get it, he was looking fairly destructive once again, coming off a duck this morning. He just has a nice free and easy swing of the bat, doesn't he? And so, really, again, once they got through the first couple of bowlers, they already had a decent base. And I don't mind Telugu. They tried 6 different bowlers, tried to give everyone a shot. But after that good over from Alavala, who only conceded 8, then it was kind of 20 off Tadani's, 20 off Ray, 19 off Prasad. Hamanesh Rane was there towards the end. That's some pretty pure hitting here. Huzaifa brought up his 50. And then it was over to Salman Khan to see if he could do the same. In the end, you see the moment there where Huzaifa brought up the milestone. Salman, I'll be a bit disappointed that he couldn't quite do it, even though they had their pre-prepared celebration in order. So still, I think the main thing was they needed the 4-pointer, and they got it. Limassol Zalmi puts them within 1 point, I think, of qualification for the eliminators tomorrow. Openers were all that were required there for Limassol Zalmi. 54 of 18, 3 of all pace for Huzaifa. Even quicker for Salman, though he doesn't quite reach the 50, 49 not out. Still pretty decent average booster for him. But credit to Telugu, and it's been a problem with them the whole time, not being able to restrict the opposition, and this was no exception, unfortunately. Going at kind of 19.5 and over during their final innings, but certainly wish them all the best for their season ahead, and hopefully we'll see them again on the network. Maybe next time they can bring up their first ECN win. No one able to break through, but Alavala bowled at least a decent over. I suppose hindsight, maybe if they brought him back, they might have been able to make it closer. Maybe could have taken a point out of this contest. So we'll take an extended break, then back in about 45 minutes to take you into the next one, as the Cyprus Knight Riders will be on the rack in match number 55, taking on Fatah in that contest. Got some toss news, actually. Fatah fielding first, so they'll be on the chase as we'll continue the race for qualification. After this break, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo in Cyprus, and we'll be back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL.
Hello, welcome back to the Ipsonis Cricket Ground in Cyprus after a little bit of a break as we're ready to get into the next game. Just 2 games are remaining in the group stage of this competition. And coming up now, we have Al Fatah on the park. They are undefeated through their first 5 matches. They're playing both of the final matches today, and first they're going to take on the Cyprus Knight Riders. So it's CKR versus Al Fatah in match 55. A little while ago, Tyrone Peters had the coin in the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Al Fatah to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's a head.
Yes. I play ball to bowling first.
He wants to bowl first.
Yes.
Al Fatah winning the toss and electing to bowl. And let's just put it this way, they have been strong so far in this competition. And I'm sure they're thinking of a magnificent 7 out of 7 with 2 wins this afternoon. But, hey, look, you never know. Cyprus Knight Riders, they just have a little bit of a knack of being in close contest. But they'll certainly have to play very, very well if they're going to extend Al Fatah, who are playing their first ever ECS. Having said that, they do have quite a few players we know quite well from previous exploits on the network. Players going out here now. These are the 2 teams. Cyprus Knight Riders taking on Al Fatah. Cyprus Knight Riders 3-3. And we last saw them going down by a single run against Limassol Zalmi. Having said that, looks like they have done enough to qualify. The question will be, can they get something out of this game? Either a point or maybe 3, maybe 4 in a dream world that can push them further up the ladder. 2080, according to the win predictor. Al Fatah, huge favourites, as you would imagine. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have your company back here. How did you spend your lunch break, even though it might not be lunch where you're watching from? But it's been a pretty exciting day here so far. Dave's asking what I had for lunch. Well, can I be completely honest with you? I worked through my lunch, and I'll have to grab something a little bit later on. Got to say that someone provided a nice little tuna roll earlier. That's kind of tided me over. I had that kind of for morning tea. So I've been okay for now. But, yeah, don't worry. I'll make sure I catch up on it. Almost ready to get going here. It's going to be Mohammad Tajmal to bowl the first over. As we're ready to go, shake, rattle, and let's roll. It's going to start where the ball goes outside the off stump. That's the question, but the umpire wasn't particularly interested. This time around, I think this one misses by some distance. I think the replay points that out. Lifted up and over the top. Nice shot. Well, Prathana has been in some decent form. They really got nothing to lose here, Cyprus Knight Riders. They might as well attack from the get-go, and that's exactly what they do. Yeah, nice batting there. Now, thick edge, flies away, but safely. I thought that. One area they would also kind of pride themselves is their fielding. Kumara then gets a hit. Felix wasn't a fan of the tuna roll. It's a bit of a delicacy, I think. That was pretty good. It wasn't that tunery, if that makes sense. It was cooked. It felt like it was cooked. Well, the roll was cooked, at least. I think the tuna was cooked as well. One that sails harmlessly down the leg side. And Kumara been given the job opening up. Cyprus Knight Riders have just kind of hung about in this series. They've been a pretty exciting team to watch. Oh, now he's just going to dab this one. But lucky it doesn't come off the bat. Look at it here. Ends up just coming off the chest. He just poker faces his way. No problem at all. Had full confidence the umpire would see what happened. Got to admit though, it looked very close to the gloves. This one bites away a bit too much, Tajamal. We'll have to bowl that one again. Goes on the late cut again this time. Kamara will get single, and yeah, just the one boundary in this over so far. I'm going to say we've been well looked after here at the ground. I'm going to say we've been a bit lucky that it hasn't been quite as warm either. Pitched up, goes after it pretty effectively. Lifted up and over the top of the infield. Bounces just inside, so the second boundary does come eventually. It's 12 without loss after one. Yeah, so if you kind of break it down, what are we about 8 sixes per innings, or let's say 9, and then about 12 fours per innings. So you're basically looking at 2 boundaries and over as average. And that turns out to be about an average over. 2 boundaries and they get 12 without loss after one. This is the format, and that's kind of what we're getting to now as well. Teams 3 to 6 will be taking part in Elimination Day tomorrow. First and second. We'll get skipped tomorrow and go straight to the quarterfinals. But yeah, pretty exciting because we'll have 12 teams who are still eligible to win the trophy tomorrow. But then in the next 10 matches, we lose a team every single match through the next 2.5 days. Pitched up first up. This is just a single down the ground. As if Mahmood with the ball here in the second over, has a crack at Patana. It's pitched up and it's driven away. Doesn't get the full timing. Really probably should have had 2 there, but they didn't want to take the risk. Well, lifted up, and that's going to be a no ball. Plus, it's gone all the way. It's going to be 7 up time. Maximal. He completely loses the handle on this one, doesn't he? As if Mahmood. Kamara will get to face the free hit now. Helix saying, if it wasn't, then it's a sashimi roll. Yeah, you're right. Don't worry, it was a tuna roll. It was very good. Hey, people know that I'm probably the least fussy of the ECN crew when it comes to the food situation. towards the pads. Bit of swing there, I think, from Asif. It's my first chance to see this Al Fatah lineup live, although I was pretty impressed with what I saw from them throughout their initial group campaign. Their job basically is to make sure they finish on top of the table and are in the best position to attack the trophy. Goes after this, towards the fielder, but straight through the hands of Fahad Mahmood. Actually cracks him on the thighs. That was flat. I've got to say, it was hit pretty well from Kumara, but he's lucky to still be there. Sets himself deep in his crease. Anyway, Fatah talked about the fact that they are considered favourites in this group. They won't want to be putting down catches like that when it comes to the knockout stage of this tournament. That's a nice shot using the feet, and that's going to be one bounce for Cuatro Carreras. Fatah. A nice shot. Like I said, Knight Riders might as well take the game on here. Now it's short, and that's going to get away for 4 more. So they missed an opportunity. Prathana is able to get to the business end and get to work. That'll be the end of over number 2. It's 30 without loss. So you can see Al Fatah. It's hard to believe they wouldn't pick up the 1 or 2 points required to go past Sherry Punjab in top spot. But then Knight Riders, again, they'll be hoping they can build and maybe push up a little bit as well. Good Yorker first up here. Farouk comes into the attack for the first time in over number 3. Dave's got a question saying, when and why did cricket go from having 2 innings each team to having 1 only? It's a really good question, Dave. I think I can pretty much trace it to in the 1960s. And it's not so much, just that it's 2 innings to 1, but just the limiting of the amount of overs from an infinite amount to a set amount of overs. Limited overs cricket started, normally it's 60 over cricket. In the air, and that one will be caught. So Prathana is going to have to go for 18, driving on the up. But Asif Mahmood holds on to a good catch up and to his right, and he had one spilt off him in a similar region of the field, but he doesn't make any mistake, shows how it's done. Pretty stylish looking shot, just didn't quite get the elevation. Look at the fielder in the background there. See how he's kind of willing as if to get up. You'll notice fielders doing this. So this time, just actually watch the fielder in the background here going, come on, jump, jump. Yeah, he did it. Sending that positive energy. That helps as if hold on to it. Start of a new over, and just start a new innings, I should say, with Shuvo. Getting about at number 3. He's impressed me a lot during this series. Backs away and flirts with this one. And he'll get away with it. This is out on any scoring though, Kumara. Yeah, so going back to what Dave was saying, so you can kind of trace to the start of limited overs cricket. And then, you know, it's funny how 60 then became 50, which is still around, but then there's a lot of 40 over cricket in the world. Then it became 20, and now we're doing 10. So if you want to trace the moment that it went from 2 innings to 1, essentially it's in the 60s, the start of limited overs cricket. And it wasn't just 2 innings to 1, it was the fact that you're limited with the amount of overs you get. And sometimes they wouldn't even be one-day games. They'd actually be 2-day games, 60 overs per day. So one team would bat one day and one team would bat the next day. So say Saturday, Sunday. And there are still some competitions in the world that are kind of unlimited overs, but they are 1 innings matches, particularly at the club level. Australia is certainly one of those places. I know in England, a lot of competitions like that as well. Essentially 1 innings, almost like 1 innings test matches, imagine. Leans on this, but it's well handled. Eventually, that's Haris Bilal. That does the fielding into the power play, and the Knight Riders are 34 for 1 after getting sent in. Of 18-4 through the first 3 overs. Yeah, so interesting how people used to think 60 overs, that was a real short game of cricket. And now it seems very long, doesn't it, in the modern day. Well, lots of sports change over time, though. If people like it, it works. It stays. That's just basically how it works. This is lifted up and over the top. And the result's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot. Yeah, I love the way they're fighting back here. Shuvo gets a bit of a promotion to 3. And he's continued to impress. Hit down the ground, singles the call, but fielder doesn't have a play on this. Really nice shot again. Shuvo, they square the wicket now, he goes straight back down the park. Oh, that's going to be good. Yeah, gets a fair bit of the line that time. Wakasakta, he's actually one of just 12 bowlers in ECN to have taken a 6-wicket haul a couple of years ago. Playing for the Black Caps from memory. And guides this away. This will take some catching. It won't be caught. It's good batting from Shuvo. Just uses the pace of Wakas against him. Charge and miss this time from Shuvo. I might have seen him coming in, got a bit shorter, making it a bit tougher for him. Dave, I think, ask another good question. Why do I think the cricket in the beginning needed 2 innings each team? It's a very good question again. Straightens down the line. Has a good look, almost runs himself out because he's nervous about the appeal. Tracy says no. Got a bit, from my position, it looked a bit leg stumpish. Let's have a look here. I don't think it's a good decision. And then have a look at this. He gets a bit crazy with the running. Does sneak back. Yeah, for me, it's just missing leg stump. It's definitely worth a good look. And Tracy does give it a good look, but I think she gets it spot on. End of the over, it's 46 for 1 after 4. Well, this is going to Tortuga away from the fielder, Hakeem Shah. And 50 comes up for the Night Riders now. Swinging the bat here. Oh, that's a wild heave this time from Kumara. Trying to ignite his innings. I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen Saka in the top three. That's right, probably with him likely to come in next. Do have a fair bit of batting still to come. So you can see Kumara trying to move things on. For example, if he's not able to really get too much happening, he might be a retired out candidate. Big swing and a miss. Here Kumara swinging like a rusty gate here. He's pretty lucky to still have his off stump. I wonder what the chat is here from Shuvo. Because honestly, I think it's hit out or get out, isn't it? So I mean, he's trying to do the first, but actually doing neither. Farouk. Gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. Fielder is going to get eaten up. And it's going to be 4. Like I said, we've had the 4 rate through the roof here, and you can see why. It just races away. I said earlier, it's a bit like fielding on the surface of Mars. It's the closest we've come in our world. He gets across. Well, what a difference one shot can make, because Kamara says, don't worry about the retired out. I've got this covered. And when he hits them, they look sweet, don't they? And Shuvo, you think he's claiming it, because he is the one that added chat, don't forget. Since then, Kamara has had some good results. Banging one into the shins of the long off and across the boundary, then knocking one out of the park. Now, Kamara gets thirsty for the strike, so he's certainly got a few different personalities out there. But right now, it's working for him. End of the 5th, and it's 61 for 1. So halfway through, got 120's pace. Interesting, 126 predicted, 127. I know that all the chat is saying that they're always happy when Tracy's in the chat. Tracy Pascal doing the umpiring right now. You can see it right there. I'll definitely pass on your regards, Dave. Rakasakta gets second over, loses it down the leg side. Good ball to a right-hander. In the air and gone. So Kumara, funny old time at the crease. Wakazakta celebrates. And well, Kumara will be eliminated from the equation. It'll be 62 for 2. Again, better line this time. Thick outside edge, flies away. Fielder was perfectly positioned to take that catch. And Wakas, well, X marks the spot in the middle of the Ipsonas cricket ground. Fahad Mahmood with the catch. Fielding at short third, and the score now 62 for 2. This is beautifully hit away, Saka. I said I was a bit surprised I didn't see him in the top 3. Well, here he is at 4, not wasting any time. Still got half the innings to play with. Swing and a miss this time. Saka misses out, trying to drag it away. This is the top edge flying in the air, flying all the way to 3rd, but he can't get it. He boots it. Not an easy one when you're coming in. That's Mohammad Tajamal down there. All right, this one's in there, uncontrolled. Should be caught by the bowler, and he does. And once again, there he is, Akhtar, not once but twice. And it's also nice for Al Fatah continue to have success, even though Knight Rider's giving this a good shake. But they've lost another one. That's Shuvo who's going to go for 14, just late in the pool there. Akhtar cleans up himself. The score 67 for 3. He won't take a 6 for today, Marcus Akhtar. Hussain, the captain, comes out at number 5. That's an edge flying away for 1. Hussain's off the mark. And that'll be the end of the 6th over. The score is 68 for 3. Very good over there. A good spell, all in all, from Marcus Akhtar. You can actually see him on that list. 6 for 10 he took for the Black Caps against, or back in the 2021 series. That's going back 2.5 years. He's still one of only 12 times that we've seen a 6 for on the network. And believe it or not, I've only seen it once this year. 18th of January, right back on the, I think the 4th day of the season. Maybe second day of the season it was. Second day of the season, Lorne Burns. And he actually had none for 20 and then took 6 for none in that. That was the last instance of it. But best bowling right at the top, Stefan Guc, our very own. We just saw him in the ECS Estonia back when he was in Hungary playing for Royal Tigers. Took 6 for 2. Still the best figures on the network. I still think it'll be a 7 for, which knocks him off top of that list, which will happen one day. Now going back to Dave's question, why was it 2 innings in the beginning? I think it's to do with the amount of time they had for a game. Probably I like the idea of if you miss out in the first innings, you get a second opportunity. But I suppose as the amount of time, discretionary time that people had has actually been decreasing over the 20th century. So to squeeze the game in quicker, they needed to change it. Went to 1. This is played pretty nicely through the offside. Bowled him. As Tasua Hussain goes round the wicket, finds the block hole, and he rattles the stumps of the Knight Riders skipper. Has to drive off into the sunset, and that's a 4th wicket down. They've really turned the screws the last couple of overs here. Al Fatah. And that will make it 70 for 4. Tasua celebrates. This is thick edge down to deep third, and it's going to get away from him. It's going to go for 4. Well, yeah, nothing's ever sure on this outfield. Tajamal had time to probably say a prayer or two while this was on the way. Didn't work. Yeah, kind of half-long barrier off the instep and into his own net. Hussain gets the result. Dot ball to finish 7th over at 74 for 4. There's the ECC groups. Why don't I just pick a team at random? Okay, so I know there's 32 teams there. I'm going to go to my random number generator, and it's saying team number 8. So that's actually Czechia. And they're in group 2, the same group as Cyprus actually. And we'll Czechia. Obviously a team we're going to visit pretty soon because we're going there for ECS. They've probably been a bit disappointed with some of their performances. I know they've had a bit of a rough time of late in international cricket, but they did hold some records before that. But I think, for them, they suffer in a way from a large concentration of the national team in 1 or 2 clubs in Czechia, so they kind of struggle to play it often enough, I think, at a what I'd call it a high level or pseudo-international level, whereas some countries that have a bit more of an even spread of their national players. All right, in the air, and it's flying. And I don't think anyone's really seen it. It's going to land right behind the bowler. And to be honest, Umar Farouk, it's probably his catch, but he doesn't see it. And the reason I know he can't see it is because I couldn't see it either, and I was right behind him. So that's why, in the end, it falls safely. He doesn't react at all at long off, which basically forces Abu Bakar Siddiqui, the captain, to make a long hike from cover. Oh, well, this is another one. Is travelling, going, and over the top. Maximo. Marcus can't reel this one back in. He did everything he could. Well, now they're thinking of 2. He's determined to go for it, but it's a bit of a dodgy one. But the fielding was a little bit slow getting there and getting it back in. John Meyer has been kind of tailor-made for this situation. It was pretty good to identify that opportunity. Oh, steps right across, and this would have been plumb LBW, but he luckily gets about on it. Mahmoud Mia, and he'll get 4 runs. Pretty good shot. This would have been one of the easier LBW calls in history, and he missed this. Have a look on the replay. But, yeah, beautifully timed away. Tipped away. And it's just going to be a single here for John Meyer, flying the flag for the Knight Riders. It's a pretty colourful flag. As this is lifted up with some authority by Saka. He hasn't had a lot of the strikes since he's been there. But that's a really nice shot over the leg side. Maximo to finish the 8th. Yes, Asif Mahmood, a bit luckless there, wasn't he, with the ball. He'll finish none for 39, and the Knight Riders are 95 for 4 after 8. A little bit of an uptick with that over. And went magical in the end, 21, coming off the 8th.
दे भाई क्या बाल है
Yeah, Dave's got an interesting take. Maybe consider to be a gentleman's game. Only people of standing could find time to play 5 days in a row. Yes, good point. Even sometimes you get games that are a bit longer than that. I know tests actually used to be 6 days. The days were actually shorter. There's a bit of variation. Bit of a miss hit here, but it'll be safe. Taswa coming back in the 9th over. Good ball from Taswa, that offside channel. Lifted up, in the air, going, and gone. Maximal, nice shot by Saka. Coming a bit lower, like I said, but he's doing a good job trying to keep this game alive. Brings up the 100 with that strike. Oh, that's a proper shot from Saka. Gets across and nails it over the leg side. So a bit of bite back here from the Night Riders. Maximal takes them up to 108. Now this is skied, and Taswa wants to take it himself. He's going to drop it. Well, it's interesting here. They might have an appeal for obstruction, saying, did Saka deliberately obstruct Taswa Hussain? Definitely worth a look. So let's have a look. He knows where the ball is. He's watching it. He sees. Does he go at him a little bit? I think he clears the area, personally. He does take a little half step. See here. Now, is that enough, do you think, to give him out, saying he's deliberately obstructed? See, if it's enough for him to get a talking to, it's probably enough to say, you're out. What do you think about that? 109 for 4 after 9. He didn't move that much towards the bowler, but he definitely did a little bit, didn't he? Interesting talking point there. Big full toss. It's probably straight over the line. They're going to try and steal one. Well, Saka wasn't ready to give up the strike, was he? I think eventually it will be Jewel that's run out. I love that he takes with the bail and he's saying, hey, is that enough? It was enough, but just to be sure, he drops it on the ground. Probably would have got away with this. It's not a no ball for height, but the thing is, it's very clear who's out. It's Joel Mia who's out. And he's saying, all right, if you're really going to make me do it, there you go. At that point, that's out because he's removed it from with the hand holding the ball. So it'll be 109 for 5 after that. 110 for 5. No, 109 for 5. Wasn't a wide. Wasn't quite. Up in the air. Another catch opportunity if he can reach it. He just misjudges it there. Abu Bakar Siddiqui. Well, now he knows, probably knows how Umar Farouk felt a little bit earlier, because I don't think he sees that one too well either. Straight into the sun as well. Yeah, it's funny how cricket works. Anyway, cost them. What'd they get there? I think they just got not the single. Or maybe they got back for two. No, they did get back for two in the end, so Saka continues. Nice, absolutely hammered. Oh, good fielding there by Marcus. Oh, I felt that one in my hands. Oh, fingertipper. Takes a little bit of sting off it. Yeah, it'll just be a single this time. Wow. This is high-ish. Just playing with a horizontal bat. I think they're going to try for two. And I think he's already walking off. Pretty well done by the bowler to gather that. Let's have a look at the height here. This is the first thing. Oh, yeah. I reckon that's a no ball. You know, he's got a low waist. For me, it is. And then I'm pretty sure this is run out because the batter's already walked off with it. But yeah, so he's asking for the no ball, and then he gets a bit of a shock and say, hey, should we go for a second? And he's out by a fair bit there. But I actually think it's going to be a no ball. Let's wait and see what the call is here. Yep, it's going to, well, he's out, so that's, everyone knew that. But is this a no ball? I think so. Let's see what the attitude is here. For me, it looked waist high. Maybe not over waist high, but it looked waist high. Yeah, see there, that's the shot, just before he hits it. That to me is waist high. Well, I didn't see a signal there. It tells me that they got away with it. Again, they're going to go for two here. They're going to try it on. It'll be an easy run out. Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah, I actually think. Let's have a look. You know what? If you look at the shadows there, I actually think they haven't quite crossed. Look at the shadows. You look at the shadows, and I actually don't think they've crossed. So yeah. I think they're saying, oh, no, he's... Yeah, so it's whoever has the body part. It's, yeah, whoever is closer to that end where the stumps are broken. So yeah. So actually, because they hadn't quite crossed, then he's going to have to go, and he's going to have to go to the striker's end. And the new batter is going to have to come out to the non-striker's end. That's good umpiring. I mean, you could actually see it pretty cclearly. That's the thing, the stumps are always broken from a little bit before your brain recognizes it. See that? They're all just going to get a new batter out there. But yeah, they hadn't quite crossed. It was actually too quick. I mean, like I said, it's the last ball anyway. He's almost got his whole pad on. He's almost got his helmet on. Probably the last thing you need. He's got one strap on each. All right. But it's a good call. They get it right. So Saka's the guy who's run out. He won't be able to face in the end. So here we go with the last ball coming up. Not wearing the helmet. All right, time to run. Well, this is going to be great. Oh, he's lost a pad. We've got a blowout. I hope there's overthrows. There's not. Oh, that was so good. And basically, Faizan Shafi's come out there, hasn't had time, didn't want to give up any time penalties, so he comes out with pads loosely done up and holding onto his helmet, and he has to run a 2. So they're going to finish 118%. But just hope we got this last ball. Saying we'll get 2. We'll get to face the ball in the end. 118 the score, 119 the target. But well, you won't see this in any textbooks. All right, here we go. That's the very end where he's just picking up the damage. But we'll probably see that in the highlights pretty shortly. But that pad never stood a chance when he knew he had to run as well. But anyway, well, you see it all in the European Cricket Series, don't you? Cyprus Knight Riders 118. And yeah, I suppose it's going to be interesting to see if they can get a result here. I mean, if they can get a point out of this, they'll jump above the Nicosia Tigers. If they could get a win here, they can potentially move as high as 3rd. So we'll keep an eye on that as we look at the highlights here of the first innings. Cyprus Knight Riders trying their best to make a game against the undefeated Al Fatah. It's quite fancy, aren't they? But, I like the way they took the game on here, Knight Riders. Like I said, nothing to really lose. You know that they have qualified. But obviously the higher you finish, the better it'll work out. It's a kind of easier draw on elimination day. Having a bit of trouble with that opportunity. But yeah, I like the way the Knight Riders kind of gave as good as they got, didn't they? Kumara ended up turning his innings around a little bit. 26 for him. Pradana with 18 opening up. Shuvo elevated to number 3. Struck 3 boundaries in his 14. Lance Saka with 31 before he was run out late in the piece. So yeah, they certainly tried to attack all the way through. 12 fours and 6 sixes in the innings. Sakta, well, he's a guy, he's had a lot of success on the network. You can see why. Pretty reliable. One wasn't necessarily the greatest effort from Tajamal. This was decent though. Sakta, like I said, one of the very select few that have a 6-wicket haul on ECN. And it was time for Tasawa to rattle the stumps and celebrate. As he got that full and straight, knocked over the castle. Towards the end, well, more fun and games down at deep 3rd. That one may be interesting if you had one more meter to play with. Maybe could have made a play on that. You never quite know where you are on this surface. Time for some fun and games at the end as well. And then, well, there was this one, which was kind of a talking point. They're saying, hey, that was a bit naughty. I'm not sure if they peeled or not. Then we had world's slowest run-outs. They just knocked the bail off and said, no, that's not good enough. You need to actually move. Said, look, are you happy? And is it good now? Can I put it back on? All right, I'll drop it just to be sure. Nice finger work there from Tajamal. Under the watchful eye of Tracy. And then a little bit of misjudgment. The captain ran rings around that high ball. And then it was time for some more fun and games. We had the run-out, which may have been a no ball. Wasn't called. Then we had this one, which was one we found out actually they didn't cross, even though it looked like they did. And the last ball resulted in pads and equipment flying everywhere, but it also resulted in a couple of runs. So it was actually called a no ball, that one that we was run out. So it was all happening in the 10th over, as it normally does on ECN. We can jump 118 off the 10. taking over the top scorers. Yeah, 5 batters reached double figures in the end, 31 for Saka, 26 for Kumara. And then you had Pratana opening up in the team, same with Shuvo and Mohamed Mia. As far as the bowling went, 2 wickets to Wakasakta, best of the bowlers, 2 for 19 for him, 1 for 19 for Farouk, also pretty handy, and the other wicket went to Tasawai Hussain. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 5 minutes time, and we'll see if Fatah can continue their romp through the group stage. 119 the victory target. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximone for ECN. We'll see you after the break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we continue the day 11 action here at the Ipsonas Cricket Ground in Cyprus. Right now we're watching the Cyprus Knight Riders taking on Al Fatah. As Al Fatah hope to continue their unbeaten run through Group B. They've got this match and one more before we make the cut and head into the elimination day tomorrow. 118 on the board in the end. Pretty entertaining into the innings. As Al Fatah, well, they may still think they can do this in 7 overs. I'll have to go at a good clip to do that. About 17 and over will be required. In fact, exactly 17 and over. But they're a team that have been putting on some big runs, haven't they? Cyprus Knight Riders, they're kind of there and thereabouts in this tournament. They seem to have a bit of a habit of close matches. And so I wonder if this will be close. They'll be happy if it is. Mohamed Russell to get us going. 119 for the victory. Gets a right first up and got a dot ball. Bakar Siddiqui, the captain out there. They have been having tremendous success, haven't they, in this series, Al Fatah. And that one's going to be up and over the top. It's going to be 4 runs. And we're off the mark. Al Fatah have quite a good stat in that they have 5 batters in the series that have scored at least 50 runs in an innings. And Abu Bakar Siddiqui, he has 2 monster scores, 153 not out against the Nicosia Tigers and 143 not out against the Telugu 11. Just a couple of days apart. He scored that 153 just 2 days ago. It's been a bit of an obstacle for opposition teams. Misses out here on a big full toss. Wait to see what the signal is here. I felt it might have just been okay. I think it looks like buyer's about to come. They might want to check the height of this. Oh. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's... No, not even close. That gives us a good idea. Start to see things, so it'll just be a buy. Let's drop a bit towards the end. And that's lifted up by Akhtar, and he's going to have 4 runs to start his account. Abu Bakar Siddiqui, he's been a real breakout in this series. Previously, he had a higher score of 40 not out in 11 matches, but yeah, just in the best form you can imagine. 143 not out. He was actually on the top 10 highest scores ever for 2 hours before he got knocked out. And then he found his way back in with 150. He just had to do better, raise the bar. Rakesh Akhtar has a high score of 88 in the series. That's also his highest score of all time. That was against Sri Punjab. As it's a full toss. This time it's going to run away for 4. So Knight Riders, like I said, even if they could manage a point here, I think it's good for their campaign because they jump up a spot over the Nicosia Tigers. Pitched up, goes after it. A lot of bottom hand. Very clever how he gets that leg side away from the outfielder. Long off was back, but long on wasn't. But just have a look at how the bottom hand comes into play. It's like a little whip. Makes it slightly safer. Holds the pose as well and the follow through. So Maximo to finish the first over. It's a pretty large one. 19 without loss after 1. 5 matches since the golden ball. Still looking at doing the 2 golden balls in 2 days. Something that did happen in France earlier in this year, earlier in the season, 22nd and 23rd of April. I know that because 23rd of April's my birthday, and it's the second time we've had a golden ball on my birthday. I thought it came early. The last game on the 22nd, but ECS France very generous with the golden balls. Abubakar Siddiqui faces up, moves the fine leg around and out into the circle. You see him there, top right of screen. Padige, I've liked his day. Let's see if he can get a few big fish. It's a good start. He's still amazed that he gets outswing with his action. So this is this real round arm approach. But have a look at that beautiful approach. He's been an exciting player. I know we're hiding him under a rock somewhere. But, it's halfway between Waka Yunus and Lasith Malinga, we think. All right, gets slammed this time. Good luck fielding that. Well done. Sometimes when I see cricket like this, I'm very happy I'm retired because this last Tortuga comes up viciously, but it's well handled. Padige looks like a dangerous bowler no matter who he's bowling at. Let's see if he can get Akhtar here. He's made a good start. And he does. It's chopped on. It was an outswing. He played away from his body. Off the inside edge. And Padige, well, he takes it all in his stride, but that's a really good moment for him. Gets the dangerous Akhtar for 14. And Al Fatah, 20 for 1. Well bowled. Look at that outswing. Forced to kind of go with the hands. And the further you go away from your body, because it's away from your eye line, it just gets progressively more difficult. It forces the misjudgment and the deflection. Fortunately for Night Riders, and unfortunately for Al Fatah fans, goes straight onto the stumps. Again, I really like his lengths that he bowls. Gives himself the greatest opportunity. He's got to bowl 2 and 4 here, I think. I don't think you save him for later. With the older ball, it hasn't been moving for him, and he's lost a lot down the leg side. He's got to bowl overs 2 and 4, I think. Oh, this one's high. And it's going to be worked away, and it's going to go for 4. Again, probably worth a look here, height-wise. Here comes the ball. Oh, yeah. That looked very high, actually. Let's have a look again. Oh, yeah. Gets away with it. Oh, well, interesting wicket-keeping technique on the 5th day. God gave gloves to mankind, but only some wicket-keepers chose to use them. Helix saying we need Nish and Danny in the commentary box, and we'll all be golden balls. Yeah, you're probably right there. 2 good strike rates. Oh, that double kick. And almost creates a run-out opportunity. He will handle in the end. Well, he's going to have 2 sore feet after that. As Morito was saying. I mean, you bet you got more protection with your gloves than in your shoes. Anyway, maybe he's going to bicycle kick the next one. No, it's going to get whipped away, and it's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot from Abubakar Siddiqui. He's going to get a test here. That will be the end of the over as well. So 30 for 1 after 2 overs. Dave saying he had a golden ball on the eve of his birthday as well. There's the table. So Al Fatah with a win here. They go top. No one can catch them. Limassol Zalmi will then try and get the point they need to put themselves into the finals. So again, it's where this bonus points enhanced point system has been such an interesting addition to ECN cricket in 2024. This one is pulled away, up and over the top of the boundary. And that's going to be 6 runs maximal. Just a fraction too short there. Jomir coming in to bowl. Tajamal coming out at number 3, getting an opportunity to pile on a few runs. Jamal isn't a guy we've seen a great deal with the bat during this series. But that's a nice looking shot. Just kind of slices that, checks his shot slightly. He's going to get 4 runs. Jamal, previously, we've only seen him with the bat once. He scored 10. Falls down his follow through this time, Joel Meyer. I've seen him previously, though. Tajamal from Encore. Saw him last year and then earlier in the year as well. Has a top score of 24 against Punjab Lions. Obviously, trying to get a bit more batting into him. Fatah have that kind of position where they can do that. They can kind of mix up a bit if they want to. That's well bowled though from Mohamed Jomia. Goes forward at the stumps. Outswing takes it past. Loves this round the wicket angle, doesn't he, Joel? And leg side on the foot stop. That'll be wide. Tell you what, he's going to have sore legs and sore feet tonight, Ridoy Hussain. Wild swing. Oh, now it's kind of getting beyond a joke, isn't it? That's going to be 4 byes. That's one, you know, you can get down, you can get that with your gloves. Well, file that under own goal. 4 byes, 45-1, doesn't help. You've got a kind of moderate score on the board. Unless he's got an issue with his hands, he doesn't want to use the gloves. And that's an extreme one because it's bounced well enough in front of him for him to make a play to crouch down and to try and stop it. Maybe he's just too far back. That's the other thing. If they're always getting him on the boots, then come a bit closer. Get it on the full. Well, better. It'll be the end of the over. I don't think there was a nick on it, but it will be the end of 3. It's 45 for 1. I often say, I think that wicket keeping is, it has the biggest differential between how hard it looks and how hard it actually is. So I will say that. I think leg spinning probably is a bit more of a tougher skill or an unnatural skill than wicket keeping, but leg spin looks hard. Well, something going on. Looks like they are going to change the keeper. Maybe he's done his finger and that's why he's trying to boot everything. So I think that due to that injury, they're going to switch the gloveman over. He's actually going to go off. Okay, that kind of explains a bit more if he had an issue with his fingers. So yeah, hopefully it's nothing too serious. Obviously, Knight Riders will be taking part tomorrow in the Eliminator. Abubakar Siddiqui hasn't actually spent too much time on strike so far. He's 9 off 6. Binge watcher asking, is he a wicketkeeper or a goalkeeper? Oh, at least look, now if he's obviously got an issue with a hand or a finger injury, and in fact, Hudo's got off the field. So he's obviously wanted to stay in position, but then had to amend his tactics. It's Ajith Jayalath, who is substitute and also keeping. So you can have a sub-keeper these days if it's due to injury. There you go. He's already looking quite at home. Yeah, so Jayalath is allowed to do that. And I think that's also for safety reasons. You have someone there if your 12th man's the best player for the job. As this is in the air, and it's taken. Oh, what a fantastic catch down there. Oh, change of keeper, change of luck. That's Sabir Hussain, I think, that takes that diving in. So it's going to be the end of Abu Bakar Siddiqui. Fantastic bit of work in the outfield. Wasn't in control of the shot. I like that field placing. I think a lot of good players do give opportunities in that area. Lovely bit of work. And so 45 for 2. Now that's going to go in the same direction. Very tough one for him to handle. Ends up booting it up the line. Watch this, still going. Now it's missed again, and it's going to be kicked away for 4. Well, almost like a par 5, the amount of shots they had at that around the boundary. Try and follow the ball if you can. He kicks it, and it just keeps on rolling. And then gets misfielded and is accidentally backpedaled back over the rope. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, well, how quickly. This will just be 1. Oh, will it be 1? It will in the end. Can't really take anything for granted here. Oh yeah, that's the boot, and then it got booted a second time over the boundary. Anyway, does well second time around to make the stop. It's this next touch I think is concerning, but I think he's all right. Here, pulls it back, doesn't touch the boundary yet. It's like I said, can't make this stuff up really. Nice little leg glance this time from Mahmood. Will ring him 4. Neatly tucked away. Well, it's been a great innings for kicks. You're watching us for kicks, and you've come to the right place. Well, that was a good look. Mahmood will survive the appeal. Prathana. Yeah, going down leg side. Very good decision once again. Interesting kind of feel. Certainly not a foregone conclusion, is it? At the moment, end to 4 overs, 55 for 2. Well ahead, but then heading down towards that red line. Tells you it's game on. Dave B saying blooper alert. Yeah, a couple of them there to choose from. Big swing and a miss. I think this one's okay. That probably is wide. And have a look at Ajith. He's having the time of his life out there with the gloves. slower ball. And it will be hit for a single. Quick, we're having a bit of fun with the fielding, but this field is not easy to field on, okay? Anyone who thinks it's easy, you need to come out here and check it out for yourself. It's short, and the ball travels super quickly here, and yeah, basically, it's very tough, put it that way. And you never quite know what the next bounce is going to do, that's the thing. And he's bowled him. He's gone straight through him. Tajamal searches for the leg side, but Hussain finds a way through. And Al Fatah have lost a third wicket now. It's 58 for 3. Anything's possible here. This is ECN cricket. Yeah, just knocks him over. Edged and gone. It's going to be a first baller for Tasawwur Hussain, and this game has come to life. Hussain gets Hussain. It's well caught by the substitute keeper as well. Just Jailaf. Thick edge. He would have never thought a little while ago he'd get a chance, but he's been great back there. Thick edge, and yeah, takes it easily as you like. Unfortunately for Tasawwur, not celebrating now. Golden Derrick activated. And the score is 58 for 4. Well, this game's taken a twist. Here's a hat-trick ball. Oh, and second time today. And we've been so close to a hat-trick. But Farouk survives. End of 5, and it's 58 for 4. And suddenly, they're a little bit behind that red line. Entertainment to the extreme here. This is ECN cricket. And if you're enjoying this, I'm sure you'll enjoy the ECCW when it comes around. With 10 teams involved this time. Let's have a look at the Czech team this weekend. We've got Czechia as well as Gibraltar and Croatia in that series. 6 days per group with 4 matches a day. That's the last tournament, we think, of season 2024, but you never know. This one is turned around and it's going to jump away over the rope. Maximo. Jormia has been a touch short in this spell, hasn't he? And turned on a bit of a top edge, if I'm completely honest. Jormia, he's constantly tried game in, game out, hasn't he, for CKR? Wow, this is up in the air. Catchable, or is it? It's, oh, just popping out of the hands. He made a good run at that right-hand Saka. And, yeah, it's just hung up there so long. Gets their hands together. Just not in the sweet spot. And it popped up. He almost had a second opportunity, but not quite. Now, not quite sure what's going on here, but... Oh, they're trying to say it was a no ball. He was outside the circle. Yeah. Well, that's not ideal. So 6 outfielders. It wouldn't have even counted as a catch. He's trying to say, but I am inside. And umpire's going to point out, no, that's the line, and that's where you are. Well, I don't know if Saka feels better or worse now, because it wouldn't have even been out. Free hit coming up. It's had a bit of everything this game, hasn't it? Well, can't be out, but it's skied. mainly got to stop the boundary here, and he will do that. Padige, he's been my player of the day to watch. He's fascinated me with his bowling style. And yeah, really dishing it up. Runs over it. That's a classic case of one bringing 4 because he lured the fielder into attacking that, and he runs over it. So he hits only a little knock, but because he sniffs a run out, in the end he runs over it. There's just open space behind him, 4 runs. Knock away here. That's pretty well placed as well, you know. That's going to run away for 4. And, oh, good goalkeeping there. But, yeah, very well placed. Bit of a teaser. .44 of 26 to win. Does look like Knight Riders should at least get through the next 8 balls, in which case they at least get their point, which is something, and put them up another slot. And Fatah certainly being put to the test. I think the signs are good for CKR. Can they do enough to defend this 118? 44 off 25, so just hanging in the game, the Knight Riders. Mahmood on strike, goes on the walk and just helps himself to 4. Just leans on it and ends up running away through the point region for a boundary. Not trying to hit the ball too hard, I think that's the key here. So 4 overs to go in this one. Can we have another close game on our hands? Maybe. Okay, here we go with Padige being bowled out here in the 7th. Now the first one swings in, up in the air, but disappears. Maximal, nice shot by Farouk. This is the kind of thing I was saying. I think I like him bowling is with the newish ball. I would have bowled him in the 4th. He just loses a bit of outswing, which is one of his X-factor qualities. Now this is hammered, but fielder's there. And, oh, has he taken that? No, obviously not. No, it's gone straight through him. Oh, it was almost faster than a speeding bullet there. John Mia ran at it, and I thought for a second he might have had it, but it's burst through his hands. It hit so hard, it's 4 runs. So 30 off 22, creeping up. Oh, dead ball called. And it must have been for the fielder. Or someone not being ready or still getting into position, so that won't count as a delivery. I think the batter heard the call. He never even tried to play it. Still to get out of the way of the ball, though. Anyway, no harm, no foul. Ball that one again. Dead ball from square leg. Oh, that one is right into the wheelhouse. Farouk goes large. Maximal. So yeah, he's not say, I'm going to say he's easy to play with the older ball, but certainly easier. You can kind of trust the line of the ball a bit more. Ah, it's a good shot. Gives him a bit of length to work with. Farouk's timed up Padigo nicely here. Maximal. 18 off 20 now. This game does seem in the bag, doesn't it? Look, at least the Knight Riders, they'll take a point out of this, unless we have something crazy, 18 in the next 2 balls. That will take them from 5th up to 4th on the ladder. So they'll avoid a clash with BF Cyprus. Likely that they'll be playing Napa Kings. Elimination day tomorrow. Hundreds up now for Al Fatah. They're giving it a good shake though. Knight Riders, they've had a real roller coaster kind of time, haven't they? Golden balls, 1-point games. Yeah, it's more like it. From Padigo, gets a little bit of outswing shape on that as well. I think you've got to give credit to Farouk though, for the way he's gone about his business. That's a good finish. And so Padigo is going to finish 1 for 32. And the score 101 for 4 after 7, 18 off 18. Hard to see it going wrong from here. Al Fatah will finish their campaign by taking on Limassol Zalmi in match 56. That game's around about half an hour away right here on ECN. Limassol Zalmi winning the toss, electing to bat in that one. Let's see who can step up. Salman Khan, he's certainly been in good form. And Cypher, I think he'll open. Coming off some runs today. Mudassar Ali comes in for Limassol Zalmi for the first time in the tournament. Join us for that 5th and final in Cyprus. In my last game before I get Nish back for elimination day tomorrow. Funny thing with Limassol Zalmi, in theory at least, they could even go up as high as 3rd or finish as low as 7th. Crazy as that sounds. But they're going to need to take at least a point out of that game to survive in the tournament. That's a good start from Russell. Sneaks it inside. It goes up in the air. Really pick it up straight away. Comes around, can't get there. It'll be a long, high single from Mahmood. Off 16 now. And make that 11 off 15. That's hammered away by Farouk. Maximal. He has hit the ball well, hasn't he, in this innings? Farouk. We've seen a little bit before on the network. He does have a 50 in this series. Scored 55, not out against Encore. Now, swatted away again. Won't quite go all the way this time. Doesn't quite carry. Hard to Saka. They can work for it. That's pretty well bowled by Russell. Trying to keep this game going as long as possible. Like I said, with the table, Cyprus Knight Riders, this point's pretty useful for them. Puts them up another slot. Also means if there's some weather tomorrow, can't remember what that would be, except if the ground caught on fire, they would be the higher ranked team. That's lifted up in the air and 6. Maximo. Russell ends up in the dirty 30s. Can't find the breakthrough, and it'll take us to the end of 8 to the score. 115 for 4. It's been a brave effort from the Knight Riders. 4 runs off 12 balls required. Well, Knight Riders 1%. I'd like to see that game. 1 in 100 where they can pull it off from here. But really, this one is as good as in the book. And also, I suppose, means that we know Al Fatah now are going to finish in top spot. And Sri Punjab are going to finish in second. Right now, it is game over. The 9th over. Only lasts the 1 ball, and it's all over in the 9th. Al Fatah going to get the win. They'll do it with 11 balls to spare. So well done to them. They're 6-0. They will play again. They already can rest easy knowing they'll get tomorrow off before hitting the quarterfinals on Thursday. There's the Al Fatah side led by Abu Bakar Siddiqui. A couple of monster hundreds for him in the series. Wakasakta listed to open as well. Farouk hit the ball very sweetly then. Limassol Zalmi, though, will be batting first after winning the toss. That game coming your way in about 25 minutes' time. Well, success there for Padiga, getting that one to bend away from the right-hander. That seemed like a key moment as Akhtar had to go for 14 after playing a couple of nice shots. Just could never quite get the breakthrough. Then we had the curious case of the gloveless keeper with Ridoy with a hand injury, just booting the ball away. Then we had this brilliant catch by Sabir Hussain down at deep third. Then we had this hand to foot to no hand to foot to rope. And you just can't believe some of the stuff you see sometimes. Bowler like seeing that, Anwar Hussain rocking the stumps of Tajamal, who was promoted up in the order. Then we had the substitute keeper, Jith Jayala, into the action, taking a nice catch to his right. Late the piece, we thought this was drop catch, but actually it was a no ball. The 6 outfielders ran out of time, ran out of runs to play with. In the end, didn't they? It's another one so close yet so far. I want to say I liked Umar Farouk striking, getting up with 34 off 11, along with Asif Mahmood with 37 off 15, getting Al Fatah home in the 9th. So they have to settle for 3 points there. Al Fatah, they're a side that have been kind of taking on all comers, haven't they, so far? But that partnership was key, wasn't it? One stage it was 58 for 4. They just fallen behind the rate slightly, but Asif Mahmood with his 37 not out, and Umar Farouk with his 34 not out, get them across in the end. Little contributions from Siddiqui up front with 9, Akhtar with 14, Tajamal with 15, given his opportunity. I think you've got to really take your hat off to the Cyprus Knight Riders. They've had a pretty busy run home, 5 matches in pretty quick time. They tried to stretch the ladder leaders, but couldn't quite do it in the end. Anwar Hussain with a good over 2 for 3 in there gets the figures. Wickets also for Padiga and Pradhana in that innings. But the Knight Riders, well, unless there's a big upset, I think we can be pretty sure they'll finish in 4th spot. And it's unless Limassol Zalmi can pull off a big upset in the next game, but you never know. Al Fatah, they've already thrown up top place, so they've got the right to kind of mix things up a bit. We'll take a break. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo. We're back in about 20 minutes with the last match of the day, maybe some random questions and also some food chat. See you the other side of this break with more Cyprus action in this Encore series. You're watching the ECS.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time to finish things off in this group stage with the match between Al Fatah and Limassol Zalmi. Zalmi essentially playing for their survival. Al Fatah, they're pretty comfortable at the top of the ladder. It's match number 56 of this tournament. It's the 28th match and final match of Group B. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago when the two captains met with our tournament referee, Tyrone Peters.
Limassol Zalmi to call.
Tail.
Tails is a call. Whoa, whoa, it's a tails.
Yeah. We choose to bet first.
Are you going to bet first?
Zalmi to set the pace as they hope to be able to survive in this tournament. We know there will be eliminations tonight. And before we head into elimination day tomorrow, I know that there's going to be a lot of action out there on the field. Hopefully there's a bit of action in the chat as well. Here's the two teams. And you can see Zalmi. Imagine they'll open up with Hazaifa and Salman Khan. Sadiq Khan's been a pretty handy bowler, I think, for his side. And I do like for Al Fatah, obviously, their opening combination pretty strong as well. They'll be on the chase, like I said. The actual equation's pretty simple in that Limassol Zalmi need a point. If they get a point, then their net run rate is better than Kipro Tigers Limassol, and they will qualify. If they get a point, their run rate will definitely still be higher. So you can see they're a long way behind as far as the win goes, but I'd be curious to see what the kind of percentages are for them to get a point out of this. So we'll keep an eye on that as we are almost ready to get going. Umpires just heading out there. Got to say, they've been outstanding in this series. Big thank you to them for their efforts. But, yeah, conditions 33 degrees, but a little bit of a cooling breeze at the moment, heading around the ground. And it's great to have your company, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or of course on fan code in the subcontinent. It's always great to have you with us. Battle of the Blacks here as well. It's going to be pretty warm in those those uniforms. Looks like we're almost ready to go. Interesting also to see how Al Fatah approach this because they've already qualified top of the table. Zalmi ready to get underway. Here we go with the start, and it's going to be Tasawwur Hussain to get us going. He's flicked away. And when that gets past the infield, you can bet your bottom dollar it's going to end up going for 4. I want to say buenos dias to Monica watching from Colombia. ¿Qué tal su mañana? Monica, nice to have you here in the chat. She's saying she's going for Zalmi in this one. See if they can qualify. Need a point to do it. This is driven away, and it will be stopped by the shin of Abu Bakr Siddiqui. Yeah, look, it's interesting because Limassol Zalmi, if they were to absolutely turn the tables and go go 4 points here, they could actually finish as high as third. Be one of the top dogs on Elimination Day tomorrow. Or if they don't get a point, they won't even make it. Oh, nice shot. There's a low full toss, picked up and put away to the boundary. He's got very good hands, doesn't he? Salman Khan loves that kind of a shot, just the way he picks it up. Now goes straight. Does he get the distance? He does, and the placement was key there as well. Maximal. 6 runs. Needed for it to be straight, I think, because, okay, it does go for 6, but if the fielder's right in the rope then, was starting on the rope, and then I think might have had a chance to make a play on that ball. Now, really good hands again. Flicks it away. And this one, I think, is pulled back. Yeah, they probably could go for 3. They definitely can go for 3. And they will get it. Not often you see a genuine 3. Let's have a look here. Yep, there goes the ball off the hand. And, yeah, he stayed in bounds. But a genuine 3. Yeah, so Dave's saying that Limassol need to win big. But actually, it's not necessarily true. They just have to not lose big. So as long as they get 1 point out of this game, so they don't get beaten in 7 overs, they'll make the Elimination Day tomorrow. As this is going to bounce just inside. That's going to be 4. I'm pretty sure. Just inside for me. Yeah, you can see that. Just inside. Do you see the rope move? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's going to be 4, yeah. Good call by the umps. Great camera work as well by our crew at Spring Media. And Kroom saying, can you imagine this outfield at the World Cup where it's normally pretty slow? I'd love to see it. These are the ECC groups. I might do a random country again. Ready? Let's have a look. I'm going to say, we're going to go country number 19. Oh, that's going to take some working. It's going to be Denmark. Oh, Denmark. We saw Nikolai Darmgaard for them in the... Well, actually playing for Team Europe. Playing some really good cricket. He's got to be in there, I'm sure. Denmark's a place we'd love to spend some time with ECN at some point. There's a lot of good cricket there. Should have a turf wicket there as well. They're the kind of perennial, always the bridesmaids in Kartsma, at both the ECL and the ECC. Can they go further this time around? Lift it up and out of here, Maximo. Nice good shot. Can someone can't put on a big performance? Like I say, you're always thinking kind of minimum survival, and then, okay, you're going to have to win tomorrow. Obviously, if you can get a win here, you put yourself in a better position to actually make a deeper run through the elimination matches. But first thing is just getting there. So you're looking at, okay, what's the total? We can definitely at least keep our point, make sure we don't have a chase down in 7 overs. So you start looking at, oh, nice shot. Really nice shot. That one crashes into the scoreboard. 4 carreras. Look at that. Beautiful striking. Pure timing from Salman. I was going to say, yeah, once you get up to kind of 120, then you're kind of asking 17s if you're going to get 4-pointed. Yeah, I think it would be pretty interesting to see how the fielders would go in the World Cup on this surface. I think it'd be a great test, actually. All right, in the air, hanging. It will carry, and it's going to bounce over the line. 4 runs. That's power play batting. Outfield's unattended. I assume with AI, you should be able to do it. Clipped away nicely, and again, it's It's running away pretty quickly. This time Tazwa has the angle on it and can keep it to 1. Jamal. And now leg side with that angle. And they won't go for the leg bye. It'll be the end of the second over. Great start this for Zalmi. Playing for their survival. It's 37 without loss after 2. Dave's got an interesting random question talking about the World Cup. What do you think about the choice of different grounds and climates? It is interesting, actually. I'll just pause there to have a look at their table, and you can see top 6 scheduled to play the eliminators, and Limassol Zalmi 1 point out of that 6 at the moment. So you can see even with a 1-pointer, obviously by definition you're not getting thrashed, so they're not going to lose that distance in net run rate between them and KTL. So KTL looking pretty nervously on. Solari is going to bowl the next over. Yeah, so getting an opportunity here. Always. Yeah, pretty good start as well. Right on the money, but they're all squeezed away for a single. Yeah, as far as what I think, I actually I like it, to be honest. It gives more countries, because they are individual countries, don't forget, in the West Indies, the opportunity to host. Logistically, I know it creates a lot of problems, but I mean, organisations as big as the ICC should be able to work out how to do that. In the air, it's not going to quite carry to Tazwa, but it does well to at least smother it, make sure it's only a single. I think for the teams, yeah, it's very hard to then have an equitable playing schedule. So a lot of people talking about, for example, I think maybe Pakistan, or certain teams anyway, they have to fly a lot. But then, for example, depends how close you are to the ground. As this is in the air, beautifully timed. That's going to go all the way. Maximo! That's pure batting here by Salman Khan. Just has a really kind of laconic way that he goes about it. Yeah, so, I mean, I know this from travelling a lot. Sometimes it's not the flying that gets you, but if you've got like a 40-minute or an hour commute to the ground every day and back, that can be just as bad as, just getting on a plane once and flying somewhere. So I think at least it gives more nations the chance to take part in the World Cup. This is missing the leg stump. I told you, I'm keen to see more teams involved. T20 World Cup, you can do it. You can have more matches. God knows they have the money these days. Let's get it up there. I mean, the 20's been a big success, and it used to be just the odd game would have a non-test playing country. Now most of them do, and we've had some cracking games. So let's make more of it. Imagine once you get 32 in it. Okay, sure, these teams probably aren't going to make maybe the top 8, top 4, but they can make history, and it can make for such a bigger and better spectacle. 30-team World Cup. I said it when I first started with ECN. That's a nice shot. Just leans back and sends it into the bottom corner of the net. Maximo 6 carreras. He's looking the goods at the moment, isn't he? Yeah, so I mean, imagine, I'll throw some names out there. Imagine you could have Spain are 30 in the world, so they're a pretty good barometer. Imagine Spain are in the tournament, and you're seeing Spain versus Uganda, or Spain versus Papua New Guinea, or Spain versus Ireland, Spain versus Australia, or India. I'd love to see it. Yeah, so let's say, you have maybe 32-team World Cup. You could have 8 groups of 4, for example. Or you could have 30-team World Cup, 6 groups of 5 or 5 groups of 6. And then kind of cut it from there. I just think T20 Cup needs to be more inclusive. It's going that way for sure with the 20. But I think the success of this, as far as, the success of the competitiveness of the next tier of teams, means that they'll be open to including it even more. Because, okay, just like these teams are challenging some of the top dogs. So USA obviously beating Pakistan, but there's been some close calls as well. I mean, PNG were in pretty good shape against West Indies in their first game. But just like they're challenging the top tier teams, the next tier are definitely able to challenge that that second tier. So, you know, you've got Italy floating around now. You've got a team like Spain on the rise. Even, you know, if you go outside Europe, and you know, teams like Qatar and UAE and Vanuatu, if you want to go down to the South Pacific. I just think it'd be great for the game. Will Sheffield in the chat saying finally got to see a super over. Well, I haven't been keeping up to date with the scores in Italy today. Mishit this time from Salman, but he'll get away with it. But yeah, I mean, if it's a celebration of cricket, let's get everyone to the big dance. Let's get more. Yeah, 30. I mean, I'd settle for 30. Top 30 in the world, you get to spot the World Cup. Has a nice even ring to it as well. Yeah, okay, so yeah, obviously got to manage the amount of matches and stuff. Like, I get that as well. So maybe you could go, let me think of formats, right? So let's say you have 5 groups of 6, and so you have everyone play 5 matches. Lift it up in the air, and it's going to scoot towards the fielder there. Well done by Tajamal to cut it off. So here's my idea for the T20 World Cup. Stay with me on this. Let's go. In fact, I'll even go different. I'll go 6 groups of 5, right? 6 groups of 5. And everyone plays 4 matches because we don't want to overload everyone with matches. So 6 groups of 5. And then you've got the top 2 from each group going through. That gives you 12. And then we'll have basically 3 groups of 4. And from there, you could kind of get probably semi-finalists. So you could have the 3 group winners and the wild card, who's maybe the best second place in those groups. And you play semi-finals and a final. Something like that, I think, would work pretty well. 56 without loss here after 4. Or you could go another way. You could say, okay, let's go 5 groups of 6. Maybe this is better, actually. So you could go kind of, yeah, 5 groups of 6. And then just the winners go through of the groups, so the top of the group. And you'll have a Super 5 where essentially they'll all play each other. And then you can have a final. So if you did that, then everyone would play 5 matches. And then the top team would get another 4 matches. And then your top 2 standing will play in the World Cup final. That seems like about the right amount. Short form cricket. This one almost takes out the umpire, but luckily Abu Bakar Siddiqui will do the fielding. Looks like he's got the lucky hat now. He's been floating around. Goes after this, hanging edge, but just out of the grasp of the fielders. That's going to run away for 4 as well. Do you think today, from memory, it might be a rest day in the Italian qualifiers? I'll have to go check that out. Swing and a miss. Not a belated appeal. I think it's very convincing. Top ball's dot ball though. Fatah yet to lose in this tournament. Picked up. Does he have the distance? Going. I think that's 6. I'll have to check it out. But I think he jumps from outside the boundary. And yeah, it has been signalled 6, I think. Check it out here. Comes down. Actually does get the jump on it, but the ball, where does it bounce? Yeah, ball knocked well over the boundary in the end. Yeah, so it's a rest day today. They'll play next 2 days and then another rest day. Must have some rest. Anyway, this is up and it's out of the ground. Maximo. By the way, it brought up his 50 with that previous shot while we were looking at it. Now, in fact, he spends only about 30 seconds in the 50s because he's moved up to 61. Not out. Salman Khan. What a talent. And that takes us to the end of the over. 74 without loss. Salman, we did see him last year. He scored the 150, but he's really come on, hasn't he, this year? You can see that we started our season in Cyprus on the 17th of January. It was the first ECN match of the season. Great to see you got a mixture of teams you know and a few new teams as well. Now the next one is lifted up and it's going to go as well. Maximo Huzaifa hasn't had much to do so far. It's only the 9th ball he's faced. But yeah, really good swivel pull shot. Just a hook shot there. Now lifted up off the stumps, but that one certainly is going to fly. Gone. Maximo Huzaifa gets in on the action now. Now lifted up, and it's going to fly again. Maximo, 3 in a row. Right now, so Huzaifa on a heater. He's sick of watching at the other end. And right now, he's on a perfect over. Yeah, suddenly, that point seems pretty safe. Now goes after it, but he's hit it in the air. Bermuda Triangle forms, and it's going to fall right in the middle. Well, that's just pure luck for Huzaifa. We wanted to just keep on swinging, but obviously everyone pushed back. Only the bowler, I thought, might have reached it, but I don't think so. Let's get super lucky there. Now lifted up. Someone says it's my turn. They're feasting on Tasawa here. He's up in the naughty 40s. Could even bring up the half century as this over goes magical in the 6th. You got a classic case here of one team with everything to play for and the other team kind of sitting pretty, which are already top of the ladder. So obviously they're still trying to play well. I'm sure about that, but there's that genuine hunger you can feel for Zalmi to make up for lost time here. Uh-oh, that one gets away. That's minimo time. It's full and it jumps on the keeper. Lost up share behind the stumps for Fatah. Gets a glove on it, but no more. Just the edge of the glove. Jammed out by Salman. 100 partnerships come up as well, but it will be a 50 to Tasawa Hussain. That's the 50 that no bowler wants. And it's 102 without loss after 6. What a start to this game. Brilliant batting from Zalmi. Salvin you over then. And we'll start with a single. How high can they get? I mean, even if they were to stop batting now, which obviously they won't, it would mean that they'd have to concede 15 and over. Plus, if they were going to lose their point and miss out on the finals. $50-50 game right now as well. That's for the win. Remember, they can push up potentially as high as third here. Zalman pulls this one away but can't get under it. Great contest right now. Pushed away to the offside. Not going to run here. Yeah, good point made by Dave. 5 6s on the spin there. Crossovers 5 and 6. Supersonic stuff. Now played beautifully into the gap. Huzaifa will get 4 more. Fatah just got a bit cold in the heat here, haven't they? It's a great shot. It's probably 4th stump. Really nicely put away. Now goes after this leg side, doesn't really get it. Fielder comes around and he'll take it. So the partnership is broken. They finally have something to cheer about, Al Fatah, here in match number 56. Huzaifa goes for 36, but it was a really impressive opening stand for Limassol Zalmi, but it's broken and the score is 108 for 1. Great innings from Huzaifa. He's had a great day with the bat, hasn't he, really? Oh, goes straight through him. Takes the end of the 7th over and the score 108 for 1. So yeah, a bit of a more reasonable over there. Wakazakta just going for the 6 runs. This is what's coming up tomorrow. We'll have to fill in the blanks, but you can join me. And Nish will be back from his day off for Elimination Day. Top 2 from each group going through to quarterfinals the next day. So we'll keep an eye on that. And for latest information, you can always go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, to fill in the blanks. 5 a.m. GMT, 7 o'clock in Central Europe, 10:30 in India. I know I had a few questions earlier. A couple of teams are missing from Group A. I probably don't have long enough to go into detail, but essentially, you know, there's certain agreements that teams have to abide by if they're going to participate in the European Cricket Series. So yeah, sometimes if that doesn't happen, teams aren't able to continue in the series. Essentially, that's what happened to a couple of teams in Group A. And so it means that Everest and Phillips Warrior get pushed up because of that. So it's just one of those situations, unfortunately. It's, when you're dealing with so many matches, so many players, not everyone is always kind of adhering to the standards required, and that's why you'll see that a couple of teams have been given a ride into the qualifiers that probably didn't think they'd get one. Anyway, this ball's given a ride by Salman Khan. It's short, and it is absolutely destroyed over square leg. That's a picture-perfect pull shot. Swings his way into the 70s. Well done to Dave. I just see he's been a member now for 13 months. Congratulations, Dave. Always great when you see those notifications coming up. Now, this is a really good shot as well. It's going to be one bounce for just a good shot selection, and well done to know where the field is. He says, all right, mid-off's up. It gives me an extra kind of ability to go in that direction with a bit more leeway. Now lifted up in the air. Fielder is going to be able to pull it back, I think. Check the feet. Does he take off from the rope here? That's what we're looking at. That's more the feet. I think, to be honest, I think he's taken off from the rope. He definitely lands on the rope, but by then the ball's gone. But is there any way to see where he's taken off from? If there's doubt, it won't be 6, but it is given 6 in the end. You'll probably see the foot coming up. They actually jumped off the rope. So handy runs here. Really handy runs, more than handy. Nicked and dropped. Just didn't get down low enough, and Salman gets a huge let off there on 82. Just have a look. See, he's not really bent at the knees, so it's not a real natural crouch to the right. Well, it does open up that opportunity to bring up the ton, doesn't it? Now he wants to go to the well, but he goes right back, and it's going to be dropped. And I think that's gone for 6. We'll have to check it, but it's at least 4. Oh, Salman gets super lucky twice in a row. He's definitely in the field. There you go. Well, he touches it. He's definitely inside. That ball's 6, and then bounces back in remarkably. But 6 carreras. And he moves to 88. Dropped in consecutive deliveries. Now steps across, finds the fielder to hustle through for a single, but they get there. Moves to 89 and retains the strike. Zalmi 131 for 1. Yeah, so now we're at a point where you probably can't see it getting chased in 7 overs. Bearing in mind, say even if they completely fall over and let's say they make, I don't know, 140, something like that, you're looking at basically having to go at 20 and over. And look, as a team like Al Fatah, they can probably do it, but they also don't need to do it. That's the thing, they're already top of the table. And overs down. Bakar Siddiqui's over, goes magical in the end, 23 coming off it. Wow, that is cracked, and a half-hearted effort really from Tazawar. Drilled by Salman. He moves into the 90s. And don't forget, this is a guy that's having a tremendous series. Already has that sparkling 138 not out against Encore. Oh, well, in the air, but he's going to get lucky again. Falls in a pocket of space, and he moves to 94. It's been a big year for centuries on ECN, as we have had a huge amount. And someone can't. Scoring century number 76. Can he be back-to-back there with century number 77? Quite amazing. 13 centuries back in 2022 for the whole year, and then 58 last year, and now we're already 76, and we're not even really halfway through the season. Murtaza gets an opportunity, though. And you get one at least. Yeah, there's only one this time, coming at a more reasonable pace for the outfielder. Okay. Well, Salman Khan, the stage is yours. .94 on the verge of his second century of the series. Salman. He won't get to 100, but he will get to 95. Just picked out the fielder there. This is where, to be honest, you don't really want a single. So I think Murtaza might as well just swing away at this. Probably turn it down, honestly. Well, they're going to take it. And that means that, well, he's going to take it on a bad throw, but he might be run out. Well, he won't be run out, but neither will Murtaza. That's weird. It doesn't actually save your run. He thought when he saw the throw that he could probably get back because he wants to be back at that non-strikers end, number 17, Salman. So when he sees the throw, he says, all right, let's go. We might as well go. Then he sees he get caught. He's like, well, hold on. I don't want to go anymore. Murtaza basically scrabbles back because the bowler misses a gimme. Oh, this day's had a bit of everything in Cyprus. End of the over, 139 for 9. I wouldn't have taken the run in the first place. Honestly, I wouldn't have. Is he going to run out of time? He's only one shot away, but you never know. Will he even get to face another ball? You just do not know. Abu Bakar Siddiqui, well, he's the owner of 2 centuries of his own in this series. He's going to bowl the 10th. That's going to fly away, and it's going to be 4. But it's another ball that Salman doesn't get to face. He's stuck on 95. I mean, from a team point of view, it's great. It's more runs. But I think now you're feeling like, okay, we know it's a good score no matter what. Can Salman bring up the milestone? That's a classic case. I think Murtaza, he's happy to just take the single, but the ball flies away for 4, unbeknownst to him. Yeah, he's a very careful one that time. All right, well, to be honest, I don't think I'm taking a single now at all because, well, you know, maybe you're taking one hoping you're getting it back. I don't know. You'd imagine if he faces 4 balls without running ones that he's going to find either a 6 or 2 4s or better. But hey, let's see. Stage is set. 95 for Salman. And he misses. How many times have we seen this in this season? Batters in the 90s, suddenly just everything deserting them. Having said that, look, he was fortunate. On 82, he was dropped twice. Good slow ball there from the captain. Bit of tension in the air. 95 for Salman. And this will be his ton. And it's going to be a 36-ball century, his second on ECN, his second of the series. And coming at a great time for Zalmi. As we know, as long as they hold their nerve second half, they will make it through to the knockout stages of this tournament. What a great knock, though. It's not just the runs he's made, it's the way he's made them. 10 Maximos, 7 4s in that 100. 100 number 77 of the season. And Salman Khan, back-to-back ECN centuries here in season 2024. Such a good young talent. He's made it against the pace setters in the group as well. Now he can enjoy himself. 2 to come. And he's going to hit this, and that's going to disappear as well. Got all the way Maximo. Probably catchable height, but it was away from the fielder. Salman, he won't be able to beat his previous high score, but still be happy, I'm sure, to walk off with the 3 figures. Here's the last ball. Dragged away. Ordinarily, you would try 2 here, but they might not want to risk it. They love the not outs, and in the end, there'll be 18 off that over. So 157 for 1 off the 10. Magnificent performance from Salman Khan. 108 not out of 38 balls. And sure, had a bit of luck there maybe to still be around. But hey, luck's a part of cricket. And you've got to cash in when you get some. He played some outstanding strokes during that 10 overs. So he has 108 not out to go with his 138 not out. That was against Encore earlier in this tournament. This one might be even sweeter considering the tournament situation and the fact that they need to perform in this game, Limassol Zalmi, or it would have been the end of their campaign. Huzaifa was out there with Salman Khan, and it was this opening partnership of 108 that really set things up. Yeah, for Salman though, and he got his chance. He certainly made the most of it. And yeah, really, like I said, it's the way that he does what he does, I think, is something that really pleases the eyes of a lot of our ECN fans. Huzaifa also had his moments, didn't he? As he went on a bit of a 6-inning rampage, he'd be the only wicket to fall in the 10 overs in the 7th. Farouk was able to pluck that one out off the bowling of Waqar Saktar, but that was over to the Salman show. And he had those consecutive drops, didn't he? That one went for 6 as well. Took him to 88. And then, trying to get a bit greedy getting the strike, he had a real change of heart. And then, he had the gimme missed. He didn't actually miss a run. Just misses out on social capital there, I think. There was the moment that he brought it up. Well, it was a big moment for it. Like I said, the fact that he does it against this opposition, I think is something pretty special. So, there is the card. 108 not out of 38 balls for Salman Khan. Lights it up, 157th one off the 10 overs. Ahmed Huzaifa with 36 in an opening stand of 108. Not too many extras, but just some really good stroke play in there. Salman ends up with 11 Maximo 7-4s in his century. Bit of pain in the bowling figures. Tazawar Hussain copped it. 1 for 50 for him. Tazawar was decent enough. Waqar Saktar stands out by a country mile, doesn't he? 1 for 9 off his 2 overs. Solari and Abu Bakar Siddiqui, the other bowlers used. So, I'm going to say congratulations one more time to Salman Khan, who has brought up century number 77 of the year. And as far as things go here, you can see it's been a bit of a century fest. Page after page of century makers. And back to back there on that page. Centuries to Salman Khan. 2 days apart. What a great performance that is. We'll take a break then. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And Zalmi, don't forget, with a good performance here, if they can win, especially if they win with 4 points, they could shoot all the way up to 3rd. So plenty still to come. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break and back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the start of the last innings of the day. Limassol Zalmi turning the tables on Al Fatah. How quickly things can change. Al Fatah without a loss in this series, but that could change here. 157 means they need to get to 110 even to get a point, and look, this could be quite significant because if Zalmi can replicate the heroics with the ball, then they could take all 4 points and actually rocket up 4 spots on the ladder. So, I mean, this is huge. As we get ready for things to get going. Rubaka Sadiki is grabbing the ball. Right, with a bat, I should say. He's facing up, and it's going to be Madassi Shah to get us going. Ready to roll in the second innings. 158. It's a team that can do it. You're probably looking at them. This first one is going to go all the way. Maximal. 6 carreras. Beautiful release of the hands. Up and out of here. I've got to say, the umpires, I love that flourish they bring to the game. Leg side, eventually it's picked up. Pretty good defensive fielding there, Naveed Ahmed in the action. End of the bat, it should be out. Straight to the fielder, and it's going to be gone. Naveed, he's enjoying himself out there, why wouldn't he? So, Abubakar Siddiqui, not a happy end to his tournament. And it's beautifully held on to. This one's hit again. It's going to be gone. It's 2-2. Tajamal goes. And just like that, Madassi Shah's on a hat trick. Golden duck. What a start this is. Limassol Zalmi. Here's Derek, and it's not a great time for Jamie, who walks off with the donut next to him. Oh, a hint of diamond, although yeah, it will go down as golden. Now, we've only had 17 hat-tricks. Is this hat-trick number 18? Right, he plays proper party poop and leaves it. Saying, you're not going to get me. I'm not going to risk getting caught behind. I don't care what the game situation is. Classic trolling there from the number 4, Tasawwur Hussain. Leg side has been called a wide. What an over though. 7 for 2 now. First over for Zalmi, 9 for 2 after 1. 6 matches since golden ball. Yeah, it's not too long. In the ECN universe, it was yesterday that we had a golden ball. We'd have to mount a pretty good turnaround here, Al Fatah, to force a tie here. And I know there's always a bit of golden ball chat. I think I mentioned that 106 in total we had earlier in the day has had 4 golden balls on that total. Same with 84 and 95. No total has ever had 5 golden balls. And the highest golden ball total was 167. It stood for about 4 years. That was actually set here at this ground. But then lately we had the 177 golden ball in Estonia. Sometimes we like to play a bit of golden ball roulette. So maybe I'll pick a number and then I'll try and give you the story of that golden ball to the best of my recollection. Samari yet to score until now. Get through for a single. So the computer said golden ball 33. Okay, I'll talk you through golden ball 33. Oh, this was a pretty good one. It was FC Victoria Berlin versus ACB Kerala Kombans. This was in Dresden. Oh, that one's going to fly away to the boundary. And yeah, a bit of luck there for Hussein. He'll get 4 runs. Paula probably was missing leg, but then bisects the keeper and the fielder in the circle. Yeah, well, I just saw this one the other day, but yeah, this one actually had a pretty interesting start because the bowler ran in, it slipped out of his hand and it rolled down the pitch. And no one knew what to do. The guy wanted to hit it, and then it was actually a dead ball because he didn't go through with his action, but everyone was like, well, hold on, what's going on here? It's a no ball, it's a dead ball. Right now, this ball has just disappeared because Hussein monsters it over the leg side. Maximal, 6 runs. And in the actual golden ball, this was a bit of a fizzer because it was a swing and a miss. Keeper walked it in, allowed them to run one, just held the ball. They never tried for a second. So that was a win for FC Victoria Berlin. Win to the bowling side. And at that stage, it was bat 12, ball 21. That was just before the batters made a bit of a comeback and they won 5 out of the next 9. It's been pretty topsy-turvy. I think I mentioned it was 10-10 after 20 golden balls. Bowlers have a bit of an advantage at this stage. Big swing and a miss that time from Hussein. Remember that 110. 110 to at least get a point. And Al Fatah, it doesn't matter too much to them. But it does matter to Limassol Zalmi because there's a bit of a difference between a 3-point win and a 4-point win for them. That's up in the air. Kind of off the end of the bat, but gets friendly bounce, and that's going to be 4 runs. So Hussein moves to 16 off just 6 balls face, steps across, steps back really. Gets it over the infield. That's good power play batting, and end of the second over. Score is 25 for 2. Yeah, have a look at the ladder, and you can see that a 3-point win would take them up past the Tigers. Depending on the margin, it might even take them past Cyprus Knight Riders. But a 4-point win takes them all the way up above Encore. So that would rocket up 4 spots on the ladder with a 4-point win here. And I've got to say right now, it's looking on. Anyway, start of a new over. This is a 1-hopper, and he handles it partially, but not quite enough. It'll be 4 runs. Saichar out there. To get behind it. I tell you, another strategy, and it's hard to come up with strategies. You get subbed out. Well, that's one strategy to not have to worry about it anymore. Gets replaced by Zishan on deep cover. I'll tell you something else I've noticed. On these kinds of fields, and I have seen a fair few of them now, and this is one where you might get a bad bounce. If you can intercept the ball, so field it, say, 2 meters off the boundary, obviously you're probably going to start the boundary, but if you can block it from further in, you have a bit more wiggle room if it does roll off you. Whereas if you're right back on the boundary, like there, you kind of ran out of real estate straight away. Now, it kind of depends on how hard the ball's hit and how good a look you get at it. A wild swing and miss this time. But, yeah, that's just another strategy. The other thing I talk about fielding on this field or these kinds of fields, you got to decide, are you going to have reaction time for the last bounce? So you got to try and work out where that last bounce is going to be. Now, if it's far enough in front of you, say 2 metres or more, then you can kind of get into like slips catching mode. A wild swing and a miss. And then kind of be prepared to move any direction reacting to that last bounce. A bit like you got a slips cradle in front of you. Whereas if it's going to bounce, say, closer than 2 metres to you, then you always have to play smother and get everything you can behind it because you won't be able to react to the bounce. Kind of play the percentages. Nicked over the keeper. That's going to be 4. And Captain Baba Ayub, his only job will be to pick that off the fence. Fatah don't look quite the same team that we've seen earlier in this series. Hussein moves to 20 off 9. He's been very watchable out there, swinging from the bootlaces. Sometimes he's hitting, sometimes he's not. Sometimes he goes backwards into the vortex. Been a pretty good spell, this one, from Midasishar. And he's going to continue because he bowls a wide. But he's got 2 for 18. A couple of important breakthroughs. He got Abu Bakar Siddiqui for 6. He got Tajamal first ball. Last ball the 3rd. And it's skied. We might get the 3rd. Keeper's ball. Negotiate the helmet. Negotiate your teammate. And then send him off. Oh, beautifully taken by Huzaifa, who's having a very good day. And that's the end of Hussein. Well, he was swinging to the very end, wasn't he? Had a few obstacles here, didn't he? He almost kicked the helmet over. He actually steps over the helmet. And then launches it back from whence it came. And it is a 3 for Mudassir Shah. Finishes 3 for 19. And Al Fatah on the ropes at 35 for 3 after 3. Good spell from the right arm seamer. Little bit of outswing. Takes it onto the outside edge. Look at little step over, almost like a mini hurdle. Obstacle course stuff. But he made sure that he took responsibility for that high ball. And with this slight breeze, it was quite a swirly one, I imagine. Wakasakta comes out at number 5. High score of 88 in the series, and also one of only 12 players to take a 6-wicket haul. The network mentioned that earlier in the day. Did that back in 2021 playing for the Black Caps. And here's a guy having a pretty good game. Salman Khan, straight after his century. Going to come on to bowl the 4th over. Again, they'd love to restrict Al Fatah to 109 or less. If they can do that, they'll jump up quite significantly on the table. Big swing and a miss for Solari. Bat and ball not coming too close to each other then. That's pretty well bowled. I reckon he thought about it. I wish he thought one more time, because there's no way this is completely outside the line. It's half in, half on. See? That belongs to the bowler. Would have probably shot the umpire a stern look there. Maybe a little wink. Anyway, it's a long day for the umps. We'll give him a break. That one's definitely inside. A big swing and a miss from Solari. And don't forget Zalmi. I mean, to even have a shot, they had to get over the Knight Riders earlier, and they did with an overthrow off their very last ball of match number 53. It was a proper scramble job. They almost had to be pushed to go for the second run. They didn't think it was there, but it was fumbled by the bowler, knocked away from one backup fielder. All right, let's check this one out. Certainly getting plenty of practice on their wide calls here. again, I mean, that's... I feel like under the new regulations, it's not completely outside the line. Remember, just a little bit of that ball could be on the outside of the line. It's still not going to be wide. Oh, he does bring it back. Solari hasn't been able to deal with it. Binge Watcher says, random question, Vinny, how many runs in maximum can be taken in one ball? Well, I'm glad you asked, Binge Watcher. Now, there is a story that goes in a match between Victoria and New South Wales in the 1800s that one team got, I think it was 277 in one ball. Oh, bit of a teaser, lobs the ball up. And you might be saying, Vinny, you're crazy. What are you talking about? Actually, it might have been 286. I'll try and tell you. So, what happened, according to this story, was that this is where you could have trees on the field and everything. The first ball was hit in the fork of a tree, and they started running. It was actually the first ball of the game, and they ran 286. And in those days as well, there still is in the laws called lost ball, which is 6 runs to the batting team. That's when there was long grass on the field or something. The umpire said it can't be lost. We can see it. Eventually, someone took a gun and shot the ball out, but by that time they made 286, and the innings was declared immediately. I wonder if he raised his bat for 100 and 200. I always think when I hear that story. Now, I don't know if this is true. It could be a bit of an urban legend, right? But in theory, you could score an infinite amount of runs on one ball because you could keep running. So there isn't a maximum. I have seen a 7-all run in Test cricket. Oh, I haven't seen it. It was, I think, Australia-Pakistan. And that was a case of, I think, an all-run 4 with 3 overthrows. That ball didn't actually even go to the boundary. We have had 2 times we had 7s in ECN cricket, so 3 with 4 overthrows. I'm not counting like a no ball plus 6, which happens quite often. And I know that, man, you might have your own story. I have once seen an 8 in Test cricket, actually. That was all-run 4 plus 4 overthrows. That was Andrew Simons, I think, against England in Australia. So an 8 is the most I've ever seen off the bat in one ball. All right, that is lifted up and out of here. Maximo, well struck by Actor. Comes out to bat a bit lower than usual. I suppose they've got the license to mix things up a bit, don't they? They're already top the table. Yeah, it's just dipping below at the crease. Says Carreras. Look, that's not counting certain competitions where there have been different rules. So I know that there was a Super 8s competition in Malaysia a few years ago where instead of 6 for a 6, you got 8. Because I'll tell you a little known thing in the laws. This is hit away and, wow, amazing one-handed pickup by Naveed, who's just suddenly turned into some sort of Jonty Rhodes clone with that catch earlier on. And very good piece of fielding there as well. Take us to the end of the 4th over at 44 for 3. So I'm not counting kind of different cricket formats. There used to be Supermax cricket where you could get double if you hit straight down the ground. They were kind of almost goalposts. So you could hit a 12 if you hit a 6 straight back over the bowler's head. I think it's kind of the invention of Martin Crowe, the late great Kiwi captain and bat. So I'm not counting any of those. I think I've seen Shahid Afridi hit a 12 in some tournament. It was a bit novelty where if you hit the top grandstand, you got more runs. So yeah, I'm just going to go see if there's anything I might have missed. First class record apparently was 10 in first class cricket. And how would you get a 10? Honestly, they're pretty old. So I'm guessing they just kept running. There must have been a bunch of overthrows. Sometimes fields used to be huge as well. That one is a wide, actually. Good hands up to the stumps by Huzaifa. Yeah, so for example, the Wacker in the very old days used to be able to quite easily run with 5. A ball that might not quite make it to the fence. So then once you start thinking, okay, what's the most you could run plus 4 overthrows is kind of where I think it maxes out. All right, that's pretty well struck. Going, and gone. Maximo from Akhtar, who holds the pose. A little bit nervous that this was going to stay inside the field, but I think he knew he had enough to carry the rope. Yeah, just watched it like a golfer. Wants to go straight down the fairway. But anyway, tell me any stories you've got. I remember I was coaching a youngsters team once, and it was a very short game. And we used to think it was short. I think it was 8 overs. But we're trying to get everyone a bat. So we said, look, boundaries were pretty hard to come by. We said, look, when you get to 6, you have to retire. I know it doesn't seem like much, but these were kids. I think they were 11 or 12. And there was a 7. It was a 3 with 4 overthrows. So I had to pull the kid. Anyway, this is out of the ground by Solari. He sends that up and over the fence. Maximo. 50's been breached in this over as well. Yeah, so tell us any stories you've got. There's a story of a 93 being scored from a ball lodging in a rook's nest. It's quite an interesting article. I might send you the link. All right, this one isn't really off the middle. Catching opportunity. Mataza's been on fire today, and now's no exception. And he won and lost the hat, but he's held the Grizzly more often than not. He's been a ball magnet, Murtaza Khan, and he's going to get Solari for an unlucky 13. And Fatah now are 59 for 4. Great catch, and Solari has a bit of an odd time at the crease. We'll go 6 and out. Yeah, so I could have just answered it by saying there is no maximum amount of runs you could get on one ball. If you keep running, then you'd get it. A lot of these stories are old and they involve balls getting stuck in trees. All right, it's a pretty good way to open your innings. Rasab Share as casually steps and smashes it into the olive trees. Says Carreras. The 286, I think, is pretty sketchy. I'm looking into the background of it. Just doesn't seem to add up. I mean, some people think that this is the most likely plausible most in one ball, and it's 17. Still quite a lot. And leg side, pretty well blocked by Hazaifa. He's had a good day. Yeah, so Gary Chapman in a club match in Australia hit the ball into a patch of long grass. Fielder struggled to find it. And so apparently they just kept running. So they ran, walked, and finally staggered our way to the world record of 17 runs. We were enjoying ourselves. 12 which out as we headed back for another. All right, that's in the air now. Is that going to fly? I think so. Sher's bat looks pretty good, sounds pretty good. He goes Maximo back to back. And at the end of 5 overs, 72 for 4. Maybe this game's still live with hitting like that. That's the other thing. Without videotape, you'd have to count. No wonder they were shouting how many they were running. At the end, apparently the guy hit it, turned to the scorers, and his wonderful Yorkshire voice, he announced, "Scorers, that be 17. The umpire said, "I haven't got a signal for 17. Anyway, this is what's coming up on the network. Cyprus still with over a week to go if you include the internationals to come, going all the way to next Wednesday. And Czechia will be around about 2.5 weeks of action there. Some internationals at the front end. Looking forward to the CE Cup from Finoj. Yeah, so 17 probably seems the most plausible. So yeah, I'm not really counting things like, you know, we've had a magical ball. We've had 20 off one ball, remember, in the ECL, just gone, which is kind of like no ball 6, no ball 6, 6. I'm counting it off one delivery. That was, yeah, magical ball, not magical over. Yeah, tell us any tall tales you've got on that you've heard. Pretty interesting random question thread there. Thanks very much. Yeah, Ivan's saying he's seen an 8, 4+4 overthrows. Keeps a little bit down this time. Ayub's got the ball, the captain of Limassol Zalmi. Yeah, so just trying to think of any other curious ones I've seen. I've run a 5 myself, actually, and I didn't even hit it. I came out to bat with a guy who was already on 100. Pretty hot day, about this kind of temperature. And it was a strange field, I remember, for a guy who was on 100. Because I think they were trying to bounce him out. They had a forward short leg, and they had no one back at square leg. Maybe they were trying to bounce him out or something like that. It was a kind of longer form game. And he clipped one away that almost went to the rope, but didn't quite. And I was off. I'd just been sitting waiting to bat all day. And I was off. And this guy was pretty fit, but I was saying, you better come back. We're going for 5. I don't need to come to the crease. He'd already been batting for several hours. So that's one that I remember. I've actually run a 5. And that wasn't overthrows. I think I've also, a couple of times I've run 5 that actually, 3 and a couple of overthrows, for example. But this was a genuine 5. And the other thing is that this lost ball law is that if you declare lost ball, it's an automatic 6. So if you had that long grass scenario, all you got to do once you see them that they're running 6 is just you call lost ball, and that's 6. That's it. They can't keep running. Obviously, they didn't do that in this 17. Most runs off and over. It's an interesting one. We've had 45 3 times on the network. I think we had 42 in this tournament earlier. We call it hypersonic for over 40. And Corey was talking about that one day we'll get the 50 run over. We'll call that the big bang. Look at this. Caught a wide. It's not a wide. It's head high. A nice soft pressure from the batter. Just use of eye contact there. Body language. Maybe slightly reputation. Gets Akhtar the wide. And he's going to go up in the air towards the field. It doesn't carry in the end. We'll just get the 1. That'll be the end of the over. 76 for 4. Yeah, so I was saying that's obviously the most we've had, 45. Yeah, because we go supersonic for 30, hypersonic for 40. Corey says 50 is the big bang, and the ECN universe will implode like a black hole. But let me just tell you that there was a big bang over in T20I women's cricket in the Argentina score of 427 for 1. Florencia Martinez went for 1 over, none for 52. There were 17 no balls in the over. And so that's the highest that I can think of. Now, there was an instant in New Zealand when they were declaration bowling. So 1 over went for 77. I think it was Bert Vance that bowled it. I don't count that because he was deliberitely bowling that strategically for the game situation. So I think for me, 52 is the most I've ever heard of. Except for that 70-odd in New Zealand. Funny thing about that 77 run over is that actually I think it was a 5-ball over because they miscounted. He deliberately was bowling wides and long hops. And you might say, well, why would you do that? It's because they'd agreed on a certain amount to chase. So this sometimes would happen. Dave's got a good question. Does a 6 only count when it lands? To answer your question, yes, but landing might mean hitting the ground or hitting a structure outside the ground. So you said there's a 563-mile hit when the ball was hit to a passing train. Well, the moment it hits the train, it's 6. Good question, though. We've even had one time, I think, where the ball was hit so high for 6, the batters had actually crossed for the win. They actually completed the winning run, which finished the game, and it was ruled 1 run, not 6, because the game was over by the time it landed. Well, this could be runs. It won't be. Went and megged him, I think, but I don't think it's got behind. Didn't seem like an edge there. No, nowhere near the bat. Anyway, it bounced past the bat anyway. That's hit pretty well. Bit of a task for the fielder there. Murtaza gets the shin on it, literally puts it into the goals, and it will be 4. Nice run again. If you can get down to your left, you've got a better chance of stopping that. Yeah, time running out, although they do have two good hitters at the crease. But Zalmi, they've just outplayed Al Fatah in this game. Well, that's probably going to be a no ball, because if that was a wide earlier, this one's got to be over the shoulder. Yeah, look at it. Oh. Well, they were probably too harsh on the other one. This one's a 50-50. Maybe it's shoulder high. So he gets away with it. Oh, nice little flick away, and that's going to run away for 4 as well. So Akhtar trying to keep the dream alive. That'll be the end of 7 overs, and the score is 84 for 4. Tomorrow, we're into the eliminators. 12 teams will remain, and we go through 10 knockout matches in a row. Elimination day, and then quarterfinals day, and ultimately we have the 2 semis. Join us nice and early again, 5 a.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in Central Europe, and 10:30 a.m. in India for more action as the finals begin here in Cyprus. Nish will be back with me. Hopefully enjoyed his day off. Okay. 74 off 18. What do they need? They need 26 off 3. 8.66 and over for a point. Now, a point doesn't really matter too much to Al Fatah, but it does matter to Limassol Zalmi because it'll push them another couple of slots up the ladder. It's been very tight in the middle. Anyway, Zishan is going to start with a wide. Lifts it up in the air, catching opportunity, and he's dropped it. Uh-oh, uh-oh, I'm worried about where this is hit. Murtaza. Yeah, to it in the shin. I would categorize this as a little bit higher. Does make the stop. But, well, I'm kind of glad we only got the angle from behind here. Let's just call that the midsection. Lifts it up in the air, into the gap. That's going to be 6. Maximal. $18 off 16 for a point. Well, they don't want to take a run here. Akhtar feels hot right now, so says no, I don't want to give the strike away that easy. I want to keep going. Look, Sher's whacked a couple of bombs at the other end. Ah, interesting. Elsboy saying, is this the first time we've ever had 2 people playing each other? We've got Alf and Liz. That's a very good one. Very good thinking, Elsboy. Thinking outside the box there. Hey, Gary, good to see you. Just spotted your comment. It's 29 degrees. It's down from about 33, I think, is it topped out today. I've been pretty lucky with the weather since I've gotten here, actually. This time he says, okay, we'll take single. I can't keep turning them down. Yeah, so I think the highest we got to here was 43 degrees or so. Luckily, that was just before I arrived. I'm only here for a short time, just giving Nish a bit of a breather. I've got to head back to Prague for the CE Cup, which starts on Friday, but I'm so glad it could come at all. 14 degrees, says Raf, in Toronto, Canada. Also a beautiful city. Nice shot. Is it going the distance? I think it is, or is it? Oh, it's been put down, but it will at least be kept in the field of play, which I suppose at this stage is pretty important. Just never got any help from the wind this ball. Murtaza stands as straight as the day is long. You can see him from above. And then says, I don't want it. He's a ball magnet. Murtaza's too proud to be changed. Well, he'll change slightly. He'll go to long on. It's 16 off 13 for a point. Remember, this point does matter to Zalmi. And they'll know at least now they've made the finals by this game going to the 8th over. Pretty well bowled, just sneaks past the bowler. So, 95 for 4 after 8. Sadhu saying the whole day might be a bit tough on my voice. No, I can handle it. Sadhu. I'll be happy to have Nish back though. Really excited to have Nish back on the team. Obviously had to take a little bit of time away. 6 months or so. Missed him when he wasn't able to do the Cyprus series earlier in the year. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of other team names that are actual names. I'm trying to think if we had a Beck. Maybe. Maybe not. Like a Rick, maybe. It's a very good observation. Might have had an Al, maybe not. Anyway, 9th over, 15 required for a point. It's looking like that's all it'll be at the moment. But anyway, it's a good strike from Akhtar. He's going to open the 9th with a maximal. Good power from Wakas. It does look like they'll get the point. And the game's another beast, isn't it? 57 off 11 for that. So pretty much would have hit 9 sixes out of 11 balls. Taz has had a busy day. He's actually taken some very good catches though. Just had a bit of a rough time in this game. Goes after this, going, and gone. Maximo off the roof. 3 off 10. I think his points assured now for Al Fatah. They do look like they're going to fall to their first loss. Hey, having said that, they need 9 out of 11. Maybe make that 8 off 10 after that strike. I'm racking myself trying to think of names, more names. It's a bit shorter this time, changes the length. Needs to be handled is. Akazakta moves to 45. Fraction short, as this will disappear. Maximal, that'll take Al Fatah to a point at least. Means Limassol Zalmi will have to settle for the 3. Having said that, that's if there's not a bunch more 6s here. They didn't want to take the run on the last one. Wakas makes his 50, by the way, brings up off 20 balls. Right now, he's trying to pull off a miracle. So now 45 required off 8. So I still think you need to hit kind of pretty much everything for 6. Let's see. Well, can't hit this for 6 because he doesn't bowl it. The other thing is, how's he going to get the strike back? Cher is actually a good hitter as well. He's hit 2 6s of his own. They've been pretty well struck. But he hasn't done a lot else while he's been there. Pretty well bowled. I think they want to here. Will they go for it? No, they're going to settle for the 1. So now, here's your scenario. Cher has to whack a 6, and then you're still going to need help in the last over, because now the rate's gone past 6 a ball. Well, that's in the air. Don't think it's going to go for 6. That's actually well fielded. And so I think we can pretty much put this game to bed now. End of 9. It's 115 for 4. Well done to Limassol Zalmi. Needed to perform, and they have. There's the bowling options. But it shouldn't matter who bowls the last one out. You've got enough runs to play with. So 43 is what's required. And we have seen, I think, 42 run over in this tournament. We have seen 45 3 times. But never in the last over. Never. I actually have seen 45 in the last over, but luckily they were defending about 100. So it didn't matter. Anyway, it's going to be Sadiq to bowl. Hasn't actually had a bowl in this one so far. Okay, his last over, and here's Sadiq Khan. It's actually a pretty good shot. Good contact. Going, and gone. Maximo. Well, Cher keeps the dream alive. Hope we didn't lose anyone out of the tower there, but yeah, pretty good bit of ball striking, actually. This time he doesn't get it. He'll just walk a single, I think. Good jump from the umpire. Now lifted up and out of the ground. Good batting. Really good batting this by Akhtar's. Put on a bit of a show. Yeah, the standings going to be pretty interesting. If you want to keep an eye on the fixtures, my advice is to head over to our website, Eastern European Cricket Network, tonight, and you can have a look. Really good bowling. It's going to be stumped off for wide. That's one way to get rid of the problem. Nice keeping by Hazaif. He's had a really good day. Wakas gets a pat in the back and deserves one, actually. But Sadiq, smart bowling. And also technically really good keeping from Vicky, who then slams the stumps over. End of a good knock, though, in a losing cause. So Mahmood will come out for a hit. Oh, this is hit pretty well as well. Going, and gone. Maximo. Well, not a bad start from Mahmood. Something got me interested there. That disappeared. Now, that's a nice little back cut. That's going to go for 4. I need 19 off the last ball. So they had a question about the most on one ball. I think we found 17 was the most plausible answer for that. All right, it's going to be a memorable win for Limassol Zalmi. Here's the last ball of it coming up. And it's going to be lifted up, and that is going to be out of the ground. So Maximo to finish. Al Fatah cruise through the group stages here. But they can't get up the win despite that last rally. They're going to go down 157 to 145. Under Zalmi, though. It's a very good performance. They'll have to settle for the 3 points. Al Fatah will get 1 point out of that. And coming up tomorrow, like I said, for the latest, you might as well go to our website tonight, ECN, European Cricket Network. And start with the Calendars, who will take on their opposition 5 a.m. GMT, 7 o'clock in Central Europe, 10:30 in India. As we will get to the highlights. And look, there's a bit of a flourish with the bat. There's a bit of flourish from the umpires as well. Abu Bakr Siddiqui is certainly a guy that's had some success in the tournament. He goes 6 and out this occasion. And Murtaza, well, he's had leather poising today, really, hasn't he? A lot of catching opportunities. The ball was following him around. And this is a really good catch, I thought, from Hazaifa. Had to go around the helmet. He judged it perfectly. That's the luck he had, I think, today. It's been good to people wearing it. And Murtaza again takes a good catch there to his left. And things are going to take a bit of a turn for him, let's be honest, towards the end. Nice share. He started with a couple of big blasts. And then it kind of all went down south for him. Caught one of the unmentionables and then put that one down as well. But really, towards the end, it's a bit of a done deal. But it's a pretty good finish. I'm going to say, Els boy, I'm going to think on your question. I do appreciate it. The question, how many sixes in this match? I can tell you in the first half, there were 14. Second half, there were actually 15, but it wasn't enough for them to reel it in the end. Akhtar started with 57 off 22. 23 not out for Sher, was there towards the end as well. 20 for Taswa Hussain, 13 for Solari. He struggled to get out on ball at times. As Mahmood with a couple of good strikes as well. Bowling-wise, they did just enough, didn't they? 3 for 19 in the end for Mudassir Shah. He was a bit of a star, wasn't he? Got his 3 for his last 4. Wickets for Naveed Ahmed and Sadiq Khan there as well. Sadiq took a bit of a hammering in that last over. Also, I think you've got to give credit where credit's due. Limassol Zalmi essentially win that in the first half. Salman Khan, I think, finished off a very good game. None for 18 off his 2 overs to go with his century, the 77th of the season. So I want to say big thank you to everyone out there. Reminder, just keep an eye on the website. We'll try and publish those fixtures as soon as known. I will also mention to everyone that we will definitely be starting at the same time tomorrow with 4 matches as the elimination stages get underway. Reminder, if you haven't already, please like this video if you're watching on YouTube, and don't forget also about our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN and all the magic that we make here. Nish will be back tomorrow. Hopefully he's enjoyed his day off. Enrico will be back the following day to take you through the last couple of days of the ECS and then into the internationals. But for now, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo from a very hot Ipsonas cricket ground. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more action on ECN. Until then, here's some of the best bits of day 11. For now, it's hasta mañana.